Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Blacklight Virus Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It's not bad to dream, All Might said in his skeletal form while walking towards the door. He stopped as he reached the door and looked back at Izuku, who had his head looking down. But you need to be realistic, he says as he walks out and shuts the door behind him. Forgive me, young Midoriya, All Might thought as he went down the building, not looking back at the green-haired boy. As the door closed in front of him, Izuku kept his head down as silent tears flowed down his freckled face. His dream, his only dream was to be a hero, to help and save people with a smile on his face. Just like All Might. Just like the #1 hero. Just like the symbol of peace. Just like the person who saved him against the Sludge villain. Like the person whose leg he held on to. Just like the person who was injured from his fight 5 years ago. Just like the person who he told his dream and broke his heart. Just like the person who had told him he can never be a hero without a quirk. His eyes widen as he realized his just like everyone. His just like every single person who doubted and made fun of his dream. His just like every single person who didn't believe that he can be a hero, even without a quirk. His like everyone. His like the doctor, sorry kid, but you should probably give it up. His like his mom, I'm sorry Izuku. I'm so sorry. His like Kaken, take a swan dive off the roof of a building. Kaken's voice lingered on his mind. What kind of friend makes fun of his quirklessness? What kind of friend would beat, burn and hurt him? What kind of friend would tell him to end himself? What kind of friend would want him to end himself? Then it hit him. No one. No friend would make fun of his quirklessness in front of other people. No friend would threaten, hurt and burn him. No friend would use an expulsion quirk on his face. No friend would tell him to end himself. And no friend would want him to end himself. Kaken no. Katsuki Bakugo is not his friend. He was never his friend. He will never be a friend to him. To him, he was nothing but a pebble on the street. To him, he was nothing but a crybaby. And to him, he was nothing but a useless, quirkless Deku. Swan dive off the roof of a building. Tough. He looked around his surroundings and realized he was still on the rooftop of the building. He mindlessly walked near the edge of the building and looked down the streets. He saw cars moving, people in different shapes and sizes walking and talking to each other and heroes doing patrols and casing villains. Take a swan dive off the roof of a building. He thought of all the humiliation he received just for being quirkless as he took another step closer to the edge of the building. Take a swan dive off the roof of a building. He thought about all the pain and suffering he got in the hands of his friend as he took was one more step closer to the edge. Take a swan dive off the roof of a building. He took another step and let his body fall and feel the breeze of the wind as the ground looked closer every second. As Izuku fell closer to the ground, the surroundings began to move slower. Like the gods were making sure he see what he had chosen. With the time slowing down, he looked around and saw people began to panic as they saw him falling. Some froze and some ran to find a nearby hero. He smiled sadly. If they only knew that he was quirkless, they would just continue to what they were doing and ignore him like every else in his class does. Hell, his classmates would even be happy when they found out that the quirkless freak jumped off the building. They would celebrate and make it a holiday. Only a couple of feet till he hits the ground, he closed his eyes, seemingly accepting his fate, and waited to the impact. Where are you, Izuku? Izuku Midoriya said as he looked at the clock on the wall. Her son should have been home an hour ago and she is getting worried. Izuku is not the type of student that will stay out late or hang out with his friends, unknowing to her that Izuku had no friends since he was quirkless. Maybe there was a villain attack on his way home? And he watched the hero fight. That thought didn't really help in making her feel relieved that her baby hadn't come home yet. Ever since Izuku was diagnosed as quirkless and saw how her son felt depressed about not having a quirk, she became protective and paranoid about her son's safety and well-being. Though she doesn't admit it, but she knows that Izuku had become distant and she couldn't blame him. Who wouldn't? After she apologized to him when he asked him if he can be a hero like All Might instead of supporting Izuku's dream, she wouldn't be surprised if she found out that his son jumped off a building. And that thought made her even more nervous. What am I thinking? Calm down, Inko. A ring on the telephone jolted her out of her thoughts. She didn't know why, but she felt scared of answering the call. Please be Izuku. Please be Izuku. Inko took a deep breath to calm herself, failing miserably, then shakily picks up the phone and answered the call. Hello? Me Midoriya residence, Inko Midoriya speaking? Izuku was surprised as he opened his eyes. He was not falling anymore, but he was lying down on the floor. He didn't feel the impact of the fall, which confused him. Is that the feeling of dying? Who would have thought death could be painless? He stood up and took a look around his surroundings. He was standing on a building rooftop with debris and surprisingly blood and guts everywhere that almost made him throw up. Almost. The sky was gray and it was raining, but he wasn't getting wet. Some buildings were burning and some collapsed. The place looked like there was a war that happened, and it looked like no one had survived, or that's what he thought. So we finally meet, the voice made Izuku jump in surprise. He looked at the direction of the voice and saw the owner of the voice. There a man was facing away from Izuku that slowly turned to look at his direction. He was looking at Izuku from up and down with narrowed eyes. Studying Izuku, and it made him take a step back. The man was a tall, pale man with grayish-blue eyes. He was wearing 3 layers of clothes, a button-up white shirt with a protruding collar kept partially buttoned, a plain gray hoodie, and a black leather jacket with a red interior, 2 horizontal white lines on each sleeve, and a red tribal design on the back that Izuku noticed when the man was facing away from him. He also wears plain blue jeans and black shoes. Hello. Izuku said, failing to sound calm. The man didn't respond and just walked close to Izuku and looked directly in his eyes. Izuku tensed as he saw his grayish-blue eyes. It was intimidating yet calming at the same time. It felt familiar but unfamiliar at the same time, and that confusing. Izuku Midoriya, the man said, making Izuku tense even more. He knows my name? Of course, I know your name. Izuku's eyes widened like saucers, but immediately sweat dropped. I said it out loud, didn't I? The man, to his surprise, gave a small smile. I am you after all. Those words confused him. Who wouldn't? A guy who looked nothing like him. He clearly sees that the man looks like an American while Izuku is Japanese. He looked at the man with confusion written all over his face. How can he be this guy? The man saw this and grinned. Well, I'm you and you're me, but at the same time I'm not you and you're not me. Those words just confused Izuku even more. Before Izuku could ask what he meant, the man interrupted him. I think what I'm trying to say is I'm you in your past life and you're my reincarnation, he said. Izuku simply jaw-dropped as all felt clear now. That's why he felt a familiar yet unfamiliar feeling toward the person in front of him. He's the reincarnation of Alex Mercer. Nice to meet you, he said, holding his hand out for a handshake. Likewise. Izuku took Mercer's hands and shook it while keeping eye contact with his past self. He was amazed to see and meet his past self, and it was really cool to see himself in his past life. Both of them felt something on their hands and quickly looked at their hands. They were both surprised to see black tendrils coming out of Mercer's arm and began to slowly crawl up and attach to Izuku's hands. A/N, think about it like how the Venom symbiote move without a host. It then began to sink into Izuku's arm that made him let go of Mercer's hand and looked at his hand. He then felt something spread within his body. It feels weird in a good way. Wow. That felt weird. Izuku muttered, still looking at his hand. Yeah. That was interesting, the hooded man said. He was still contemplating about the event that just happened. Seems like the virus has merged with your soul, he whispered to himself, not realizing he said it out loud. Izuku, hearing this, looked at him incredulously. Huha. WWH what V virus? And what do you mean it me merged with my soul? He said / yelled to Mercer, who was still in thought. Alright. The Blacklight Virus. The evolutionary chimeric mutation causing virus that can reproduce only inside the living cells of a biological organisms. It's the virus helped me survive through diseases, physical attacks, and even a nuclear explosion. Mercer said before pausing for a second to see if Izuku is listening. To his amusement was muttering something under his breath which made Mercer's sweat dropped. Does this happen often? Mercer coughed lightly, breaking Izuku from his muttering state. Izuku looked at him and scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Sorry about that. Just a bad habit? Yeah. Figured, nodded Mercer. Though you gotta get that habit out of you if you want to be a hero. Izuku wide-eyed looked at Mercer as if he grew a second arm. He frowned and quickly looked away. How can I be a hero when Quirkless? Mercer cut him off, which the boy nodded. He grabbed the boy's shoulders to face him straight in the eye. Kid, quirk or no quirk, if you had enough training you can be a hero. But All Might said he nervously said before he was cut off by Mercer once more. What All Might said. Why would it matter if he said you can't be a hero? It's not his decision if you want to be a hero, and isn't that bastard Bakugo's decision either. He paused and took a deep breath. He looked back at Izuku, who had jumped to the volume of his voice as he released his shoulders and composed himself. Sorry, what I'm trying to say is if you want to be a hero, then be the hero you always wanted to be. Train and study hard to rub it to their faces that you can be a hero and to prove them wrong. Alex Mercer said to him, giving the boy a small smile. But I don't have a quirk. How can I protect people if I can't protect myself? The green-haired boy whispered, looking down, remembering the times Bakugo uses his quirk on him and the Sludge villain attack. Izuku was helpless without a quirk. If he can't defend himself, how can he defend others? He heard Alex sigh and he looked up to his past self. As I said earlier, if you train your mind and body, you can be a hero to defend yourself and other people. As for being quirkless? Mercer smirked as he crossed his arms. Who said you were quirkless? If I remember correctly, the Blacklight Virus had merged with your soul, and if I'm not mistaken, it already mutated in your body, turning itself into a quirk thanks to your mom's X chromosomes in your DNA. A/N. The virus is infectious and mutated Alex's body mass. I was thinking that since Alex died while still having the virus, I thought that the virus will stay in Alex's soul, which will merge with Izuku's and mutate his DNA. That made Izuku's eyes widen. I have a quirk. I can be a hero? The taller man put his hand on the boy's head, ruffling his curly hair, and smiled. Yes, Izuku Midoriya, you can be a hero. Those words that came out of Mercer's mouth filled Izuku with an overwhelming amount of hope, joy, and also filled the space in his heart with the acknowledgement and support that he needed for the last 10 years of his life. Izuku couldn't help himself and tackled his past self in a hug and cried his heart out. But this time it was not a cry of loneliness, anger, hopelessness, helplessness, but a cry of appreciation, joy, and hope of becoming a hero. Mercer, for his part, was surprised of the sudden contact but hugged the younger boy. He saw that the boy really needed it, and he knew that the boy will become the greatest hero, that he will surpass his tormentor and that blonde buff a-hole. Mercer also knew that Izuku will be the hero he can never be, and by giving the Viru no, by giving the quirk to the boy, he can become the new symbol of hope and redeem him from his past actions that he really regretted in the last second before his death. Oh, sorry. Sniff, so sorry about that. I'm just very happy right now. Izuku said, letting go of the hug, drying the tears on his cheeks and eyes. Mercer just smiled and ruffled his hair. Can't believe that this cute thing is me in another life. He mused. He was cut off from his thought as Izuku looked at him once again. Anyway, how do I use the virus or quirk you gave me? The boy asked him as he took out a notebook from out of nowhere. Mercer blinked at the display and gave the boy an amused look. Yup, he's definitely me. Mercer chuckled. Well, you just need to focus on manipulating the mass and weight of the muscle mass of your body, I think. You know what? Don't worry about it, since you will have my memories of using it after our souls fully merged with each other. You won't have a hard time using it? He said, making Izuku confused and surprised. Fully merge? Didn't our souls already merged? Izuku asked the hooded man while scratching his head. No. It was just the soul with the virus that merged to your soul. I know, because I can't feel the power inside my veins anymore. He said, looking into his hand and flexing his fingers into a fist. You mean the tingling feeling all over my body the moment the tendrils sank inside my hand? Mercer nodded, confirming his statement. So that's how a quirk feels like? He whispered to himself, making Mercer chuckle. Yes. Yes, that's how it feels to have a quirk, or in my case, a virus. But anyway, we need to merge soul for you to get all, and I mean all my memories. Even the memories of the people I consumed. He then held out his fist, signaling for a fist bump. Izuku looked the hand and looked at Alex. What will happen to you after our soul merged together? He was nervous and Alex can see it. He sighed and looked at his emerald eyes. I'll probably fade. He saw Izuku took a step back. Look, kid. If we don't merge souls, you won't be able to control it before the entrance exam and possibly you won't be able to wake up in time to participate in the exam since after we merge souls you'll wake up. Time works different here, kid. And if I'm not mistaking it, has been a week after you jumped down the rooftop of that building. Izuku's jaw dropped about the revelation. He has been unconscious for a week. It looked like he has just been an hour or two. If he don't wake up now he won't be able to get to the exam. But if he merged souls with he'll fade. He can't take that. He can't take that the first person who believed in him will be fade away and leave him alone. It hurt him. It hurt him more than how All Might crushed his spirit. Thinking of Alex fading in front of him brought tears in his eyes. Come on, Izuku. Alex's calm voice broke him out of his thoughts. Even if I fade, I'll always be with. I'm you and you're me, remember? He said, making every doubt that was in Izuku's mind disappear. Izuku then gave him a teary smile and slowly fist bumped with him. There was a quick spark when their fists made contact, but it didn't hurt them. Izuku can feel the tingling sensation coming from his fist climbing his body while Alex can feel his body getting sucked and exiting his outstretched fist. They then both saw that Alex's body began to fade from down his feet up to his face as particles began to float his fading form. Before he could fully fade out of existence, Alex gave Izuku one last smile. Promise me that you will become the hero that I can never be. He paused and waited for Izuku to answer, and seeing the boy nod he continued. Well then, goodbye and take care of everyone you love and those who you wish to protect. Be the greatest hero there is and I will always be there for you. As that being said, Alex Mercer has completely faded. Seeing that Alex is no longer with him, looked up in the sky of his mindscape. After 5 seconds, he suddenly clutched his head using his hands as all the memories came in him. Seriously, Alex? Not even a waning? When the pain stopped, stood up still clutching his head. And then blinked when he heard a voice enter his ear. Welcome to the top of the food chain, it was Alex. He couldn't help but smile as he saw from the Alex's memories. He said that before getting absorbed by a guy named Heller. Looking more into that memory, he realized, man, that guy was brutal. Kinda like Bakugo. He chuckled at his new nickname for his former friend. So, how do I go back? Izuku wondered and cursed himself for not asking Alex how to go back in the real world. However, he doesn't need to worry as he felt a pull in his body and after a second he was falling once more. And he was hearing another voice in his ears. It was soft and sounds familiar. The voice was crying and saying something that he couldn't hear clearly. He closed his eyes, used his quirk to enhance his hearing to listen to the voice. Izu, what are you saying? Or you? Whack P is. Cood, you're clearly not Alex, so? Who are you? Wake up, Izuku, wait? Mom. Izuku can hear his mom calling him, pleading for him to wake up. Well, he was awake but for some reason he didn't open his eyes and just listened to his mom's sobs. It made him feel guilty but he just out of reflex kept his eyes closed. Yes, every time his mom would cry back when he was diagnosed quirkless, Izuku would keep his eyes closed and wait for his mom to leave his room to cry himself to sleep. He can't help it. He can't stand seeing his mom's crying face, especially knowing he was the reason of her cries. I'll be waiting, sweetie. So please, wake up, Izuku. He heard his mom cry to him before he felt her kiss his forehead. After that he heard footsteps walking away from him and a door opening then closing. Then there was only the sound of liquid dropping in a bag and a beeping sound coming from a device close to where he was. There he realized that he was in a hospital. He wanted to open his eyes but another sudden rush of memories flow into his head and it hurt as hell. He once again inwardly cursed Alex for not warning him about the pain. It feels like he was messing with him. As the pain slowly subsided he saw Alex's past, how Alex got his powers. From how he woke up from the dead in a morgue up to the moment when Hellers slashed him again and again until he was no longer breathing. Damn, his brutal. With the pain gone, he felt tired, like he had been running a marathon and going back to the starting line to restart the race for 10 more tries. He chose that moment of tiredness to fall asleep. He'll just wake up by tomorrow. Next day. It has been a week since Inko received a call from the hospital that Izuku was took in after falling off a building. It broke her to think that her son would try to end his own life. She almost flooded the whole hospital for crying looking at Izuku's bandaged body. But she couldn't blame her son, knowing that he had been in pain after all the pain, mockery and discrimination he received from his peers. If it wasn't for the Mitsuki, Katsuki's mother, she would never stop crying. As to why Mitsuki was also in the hospital is because Katsuki was also admitted in for a completely different reason. The same day Izuku jumped off the building, Katsuki was attacked by a sludge villain that almost ended him if it wasn't for All Might who was passing by. To be honest, Inko didn't give a shit about Katsuki after she found out that he was the one who tormented her son, and she was glad that he was attacked by the villain. Karma is a bitch. But she never said that out loud since Katsuki's mom is her best friend. Also, since he's Izuku's childhood friend, well, at least that's what she thought. She was walking through the hospital's corridor as she remembered the moment where she apologized to Izuku when he asked her if she can be a hero like All Might. She regretted the words that came out of her mouth, and she knew that those same words broke her son's heart, which made their relationship to crumble. And because of those words, Izuku had grew distant towards her. Inko can admit that she was not really supportive on Izuku's dream, and she wished that she had. If she had told Izuku that he can become a hero like All Might, her son wouldn't be as distant and secretive as he is now. She just wants her son to be safe, but she hurt her son's feelings because of that. She wished that she could turn back time so that she could change her answer on her son's question. But there is one thing to that. She can't. She can't change the fact that she didn't believed and supported her son's dream of becoming a hero. She could change the fact that she broke her son's heart and may have caused him to jump off the rooftop. She just hoped that Izuku would be able to forgive him. Izuku. As she enters her son's hospital room, she froze on her tracks on what she saw. Izuku is awake. Sitting up looking outside the window, his looked like his deep in thought. Izuku, she shakily called out to her son. Izuku looked at her direction, and at that moment she saw her son look the same but looked different at the same time. He was giving off a different calm and mysterious aura with the same passion. She teared up when her son just looked at her eyes and smiled brightly. After jumping off a building, her son just smiled like it was nothing. Like it was all a dream. Like it never happened. Hey mom. Good morning. Izuku said, giving her mom a bright smile. How long have whoa? He was cut off when his mom tackled him into a bone-crushing hug. Izuku. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I didn't believed in you. I'm sorry you jumped off a building. I'm sorry I can't give you a quirk. Inko sobbed in her son's chest as she hugged him tightly. Like it was the end of the world. Before she could continue, she felt Izuku's arms wrapped around her, hugging her back, which made her sob more. Izuku didn't say anything and just comforted her mom. When Inko stopped crying, he chose that moment to speak. Honestly, he was still upset of how unsupportive his mom had been. But he knew that he can't stand his mom. Supportive or not, she is still his mom. She will be and will always be the person who loves him even in his quirkless condition. It's okay, Mom. I understand. I've forgiven you a long time ago. Izuku pats his mom's back, making her look at him. I understand why you said those words, and I can't blame you. I'll admit I was upset of what you said and hoped that you should have at least supported me instead of apologizing for the thing you can't control. He wiped a tear that was falling on her cheek and looked at her directly in the eyes and smiled softly. It's all in the past, all we can do is move forward. Yup, he couldn't stand her. He loved her too much to be upset. Inko hugged her son even closer and cried for a couple of minutes. She calmed herself, and that's the time the doctor came in to check on Izuku. Looks like you're awake. The doctor looked at Izuku, who bowed slightly and gave him a smile. He then looked at Inko, who broken up from the hug, and gave her attention to the doctor. Good thing you're here, Mrs. Midoriya. I was about to call you about the test's results of young Izuku here, he said as he walked closer to the Midoriyas, stopping a few feet from the pair. As I said from our conversation last week, it is a miracle that he survived that fall considering that he fell from a building taller than MP Lady in her Quirk form. And what surprised us as well is when the medic went to the place where your son landed, they were shocked to see your son in a crater with only having minor injuries and a couple of broken bones. The doctor said, shocking both Izuku and Inko. Izuku, because he was sure he would have more injuries, but maybe it's because of his new quirk. Inko, because she didn't know that her son created a crater upon landing. A sea crater? The doctor then opened a folder and looked at its contents before looking back at the Midoriyas. We have made some tests 2 days ago. And the results are unimaginable. It shows that even after what happened to your son we saw no sign of the injuries and you said that he's quirkless? Inko nodded while Izuku just stayed quiet. Well, you see, after some tests and x-rays, we found an extra toe joint on both of your son's feet, but the DNA tests found an anomaly in his body mass. So you mean? Inko said and unconsciously held Izuku's hands which hold hers as well, comforting her. Does Aizu dashed her thought was cut off as the doctor continued, seemingly reading her mind. Yes, Mrs. Midoriya. After the fall, I believe your son developed a quirk. An interesting one if you ask me, the doctor said, making Inko tear up once more. She looked at Izuku, who was coincidentally looking at her with a look that made her think that he knew he had developed a quirk. He then gave her a smile that she last saw 10 years ago. Before she could ask her son the last words that the doctor registered in her mind. An interesting one if you ask me? She looked back to the doctor. What do you mean, an interesting one? She asked the doctor, who gave her a serious look. Well, you see, Mrs. Midoriya, your son's quirk is quite similar to a certain person's ability that had happened in the pre-quirk era. The doctor paused and flipped a page in the file and gave it to Inko, who took it and analyzed the page. There she saw old documents that may look like centuries old now. She saw 3 pictures. First is a picture of a man in a hood who was lying in a stretcher with blood all over his leather jacket. The second picture shows the same man flying or gliding in the air, releasing what looks to be red gas or fluid out of his hands and feet. And lastly, a picture of the same man carrying a taxi cab on both his arms with black mass/tendrils covering his arms. That man is Alex Mercer, aka the prototype. He is known for his codename, Zeus, and he is known to be a carrier of the Blacklight Virus, the same virus that caused a pandemic in Manhattan in the year 2009. He is known to manipulate his body mass to enhance his physical capabilities and gives him an arsenal of weapons that came in a form of claws, blades, giant fists, and a whip-like hand. With these weapons and abilities, he was able to defeat infected abominations and even withstand a nuclear explosion. The last sentence caused the Midoriya's jaws to drop. No one, even All Might, can't walk away from a nuclear explosion. However, after the explosion he had disappeared with no trace. Rumors says that he was defeated by a person named James Heller, another person with the same abilities. But we are not sure if those are true. Before the doctor can continue, Izuku chose the moment to talk. That rumor is actually true. He was defeated by James Heller, he said nervously, getting a look from both the doctor and Inko. He took a deep breath and continued. Alex Mercer fought and was defeated by James Heller by absorbing him to get his powers and memories. Heller absorbed him to destroy all the infected creatures that were causing destruction all around Manhattan to save humanity. He finished, releasing his breath that he never knew he was holding. Izuku waited for the doctor's questions, but it was his mother that talked. Aizu, how do you know that? Inko asked her son, still confused about the information. She then saw Izuku looked at her and gave her a soft smile. It's because I'm the reincarnation of Alex Mercer. I was Alex Mercer in the past, he said, raising his hands, channeling the Blacklight Virus through his hands. Both Inko and the doctor looked at his hand and wide-eyed when black thin tendrils began to sprout out of his palms and wrapped around his fingers, hands, and arm. His whole arm then turned gray with a bulky, stone texture. If you're asking how I know, it is because I talked to him, he said while flexing his finger while retracting his hands back to its normal form. He looked back his mom and doctor, who are still looking shocked about this new feat. He shrugged. I'll explain how I talked to him. After Izuku told them the conversation with Alex Mercer while leaving out the reason why he jumped off the building. He might hate All Might by saying he can't be a hero without a quirk, but Izuku was not that vengeful to talk about the hero's actions to make the two adults' thoughts about the hero change. When he finished telling the story to the adults in the room, they were giving him surprised and shocked looks. And he couldn't blame them. He was shocked and surprised himself. Fascinating. This is an extremely rare case of quirk developing through soul merging with your past self. Well, to be honest, your case is the first, the doctor said while jotting down notes on a notepad. With Alex Mercer's soul merging to yours, you get his abilities while eliminating the complications of having the Blacklight Virus as it mutates with your DNA, transforming it into a quirk with a less damaging drawback. Speaking of which, what are its drawbacks? The doctor asked Izuku, who started to think. Before he could talk, they all heard a loud growling sound and Izuku began to blush. The doctor gave him a warm chuckle. It looks like it uses the food you eat and your stamina as fuel. Why yeah, I guess I am little hungry and tired right now, Izuku said sheepishly as he rubbed the back of his head. It's true he is starving and tired. The doctor just chuckled and walked towards the door. I'll call for some protein-based food for you, replenish the hunger and fatigue you're feeling. I will also give your mom a simple recipe for a protein bar for you. He paused as he reached the door and looked back. You have a strong quirk, young Izuku. You are basically immortal with the hyper-regeneration and durability of yours, easily rivaling All Might's quirk, if not stronger. I hope you use it properly and responsibly, because with a quirk like that you can become the greatest hero that you wanted to be, said the doctor as he exited the door. Izuku felt proud as his quirk can rival or even be better than All Might's. He felt overjoyed when the doctor said that he can be a hero. Now that he had a quirk, he can prove himself to those who made fun of him and doubted his dream, especially Katsuki and All Might. He unconsciously clenched his fist at the thought of those two. He would love to see the faces of those two once he used his quirk in front of them. But he can't for some reason. He doesn't want to show them that he had developed a quirk. He doesn't want to end up like Katsuki, arrogant, reckless, crude, and has a freaking ego as tall as MT Lady. He wanted to be himself. A hero that will be there when you need it and will save you with a smile. He knew he can and will be a hero. He was cut off from his thoughts as his mom held his hand and gave him a teary smile. The doctor was right, Aizu, she said as she sniffed. With your quirk you can be the hero you wish to become. Again, I'm sorry for not believing in you. To make up for it, I will support you in my best abilities, she said, hugging Izuku, which returned the hug. She felt happy for her son. She would do her best to be the supportive mother she was once 10 years ago. Thanks, Mom. I will do my best to make you proud. I will become the hero that will help and protect people with a smile. Izuku said, like what the doctor said, I'm gonna use this quirk properly and responsibly. And to become a hero, I need to enter the entrance exam in UA. His mom nodded at him and placed her hands on his face. Yes, the entrance exam is in 8.5 months. You still have time to train and practice your quirk. By the way, what will you name your quirk? We need to update your quirk registry. Inko asked Izuku, curious on what he would name his quirk. Izuku thought for a second, then smiled and looked at his mom. I'll call it Blacklight. Time skip. Quirk entry. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Birth date, July 15th. Age, 14 years old. Height, 171 cm, 5 feet 7 inches. Hair color, green. Eye color, green. Blood type, quirk, Blacklight, Transformer/mutation quirk. Formerly Blacklight Virus, allows the user to manipulate and control the density of his body mass. User will have enhanced strength, speed, durability, stamina, regeneration, and immunity to all known diseases. Due to user's ability to manipulate his body mass, user can create different weapons for combat purposes. Other abilities. Glide. User changes the density of his boy that allows user to travel in midair through gliding, used to bridge gaps between buildings or to reach airborne enemies. Sensory powers and thermal vision. User gains the ability to sense the surroundings using his enhanced senses, and thermal vision helps user to locate enemies through their body temperature. Wall crawling/wall running. User channels biomass into his palms and feet, then he crawls/run onto walls. Blade, short range. User summons a long blade on his right hand. Allows user to cut and slice through even the toughest armor Quirk/vehicles. Claws, short range. Users transforms her hands into deadly, sharp-edged claw. Muscle mass, short range. Transforms both users' arms into gray, stone-textured muscle mass that allows the user increase melee damage twofold and increases the speed of every strike. Theory: with proper training user will possible upgrade muscle mass into tendrils, James Heller's ability. Hammer fist, short range. User trades speed for power, shifts biomass to user's forearms to allow deadly, heavy area effect attack, crush and shatter armored vehicles. Shield, short range. Allows user to create a shield on his forearm into a durable shield that absorbs damage on impact, preserving user's health completely until it breaks. Whip fist, mid-long range. User transforms one arm into a thin, flexible, blade-edged arm that can be used to attack at excellent range or whip through entire crowds of villains. Armor, alternative to shield, where user covers his whole body into dense biomass for protection from explosives and gunfire. Consume and disguise. Unlike Alex Mercer's full body consumption, user only need blood to consume, where user will be able to copy the DNA structure of the owner of blood and replicate it to be able to disguise user into the owner of the blood consumed. Theory: user may be able to not only copy the appearance of the person but also the quirk of the user. Devastator, a super attack that causes a massive area damage to their surroundings at the cost of users' stamina and hunger. Different devastators in every weapon used. Advice to self: do not use move in a narrow space or near civilians. Pack leader, still in work. User uses a third of his stamina to summon large humanoid attack dogs to fight alongside him. Izuku closed his hero journal after writing his own entry. It's been 3 days after his talk with the doctor and his mom. After the talk, Izuku and Inko went to register his quirk, and to say that the doctor who told him he can't be a hero was surprised was an understatement. The doctor bowed to him while repeatedly apologizing for not thinking before talking. Izuku was happy that the doctor apologized and he forgave him and asked a request to not inform the school principal that he had developed a quirk. The doctor was confused at first but did so nonetheless. Then after that, both mom and son went how and celebrate by eating his favorite dish, katsudon. Remembering that last one put a smile on Izuku's face. He felt happy looking at his notebook, but after a minute he opened his notebook and ripped off his quirk entry and put it in a small box for 2 reasons. First, is to prevent it from getting destroyed like his last notebook courtesy of Onkatsuki Bakugo. And the other reason is to prevent Bakugo from taking his notebook and finding out he had a quirk. Him having a quirk will make the Pomeranian explode, figuratively and literally. Not that he's scared of getting hurt for hiding his quirk. It's just that he doesn't owe his former friend an explanation and he doesn't owe him anything. Speaking of Bakugo, he kinda stopped bothering Izuku. Since the day after the quirk registry. Flashback. That morning he went back to school and was surprised that none of his classmates had made fun of him as he entered that classroom. They just looked at him as he entered and went back to what they were doing. It didn't surprise him because the hospital had informed the school about his accident, but not his quirk. So they probably don't want to cause trouble since he just got out of the hospital and began wary of Izuku since he gained a growth spurt, easily rivaling Bakugo's height. Izuku just shrugged off the attention, or the lack of, to his return and went straight to his seat and started to write the lessons the class had in his absence. It was 15 minutes before the bell when Bakugo and his lackeys entered the classroom. Izuku knew Bakugo entered because for one the whole class began quiet all of a sudden and two that he can feel the blonde's aura/rage directed at him. If he was the same quirkless Izuku that he was weeks ago, he would begin shaking and stuttering just feeling the blonde's aura. But after merging with his past self, Alex Mercer, he felt calm, confident and reserved. He felt that not only Mercer's soul had merged but also his personality, though the muttering is still there but he is working on it. So that's why he just ignored the ending intent directed at him and continued writing on his notebook. Bakugo to his part looked pissed off when he saw that Deku didn't even show any reaction to the ending intent that he was giving. And to him it looked like Deku didn't even acknowledge the fact that he was even there. This enraged the blonde and started stumping his way towards the brunette's seat. He stood in front of Deku and was about to blast him using the explosion that started popping on the palm of his hands when the green-haired boy started to talk. "Trying to use your quirk on me again, Bakugo? I wouldn't do that if I were you," Izuku calmly said, still writing on his notebook, making everyone in the class tense with the different tone in his voice. Not to mention the lack of stuttering, shaking, and kakin in his words. However, that didn't stop Bakugo from scowling. "What did you say, you quirkless nerd?" he screamed, making the whole class minus Izuku flinch of its volume. Not getting a response, he then grabbed Izuku on the collar of his uniform. "Wanna say that to me again, Deku?" he said, yanking the brunette closer to him so that he would be face to face with Deku, just to see the nerd not even reacting to his actions, which pissed him off even more. Before he could attack the brunette, Izuku raised his head calmly and glanced at his palms that was popping with tiny explosions and looked back at Bakugo straight in the eye. The eye contact made the ash-blonde teen's spine shiver and felt uneasy as he looked at Deku's eyes that was missing the fear and nervousness it had the last time they talked. Hence, it had the look of calmness, confidence, and indifference. "I said, trying to use your quirk on me again? I wouldn't do that if I were you," calmly said the boy, who was now standing straight, making Bakugo's eyes widen as he realized that Deku was now as tall as him. Izuku then grabbed his hand that was on the collar of his uniform and gripped it, making the blonde wince for the strength the quirkless nerd is putting on his hand. "Since using quirks in public is illegal. I'm sure you are aware of that law, since you're the best student. After all, you wouldn't want UA to find out that you use your quirk in public and let alone hurt and threaten a classmate. I would see your name getting blacklisted from UA, heck maybe in all the hero schools here in Japan. Wouldn't want your clean record get marked, would you, Kakin?" he said, which made the explosive teen pale and loosen his grip on Deku's collar as he let go of Bakugo's hand. Izuku looked around and saw the shocked faces of all of his classmates. Even their homeroom teacher was shocked hearing the once nervous boy's words. That made Izuku smirk inwardly and took a seat and went back to writing as the bell rung, indicating the start of homeroom. Flashback. And after that, it seems that Bakugo had stopped attacking him. But that never stopped the blonde from throwing insults about his quirklessness and how he is still a Deku. He also told him to not apply to UA, since he said that no quirkless Deku will become a hero, which of course he ignored, enraging the blonde. Izuku didn't really care what the blonde said, and to be honest, he didn't even want to waste time on the blonde, since he needs to train his new developed quirk, Blacklight, to get a hang of it once again, as he was as Alex Mercer. He was currently laying on his bed staring at his walls that are unsurprisingly lacking too much All Might posters. After he was discharged from the hospital, he removed most of All Might posters and action figures, still feeling bitter about his idol breaking his heart. They're only leaving a single All Might action figure in his Silver Age costume, along with couple of action figures of Endeavor, 13, Best Jeanist, and Edgeshot. His wall that were once filled with All Might posters now contain rock bands from the pre-Quirk era that Alex likes to listen to, like Linkin Park, and paintings that he created when he got home. The All Might themed carpet and curtain are now changed into simple yet nice to look at carpets with a red and gray color scheme. Same goes for his curtains. Looking around, he felt contented by the new look of his room and went back to looking at his phone as he was searching for a place where quirk usage is allowed. He could try at the school gym since quirks are allowed there, however he wasn't planning to show them, especially Bakugo, that he wasn't quirkless anymore. Not until he entered UA for the entrance exam, that is. He can't try in his house since he knew that his quirk is more destructive than those explosions that Bakugo releases. So he had no choice but to find a place to train and practice his quirk so that he would do decently and hopefully cause as little damage as his quirk tend to uncontrollable. Looking at the doorknob that he broke twice. As he swiped up and down for locations that allow quirk usage, he spots a place not far from his house. Dagoba Municipal Beach Park? Huh? Dagoba Beach Municipal Park. Saturday, 5:45 a.m. Izuku read the sign as he arrived at the location where he would train his quirk and abilities. He began to walk down the staircase of the Dagoba Beach and looked around the beach/junkyard. It was definitely a junkyard. There was piles of junk that ranged from tin cans to even pickup trucks. This is a perfect place to train my quirk, he said to himself as he reached the beach. He began to think of the type of training he would do and the abilities he would be practicing to further master them, like how he was back as Alex Mercer. Izuku was cut off from his train of thought when he heard waves crashing to each other and looked up towards the ocean. Wow. I know this place basically became a junkyard, but I could say this place has potential to look beautiful once more, he said, looking at the clear blue ocean with awe. Izuku felt relaxed and saddened to see a beautiful sight covered by piles of rubbish, and no hero even made a move to clean the place. Then again he realized that heroes like MD Lady only want fame and endeavor just focus on capturing villains. All Might could have cleaned the beach, but with his condition Izuku wouldn't be surprised. With that thought he looked at all the piles of junk and back to the ocean. There he made his decision. If no one wants to do it, then I will, he said as he used disguise to change into his plain t-shirt with the word t-shirt and black gym shorts. Izuku practices disguise frequently and found it as a very useful ability to have, and didn't blame Alex for using it in infiltrations and hiding against the Gentech operatives. It was very easy to change clothes as long as he wore the clothes for a couple of hours to let the biomass absorb the components/properties of the clothes so that he can replicate the components using his biomass. It confused him how the fabric gets absorbed, but hey, he gets to change faster. Who wouldn't like to change faster, right? At that same time, all the female population in the world sneezes. Izuku began to pick up the smaller junk and garbage like tin cans, soda bottles, ice cream cups, and place them in a plastic bag that he always brought in case he needs to go get groceries. He picked up glass shards from shattered bottles and car windows. He continued picking up the small junk for hours and came back and forth from the beach to the nearest convenience store to buy garbage bags, since the plastic bags were filled up fast and there is a whole beach filled with junk. He placed the garbage bags filled with smaller junk up the staircase of the beach and lined them up for the garbage truck to get them. He wiped his sweat rolling on his chin and looked at the beach. It would take me a month or two just to get the smaller ones out of here, Izuku thought as he picked up another garbage bag full of plastic bottles and soda cans and took it to the staircase. An hour later and he removed the smaller junk from the first pile of 100 piles of junk. He began to smile as he saw that from just a pile of small junk he can say that the beach had changed. Small change, but it's a start. He began to walk home while wiping his sweat using a towel, not seeing a pink-haired girl with green-yellow eyes that looked like crosshairs looking at him first and to the pile of junk with interest. These parts will be good for creating my new babies, the girl thought as he knelt down to grab a part of a broken television, forgetting about the green-haired boy. That night after dinner, Izuku leaned back to his chair as he had just finished writing a new entry about Empty Lady. He stretched and placed his hands at the back of his head. He began to think about what he did in the beach. Cleaning the beach was not that bad since he was doing it as an act of heroism and training. The beach needs a makeover to make it look like it wasn't a junkyard and more of a beach. And Izuku was willing to spend a month or two just make it look better than its current state. Because that's what heroes do. However, a thought began to enter in the greenette's mind. What will he do after he cleaned the beach within 2 months? What will he do for the next 6 months? Then it hit him. He had no plan after cleaning the beach. He pulled his side drawer and took out his Quirk entry. He read and analyzed his skills. There he saw offensive, blade, claws, hammer fist, whip fist, muscle mass and devastator, defensive, armor and shield, mobility, glide, wall crawling and wall running and reconnaissance, enhanced senses, thermal vision, consume and disguise and still needs work, tendrils and pack leader. As he read all of his abilities, in a separate paper he began to write on what to do to master the abilities once more. After 30 minutes of writing the ways to master them, he lay down on his bed mentally exhausted. He found ways to use the skills he already know to use, such as muscle mass and claws, and leave ones he needs to study more, such as consume, tendrils and pack leader, for UA when he gets in. He's confident that he will be able to get in. Like Bakugo, Izuku also aced the UA mock exams. But Bakugo doesn't need to know that. It would make the blonde teen furious. Not that Izuku cared, but it is such a drag to listen to Explodey Boy's rant about Izuku being a Deku and he can't be a hero without a quirk blah blah blah. All that shit. As for the fighting style, he saw in Alex's memories that he consumed a street brawler when he first got the virus. That's where he learned how to fight. So, Izuku wouldn't need to go find a dojo to learn how to fight from scratch. Learning a fighting style just from your past self's memory seems to be cheating, but it's okay. He was quirkless for 14 years and suffered so much pain and stress. Izuku won't bother taking a shortcut in mastering his quirk if he wants to catch up with his peers. Just wait till the entrance exams, Bakugo. I'll make you eat your words. Izuku thought before drifting to sleep. He had a long day tomorrow. The next day. Dagoba Beach Municipal Park. Sunday 5:30 a.m. Izuku woke up and took a quick shower before going to the dining room. He ate breakfast that was already served since his mom had an early shift from her part-time job. After eating, he washed the dishes before going outside for a jog to the beach to continue his cleaning and training. It took him 20 minutes to get to the beach. When he arrived, he began removing the junk while channeling and adjusting the density of his biomass on his legs as he sped towards the piles of junk to start his training. It was one of the tricks he thought to make himself faster and to help his kicks become stronger. His theory was proven true when he crashed face first into the pile, making a loud sound that made the nearby birds flew. He quickly stood up to check if he got injured and was right when he saw his right arm had blood on it but no wound to be found. Looks like my regeneration really is enhanced, Izuku thought as the blood on his hand began to seep into his skin, giving him a tingly feeling. After making sure he had no other injury, Izuku began to look around and saw a large freezer without one doors a couple meters away from him. He would use that as a training dummy to check how strong he can punch with his new quirk. Muscle mass, Izuku thought, and started channeling blacklight on his arms, and black tendrils began to burst out his pores and covered the entirety of his arms, making him flinch slightly because of the sudden tingling feeling in his body. As the black tendrils fully covered his arm, it began to bulk up and turn into a gray, stone texture. His hands felt harder and heavier but as strong and heavy as the hammer fist. He began to walk, then sprint towards the freezer. He cocked his right arm to give the object a punch. When his punch landed, the freezer was crushed like a soda can that got hit by a stone and flew a couple of meters near the ocean. Izuku's jaw dropped with the force of his punch. He looked at his arm, then to the freezer and back to his arm. A smile began to creep into his face as he looked around at the piles of junk. This is going to be fun, he said in his mind as his hand changed into claws. And that is all for today. Class dismiss. Izuku's science teacher said as he collected his things and left the class. The students began to stand up and gather their belongings as they made their way home. Our green-haired protagonist stood up and began to put away his belongings into his bag. It has been 2 weeks in his training/cleaning session in the beach/junkyard, and Izuku can proudly say that he had cleaned a fourth of the junk and destroyed most of the broken appliances there using his offensive abilities. He found a way to lower the power of his punches and kicks by channeling small amounts of biomass on his arms. A/N, kinda like OFA, but cooler LMAO. With lower biomass on his arms as he transformed them into the offensive, his transformed arms would look thinner but still having the known features. For example, his claws would look shorter and his hammer fist and muscle mass would look smaller and smoother. As he slung his bag on his back and began to walk towards the exit off the classroom, his path was blocked by the one Katsuki Bakugo and his 2 lackeys. He looked at the blonde who looked pissed for some reason. "Can I help you, Bakugo?" Izuku asked the blonde with raised eyebrows. He was not in a hurry, but he had a lot more important things to do than be in front of Bakugo. "You still trying to go to Deku?" Bakugo asked in a growl while glaring daggers at Izuku, who didn't respond. "I would advise that you don't waste your time trying to go to UA, because no quirkless Deku like you is getting accepted to UA," he continued as he turned around, walking away from Izuku with his lackeys following him while snickering. "So what if I'm quirkless?" Izuku said in a bored tone, making the blonde teen stop in his tracks and turned at him with narrowed eyes. When Bakugo saw his blank expression, the blonde scowled and yelled, "What did you say, you quirkless piece of shit?" He began stomping his way towards Izuku, who didn't even flinch as sparks of nitroglycerin began erupting on Bakugo's palms. "I think I didn't hear you clearly. Mind saying that to me again?" Izuku sighed and looked straight at the blonde's eyes. "I said, so what if I'm quirkless? That's my problem, not yours," he said, still looking at the other teen's eyes, who still wore a scowling face. "And so what if I'm applying for UA?" It's my choice, not yours. And if you're worried how I'm gonna pass the practical test, well, he said as he walked past them and stopped without looking back at the trio. That's for me to know and for you to F off, he said with a smirk and walked off, leaving Bakugo and his lackeys with angry and shocked expressions. Somewhere near Mustafu. You say he's a second-year student turning third year in 8 months in UA? Toshinori Yagi, All Might, in his skeletal form, asked someone on the other side of the line. He just got out of the grocery store when his phone ringed. Looking at the caller ID, he saw his old sidekick calling him. Yes, All Might. His name is Mirio Togata. Hero name, Lemillion, and his quirk is called Permeation, which grants him the ability to phase through physical matter. A strong quirk, and if he gains one for all, he would surpass me and possibly you as well. Mirai Sasaki, also known as Sir Night Eye. Quirk, Foresight. I think he is a good candidate to be your successor since he is an optimistic kid and makes the people around him feel safe. And with his body being already having muscles, he would very much fit being the next symbol of peace, he said in a confident tone, making him sound like he was right and was never wrong. The boy they were talking about is Mirio Togata, a second-year high school student who is studying in UA in the hero course. They are talking about All Might pass his quirk, One for All, a stockpiling quirk that becomes stronger as it is passed from one generation to another, to the said boy. All Might was skeptical about passing down OFA to Mirio, but Sir Night Eye was persistent in choosing Mirio to inherit his quirk and let All Might retire as a teacher in UA's hero course. At first, All Might would usually reject this straight on. But seeing that there was no other candidate to inherit OFA, he would consider passing the quirk to this Mirio kid. That kid sounds promising, All Might said thoughtfully. But I'll see for myself if he is worthy of inheriting my quirk. I promise to you, Toshinori. He is more than worthy. I am confident that he is. Sir Night Eye said sternly, but All Might can hear that the man was smiling through the phone. Before All Might could respond, a loud bang was heard from a distance. All the people around was panicking and running away from the source of the explosion. A villain attack? I'll call you back, Mirai, he quickly said and hung up, not waiting for Mirai to respond. He ran towards an empty alley and transforms into his muscle form and began to run towards the crime scene. Within 3 meters he jumped. Don't fear, why? Because he landed in front of the villain, the same villain that MT Lady fought who apparently escaped, who visually flinched. I am here. That's for me to know and for you to F off? Izuku snickered as he remembered the look on Bakugo and his lackeys' faces. They look ridiculous and he wished that he had a camera. He was walking home from the bookstore to buy a book about a certain topic in algebra. He was studying not only for the entrance exams but also for his algebra class. Izuku may be confident in his skills when it comes to book smarts, but algebra is a different subject. It's way too hard to be called a subject in school. Detroit's Smash, a loud voice said, which made him stop walking when he heard the voice, knowing who it belonged to. He looked at the direction of the voice and saw a group of people surrounding what looks like a villain attack, and there stands out a tall, muscular man with blonde hair and blue eyes, All Might. Izuku saw the #1 hero holding the same villain he saw MT Lady and Kamui Wood's capture on the day where he was attacked by the Sludge villain, where All Might had told him he should give up on his dream of becoming a hero. It's not bad to dream, but you need to be realistic. He clenched his fist with the memory flashing in his mind. He may still adore the man for his heroic actions, but he can't look at him at the same admiration as he used to do. Well, who wouldn't? If your idol, hero, and source of happiness was the one who would shatter his already broken heart. Even the fanboy/hero otaku, Izuku did changed his view of his so-called idol. He was cut off his musings when he saw All Might look in his direction with wide eyes and a guilty look in his eyes. Young Izuku, the hero thought, looking at the green-haired kid. It had been a long time since he last saw the boy, and he was surprised to see that the boy was no longer the same scrawny kid he left in the rooftop of the building. The kid was now taller, between 5 feet 6 inches or 5 feet 7 inches, and he can see from his uniform that he had developed muscles. He was about to approach the boy when he suddenly saw his eyes. His eyes. His eyes that once had a look of admiration and curiosity were now replaced with calmness, indifference, and little hate making him flinch a little. The boy noticed this and inwardly snorted and patted himself on the shoulder for intimidating the #1 hero. After 10 seconds of staring at each other, Izuku looked away and started walking home, not looking back at the blonde hero. He was planning on making a sketch for his hero costume just in case he got accepted, which he will, when he got home. He thought about the same as Alex Mercer's attire when they met. Same leather jacket and pants, but changing the color of the hoodie with a forest green color and changing the shoes to his usual red shoes but with straps. It may not be practical for a hero to use leather jackets, but it was stylish, and he was sure someone will also use leather jacket in their hero costume. Somewhere in Japan, a guy with blonde hair with black lightning and a purple-haired girl with an asymmetrical fringe sneezed wildly. He was stopped in his musings when he felt someone bump into him. He heard an annoyed but a soft sorry as the person who bumped him walked away. He also heard the person saying something like, "Damn you, Shinji. It was supposed to be my day off." When he looked at the place where the person had bumped him, he saw a wallet and picked it up. He knew it belonged to the person who bumped him. He looked inside, read the name in the ID and quickly ran toward the person to give the wallet back. "Hey miss. I think you dropped your wallet," he shouted as he was running towards the person who was a girl/female. The woman turned to stop and looked at Izuku's direction with an annoyed expression but instantly softened when she saw him. The woman had round face, purple eyes with white pupils and has elegantly long eyelashes. Her hair was voluminous, creamy blonde hair and had them curled and flowing down her face. She was wearing a fitted purple t-shirt under a brown winter jacket with fur on the hood, fit denim pants folded up and heeled, tan sandals. "Beautiful," is all he can say to describe the lady in front of her. He noticed a blush on the woman's face and mentally smacked himself, knowing he said that out loud again. "I think this is yours," Izuku said as he handed the wallet to the lady, who took it and smiled at him. It mesmerized him and he felt his face heat up. "Thank you," she said as she bowed slightly and turned away, not waiting for his response. "You're welcome," he said as the lady walks away, and he too turned to go home. While walking, he thought of the lady and smiled. She was beautiful, but she seems familiar. He just couldn't say where she saw her. All he can remember is her name. "Yu Takayama," he said as he took a turn. In the shore of the Dagoba Beach Municipal Park, you are able to see a green-haired teen, Izuku Midoriya, sitting on the white sand, admiring the view of the sea as the sound of waves crashing into each other and distant birds can be heard in the background. It took him 3 months to gain bigger muscles and abs, A/N. Izuku post 9 months training in canon, though he hides it under his baggy clothes. He wouldn't want to be noticed for 2 reasons. 1. He doesn't want Bakugo screaming at him for training his body and will tell him it was useless because he's nothing but a quirkless Deku, which is annoying. And 2. He doesn't want the attention. He may be more confident than he was back, but people giving him too much attention is uncomfortable in his point of view. It had been 5 months of his training/cleaning in the beach, and he had mastered most of his offensive abilities with the exceptions of the Devastators, Tendrils and Pack Leader in different reasons. The Devastators causes too much damage in his surroundings and it is risky to use it in a public place. Even if the beach allows quirk usage, he would risk destroying a quarter of the beach just to try out the move. The Tendrils and Pack Leader causes too much stamina, and the last time he attempted to use these moves he fell into unconsciousness. He had to ask for his mom to make more of those protein bars the doctor made and request to add more protein for his quirk, to avoid exhaustion and getting unconscious. Within the 5 months, Izuku had also mastered his armor, shield and disguise/consume with the help of Mei Hatsume, a UA support course aspirant who he met 4 months ago, and she helped him in his defensive training, also promising him to make him a voice-canceling face mask to help with his muttering. He gave a soft chuckle remembering the first time they met. Flashback. Blade. Izuku thought as he morphed his right hand into a large curved dagger the size of his whole body minus his head. It was black in color of the whole blade and red vein-like lines on the dull end of the blade where it is connected to his arm. He looked at it first and noticed it looked different and was heavier than the last time he used it. Looks like it upgraded, he thought, and just shrugged as he turned to the direction of the unlucky object that was about to get destroyed, a grandfather clock. He began charging to the object with his blade hanging back as he ran. As he gets close, he jumped and began rotating his body midair to perform a spinning slash to the clock. As he seemingly passed through the object, he landed on one knee with his blade still behind him, outstretched. Izuku then looked slowly at the grandfather clock, which upper part began sliding down, slowly separating to its lower half. He was smiling in the result of his attack but made a mental note to lessen the biomass in the dull edge of the blade. He almost lost balance midair and he would have landed face first on the sand. As he was admiring his work, he did notice a pink-haired girl standing behind him looking at his bladed arm and the grandfather clock. "So you're the one who's been cleaning this place and destroying my supplies?" the girl suddenly said, making Izuku jump a bit, almost hitting the girl with his blade, if he didn't retract his quirk back. The girl looked at him with a grin. Now that they had distance between them, Izuku saw what she really looked like. The girl was short, probably between 5 feet 2 inches or 5 feet 4 inches, but has quite a mature build. She has shoulder-length, salmon pink hair in thick dreadlocks. She is wearing a plain black tank top with workshop coveralls tied to her waist, fingerless gloves, and has a steampunk goggles resting on her head. But what caught Izuku's attention was her eyes. They were wide and slopped upwards with some notably long upper eyelashes, their irises green-yellow with a cross in the center, making them look somewhat like scope lenses. Her eyes must be connected to her quirk, he mused. "That was an amazing move you did there," the girl said, walking straight to the damaged grandfather clock and took out a plastic bag out of nowhere and took some gears and parts of the clock. Izuku blushingly diverted his eyes. "Why yeah, thanks. What are you doing here anyway?" Izuku asked as the girl looked at him. "I was here to get some parts for the baby I am making," she said as she went to a pile of junk and pulled out a broken microwave and a hairdryer. "Baby?" Izuku sputtered out, confused and shocked at the girl's statement. "I've been working on making a rocket boots and halfway finishing it, but I need to find some useful parts in creating a heat regulator and where to find parts but here," she said as she placed the microwave and hairdryer on a pickup truck at the top of the staircase. "Oh, she means inventions?" But for some reasons, many of the parts one need were shattered, crushed, folded and made into a disc, and you seem to be the one responsible, she said, looking back at him still smiling. "Oh, sorry about that. I was just training and practicing my quirk. You see, I just got my quirk 1 month ago and I saw this place as a perfect place to practice my quirk for the UA entrance exams, and I kinda want to clean this place to make it beautiful once more," he said, bowing his head. "Nah, it's okay. I already got that part there in the truck," she said, pointing at the direction of the truck as faced him. "I'm Mei Hatsume, by the way. Future CEO of Hatsume Enterprises," Mei said, grinning widely. "I'm Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you," the green-haired boy said, smiling at the girl. "So you're an inventor, Hatsume?" he asked as Hatsume began walking to the pile of junk and tried to pull out a broken Bluetooth speaker. "I'm an inventor, all right. I'm going to apply for UA to enter the support course so that my babies can get recognized and all the famous hero support companies will buy my babies so that heroes would use my babies and I will become the best inventor in the world," she said, while taking out all the components from the speaker and placing them in a box that he took out from who knows where. Izuku observed her and gave her a look of admiration. She's so straightforward and she knows what she want to do in the near future. Wait, did she said she was also applying for UA? "You're going for UA too?" he asked her loudly, making her flinch slightly. He noticed her reaction and blushed slightly. "So sorry, I just got excited. So you're going to UA too, huh?" "I'm also going for UA, in the hero course that is," he said sheepishly. When she heard that he was also going for UA, Hatsume turned her head towards Izuku so fast that Izuku would have swore he heard a bone crack. "Hero course, you say? That's perfect. You," she said, pointing at him, "whatever your name is, will be my key into being the best inventor in the world. You will be the first person to use my babies and show the world how great of an inventor I am," she said and cackled loudly, making Izuku sweat drop when she forgot his name, but before she could talk again the boy cut he off. "Sorry, Hatsume, but I think I can't use your babies," he said as he scratches his head. She looked at him and narrowed her eyes, making the greenette flinch. "What do you mean you don't want use my babies? Do you know how great they are? Do you know how dash?" Before she could continue, Izuku cut her off again. "No. I didn't say I don't want to use you babies, it's just that I can't use them without breaking them unintentionally. He paused to let her calm down. When she did, he talked once more. You see, my quirk is called Blacklight. It lets me manipulate/control the density of my body mass. It also allows me to transform my forearms into weapons like the blade that I used earlier. The biomass in my body also absorbs the atoms in my clothes, making it easy for me to change using my quirk. If I, for example, were to wear a bodysuit that you created, I would unintentionally damage or destroy it with my quirk, making it hard for me to use support items, he explained and panted. He got tired of just explaining his quirk. Izuku then looked at Hatsume and saw that she was downcasted, which made him guilty. But if you really want my help, I could give you a hand in creating new babies. You know, I'm something of a scientist myself, he said, still looking at her, and sighed in relief when he saw her smile wide. Well, he wasn't really lying on being a scientist. Alex was a scientist on his time and he was Alex's reincarnation, so technically he was also a scientist? Well, I look forward working with you. She said, holding out her hand while trying to remember his name. He sweat dropped once again but took her gloved hand and gave her a smile. Izuku Midoriya. And I look forward working with you as well, he said as he shook her hand. Flashback. And after that, he and Hatsume worked together in creating her babies and Izuku testing the durability of the babies they make. Even though Izuku wasn't really sure of being a scientist, he was surprised when he caught up in the inventing with Hatsume and found it easy. Probably Alex kicking in again. Looking back at the time he spent with Hatsume, he found inventing with the pink-haired girl fun and entertaining sometimes, especially when a baby blew up in front of her, covering her face with ash. Sure, she may be eccentric and doesn't think of what she say to others. But most of that was basically her having no friends to talk about her babies and being isolated for her extreme like of inventing. Just like him. But in his case, him being quirkless, his like of being a hero and his notebook full of hero stuff. However, that is slowly changing since he had a quirk. Only time can tell. He is now currently walking the streets thinking about the training he did for the past months. Meeting Hatsume was a blessing in disguise. Because of her frequently going to the beach, he began training his defensive abilities, and if it wasn't because of the explosions her malfunctioning, his shield and armor would have been hard to master since he had no way of testing its durability, and he would never ask help from Bakugo since he didn't want to reveal his quirk yet until he got in UA. And even if he revealed his quirk to the blonde, there is chance in hell that the Pomeranian would help him train for UA. There is only 3 months left before the entrance exam, but he doesn't want to waste time. Looking back at his moveset, he still have to train his wall running/wall crawling. His glide was not as hard since he kind of used it to often to either jump towards the target or land safely after an explosion courtesy of Hatsume's babies. It was actually fun to use, but he kind of freaked out when he saw a red liquid coming out of his hands and legs as he glide. He examined it and he found out those were pressurized blood that lets him propel from through the air and disappears in thin air after being released from his body. His consume/disguise, devastators, tendrils and pack leader is still non-existent since he reserved those moves for UA. He was not going to use those more complex and destructive moves without supervision of a pro hero. As he walked towards home, he noticed an old building which looks like an old warehouse. Izuku also noticed that the doors of the entrance is broken. He took a step closer to the entrance and peeked inside. What he saw made him widen his eyes. There he saw was really an abandoned warehouse where there was a lot of crates, old forklifts and dust all around the place. Looking around, he saw that the walls of the warehouse were covered with cobwebs and has pipes sticking out of the ceiling. This place looks like I can train my wall crawling and wall running here. Seeing that this place allows quirk usage, he walked towards the wall and started to summon his quirk on his palm, making it look like a weaker version of the hammer fist, and placed it on the wall's surface, making it crack but not destroy it completely. He grinned and nodded. It settled then. I'm gonna train my wall crawling and wall running here, he thought as he removes his hand off the wall and exits the building, not noticing a black-clad figure with a scarf that looks like loose bandages sleeping on top of a crate. As Izuku exits the building, he went straight home as it was already late noon and he still needs to study for an exam they will be having tomorrow. The next day. With Bakugo. That test was FNG hard. Who the hell needs algebra in destroying villains anyway? Thought a mentally exhausted Katsuki Bakugo as he walks in the mall toward the arcade. He just got out of school after a monthly exam that his teachers do in order for them to hone their brains as a preparation for those who would want to go to UA. Which are him and Deku. Deku, he gritted his teeth as he remembered how calm the bastard had been after his return from an accident. It pissed him off how calm and confident the nerd was during the test and noticed how Deku was the first one to finish his test before him. Katsuki will admit that when it comes to academics he and Deku were on the same level. There were even times where they were tied in the top spot in the school ranking. But that never bothered him since most of the times he has better grades than the quirkless loser. But that doesn't change the fact that Deku, the quirkless loser, the person who trembles on the sight of Katsuki and can't talk back to him, the pebble on his road was starting to become a boulder in Katsuki's way that seems to block him in his way on becoming the only student of Aldra Middle School to enter UA. Sure, the entrance exams will be hard won for a quirkless loser since there was a portion where they need to use their quirk, but looking at how confident Deku was in applying for UA makes Katsuki wonder if he had a way to pass the tests. How will he even pass the entrance exam if he doesn't have a quirk? He's just wasting his time in trying to be like me. He'll never be past the exam, but Katsuki clenched his fist as he thought. He was sure that Deku won't be able to pass the test without a quirk, but something tells him that the loser has a way. And knowing how smart the bastard is pissed him off even more. He was cut off of his stupor when he arrived at the arcade. He tried to calm himself, and just tried to enjoy the day. He'll deal with Deku next time. Next time for sure. With Izuku. Okay. Oh. Maybe I should hold onto the wall whenever I want to stop running. Damn, that freaking hurts. Izuku said, rubbing his back that was aching after falling off the 25-foot wall he was climbing. After the test that Izuku thought was really easy, he quickly went back to the abandoned warehouse and used disguise to change into his gym clothes to practice wall crawling and wall running. He immediately tried wall crawling when he reached the wall and found out that he was able to move in a slow pace as he climbed the wall, but he didn't mind it. Izuku already knew that it was slow to use wall crawling, using the memories from Alex's past of course, since it requires a lot of biomass and stamina to stick to walls without falling. It may not be his favorite move to use, but it was good for infiltration missions for the future, so it's still useful. Wall running on the other hand, however, was tricky. It was hard for him to master it because the move requires the user to use the same trick he used for glide, where he released pressurized blood on his legs and feet to allow him to move up fast and balanced as if he was running horizontally. The problem was he always forget to use his hands to hold onto the wall whenever he tries to stop to look at his distance from the ground. He fell down 7 times now and that slightly pissed him off. Izuku sighed, putting his frustrations on the back of his head and calms himself. After calming himself he looked up the wall. Okay Izuku. One more time, he said to himself and ran up the wall once more, in his mind remembering to use his hands if he stopped. Near the warehouse, a black-clad man wearing yellow goggles with a long scarf that looked like bandages with tired-looking expression was sprinting on the rooftops. He was currently chasing a thug that attempted to rob a convenience store as he was passing by. Said man is Shota Aizawa, aka as the Erasure Hero, Eraserhead. Underground pro hero and a teacher in UA. Well, he was before he expelled his whole class for some reasons, and he will become a teacher again after the entrance exams. That is if he don't expel his soon-to-be class. Back to him chasing the thug. He is getting close to the thug and readied his scarf and quirk when the thug made a right turn and ran inside the abandoned warehouse where Aizawa was sleeping yesterday. To why he was sleeping there, he had a long patrol on the night and ended up sleeping there from 4 a.m. to 7 p.m. Ridiculously long, but it was a nice sleep. Away from noises which is caused by a certain loud blonde he knew very well and wish he didn't. As he entered the warehouse, he saw the thug unconscious on the ground, but what surprised him was the fact that there was a boy, not older than 16, sitting on top the thug while rubbing his head in pain. Man, I can't believe I forgot to hold onto the wall again, the green-haired boy said, not noticing the unconscious man under him. The boy then looked at him and widened his eyes. Oh, hello sir. What can I do for you? The boy politely asked, trying not to freak out to see another hero up close. You can get off the thug that you sitting on right now so I can take him to the police officers, he said in a tired voice. The kid looked at him with a confused expression and looked down. When he saw the unconscious thug, he jumped and leapt away from the thug while sputtering words so fast making a rapper run for him money. Aizawa on his part hid a smirk under his scarf and looked at the boy with amusement. Before he could talk, he noticed at his peripheral vision the condition of the walls and saw that there were cobweb-like dents and craters on the floor. From what he saw, the kid had been practicing his quirk. So, you've been training your quirk, huh, kid? The older man asked, still looking at the dents on the wall. You know it's illegal to use your quirk in public, right? He noticed the boy tense and looked down on his feet. Why yes sir, the boy answered, but before Aizawa could say anything the boy continued. But I need to train and master using my quirk before the UA entrance exam. Aizawa pointed out the emphasis on the need and it made his eyebrows raise. He didn't say anything, making it a way to say go on for the boy to continue. The boy took a deep breath and looked at the man. You see sir, I just got my quirk a couple of months ago through soul merging. As the boy explained his story, Aizawa felt mixed emotions. Impressed because of the boy's determination in becoming a hero and for the fact that he was the reincarnation of the Alex Mercer, saddened because of the boy's pain and how he was treated when he was quirkless, and furious not at the boy but to the kid named Katsuki Bakugo and All Might. He would took note to personally deal with the Bakugo kid when he got accepted into UA. He would make sure to put the kid to his place and give him a reality check. All Might, he never really liked the guy. Yes, he may be a great hero, but the fact that he brush off and crush a kid dream, not knowing if the kid was suicidal, was a red flag. And he know that the man was going to be a UA teacher, and Aizawa was not happy about that. All Might didn't qualify as a teacher, and making him the teacher of future heroes can spell disaster. Aizawa was cut off from his stupor when he heard the thug groan and quickly used his scarf to apprehend the thug before he escaped. He then looked at the boy who has been quiet for some time now. He then walked towards the boy and placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. I'll be going, kid. Good luck on the entrance exams, he said and turned around to leave. But before he could exit the building, Aizawa looked back at the boy who was watching him leave. By the way, what's your name, kid? He asked with a bored expression. Izuku, sir. Izuku Midoriya, he said as he straightened up. Aizawa gave him a small smile. I'll be waiting for you in the hero course, Midoriya, he said, and quickly leaving the building. Izuku to his part was shocked. Who knew he was talking to a UA teacher, and one from the hero course? He had told the man his story and he felt like a weight was taken away from his shoulders. He began to walk to the direction where he placed his bag as he remembered the man's last words. I'll be waiting for you in the hero course, Midoriya. Those words made a smile creep onto his face. The man who he forgot to ask the name, possible a UA teacher, had told him that he will wait for Izuku to get into UA, to be specific, in the hero course. He felt his heart swell and he smiled wider because he had another reason to pass the entrance exam. To become part of the hero course, to meet the man who somehow believed that he can pass the exam. And he will. Izuku began to walk to the exit, but before he could completely exit the building he looked back at his work, dents and crater, and nodded. In a couple of months, would be taking the entrance exams. And at that time, he will no longer be a quirkless loser and he will make sure he passes the exam and get into UA. I will pass the entrance exams and I'll become the hero I always want to be. A hero that saves and protects people with a smile, he announced to no one in particular and left the area. He was walking quietly towards home, not noticing Aizawa on the rooftop of a building. I'm sure you will, Midoriya. I'm sure you will, he said as he walked off. Would you calm down, Izuku? You're going to do fine in the entrance exams tomorrow. Mei says to a nervous Izuku as she screwed back together the parts of the noon baby that just exploded. Can you hand me the pliers, please? She pointed to a table near Izuku. They are currently in Mei's room/workshop. She asked Izuku to come over to help her test the new baby she had created. It is, what was supposed to be a gauntlets that allow the user to use laser beams to shoot at enemies and thrusters that let the wearer fly. An idea of Izuku inspired from a comic named The Invincible Iron Man's he read a while ago. Mei was skeptical at first, but when she found out that the main character was an inventor, She snatched all the copies from Izuku's room and made a plan to recreate the armor on the hands, which were to her part was the easiest part to recreate. Easy for you to say, Ms. I already took my entrance exam a week ago. Izuku deadpanned as he grabbed the pliers and gave it to her. It had been months and now, only a day before the UA entrance exams. Izuku had been both excited and nervous. If you rated in percentage, it'd be 10% excited and 90% nervous. Nah, screw that. He was 100% nervous. He may have been more confident and grew stronger, but deep inside he is still a 15-year-old kid about to take an exam for high school. He couldn't help but worry. What if I screw up and could do good? What if the entrance exam was a lot harder than what the rumors say? What if he was cut off his mutterings when a book hit him at the face, comically making him fall down? Would you shut up? Mei uncharacteristically snapped at Izuku. She was mostly eccentric and boisterous. She rarely gets irritated, and this was the third time she snapped at Izuku. First was when Izuku forgot to bring the part she needed for a bay she was working on 4 months ago. Second was when Izuku accidentally destroyed her goggles. Just thinking about the latter and what she did to him makes him shiver in fear. But I deserve that. Izuku groaned out and stood up while removing the book on his face. He rubbed his aching face with his right hand. Sorry about that, he said, still wincing as he massaged his aching nose. Looks like my nose is broken. He began using his quirk to heal his nose. Izuku saw her, took a deep breath and pinched the bridge of her nose. You really need to calm down, Izuku. You'll do fine tomorrow, and knowing you, I'll bet you will finish the written portion of the test under 10 minutes, she said, giving him a small smile as she looked back at her baby and began rearranging the wires. And you really need to stop with the muttering. It will annoy those around you, and in the future it'll give away your location, she said. Yeah, sorry, force of habit, he said sheepishly while making sure his nose wasn't broken anymore, and sighed in relief when he felt it was no longer broken. Sorry. I just feel nervous. No, scratch that. I'm anxious. But thanks for believing in me, he said and smiled widely. Yeah, you're welcome. Now scram. It's almost 6 and Auntie Inko will be furious when you don't go home now, she said, standing up and opening her door. The greenette just chuckled and walked towards the door. Thanks for having me anyway. See you later, mate, he said as he exited the door and looked back at her. Wish me luck for tomorrow. You won't be needing luck, Mr. Mercer, she said, and Izuku groaned, but they both laughed. It had been an inside joke between them that Izuku was basically a 29-year-old in a 15-year-old kid's body. And Izuku, having all his memories in Alex's life, had always been a teasing tool for Mei. Especially when she found out that one of the memories was an intimate moment between Alex and a chick named Karen Parker. By the way, you owe me a box of chocolates bars, she said nonchalantly, making Izuku's eyes widen as plates. What? What do you mean I owe you a box of choco? You know what, never mind. You'll have it next week, he said, still frowning, which made Mei giggle. She knew her best friend was the best. Thanks, Aizu, she said sweetly and hugged him. If Izuku was still the same person from the time they first met, he would bet he would have fainted there. But now, it didn't bother him anymore. Though he still blushed with the contact. Yeah. Whatever. See ya, he said as she let him go and started running home. He heard her yelled goodbye and he smiled. It was almost 6 and he still needs to prepare his stuff for the entrance exams tomorrow. The first step on becoming a hero. Tomorrow's going to be a blast, he thought as he remembered what Mei said. He smiled softly and ran home. I'll do my best. Time to prepare for the exam of his life. The next day. Izuku woke up that day and began to do his morning routine. He began by going to the bathroom and brushed his teeth, washed his face and went to the dining area to get breakfast. As expected, he saw the table was full. There he saw was pancakes, bacon, eggs and orange juice. He also noticed a note on the top of the pitcher. Izuku, I'm sorry I can send you off to UA and personally wish you luck. I had an early shift today in work. But always remember that whatever happens I will always be here supporting you. Good luck on the entrance exam and make me proud. I love you, my little hero. P.S. I'm pretty sure your dad will be so proud of you, wherever he is now. Izuku smiled and felt sad about reading about his dad. Though he never met him since his dad died before he was born after a villain attacked his workplace. And yes. I made it that Izuku's biological father is dead. I really don't like the ideas/theories that All for One was Izuku's dad. But I do have a plan for AFO in the future. Because of that, Inko had been working jobs after jobs to support Izuku and raise him well. He may not met his dad, but with all the stories of him loving his mom, makes Izuku think that he would be proud of him developing a quirk and training for UA. Putting the note down, he started to dig in and thought about the exams. He wouldn't lie to say that he wasn't feeling nervous, but he can also say that he's excited and ecstatic to the thought to be able to use his quirk. Izuku had worked hard to master his quirk in just months to be able to keep up with his peers such as Bakugo, who had their quirks for a long time, unlike him who just developed a quirk 8 months before the entrance exam. Now that the time for the entrance exams had come, he would do his best to pass it. It was not only for him but also for his mom, for his dad, and most importantly, for Alex. He was the first person to believe in the Greenette's dream of becoming a hero. Izuku would use his quirk to fulfill his goal and make them proud. Also, he would want to see the hero that he encountered in the abandoned warehouse in UA. After that encounter, he looked up for heroes that matched the description: black costume, yellow goggles and scarf, which had resulted to be Shota Aizawa, aka the Erasure Hero, Eraserhead. He was a teacher in UA and he was known to expel students who he sees no potential, and his recent expulsion was a whole class. It made Izuku even more nervous and excited. Nervous because who wouldn't? Excited because the hero met him firsthand and told Izuku that the hero would wait for him in UA. Meaning Eraserhead saw potential in him and it made him happy. After eating breakfast and quickly washing the dishes, Izuku took a shower and changed into his middle school uniform. He made sure he got everything he needed, including his UA admission form, pencils, paper, etc. He placed his backpack and went his way to the station. As Izuku arrived to his destination, he couldn't help but feel awe by the size of UA. It was double, no triple the size of Aldra Middle School. He saw Mei students from various schools going inside, differing in shapes and sizes. Mutation quirks, eh? He thought as he saw a tall guy with 6 arms attached in a web-like skin, making it look like a frog's feet walk by. Some are chatting as he saw a boy with spiky red hair and a pink-skinned and haired girl talking to each other. Some are calm and thinking to themselves seeing a raven-headed boy walk inside, and some are nervous, noting a brown-haired girl looking nervous, seeing her slightly shaking and worried expression. Seeing a nervous person made his heroic instincts kick in and decided to approach her to help her calm down. But as he was about to walk towards her, he was stopped when he heard the voice of the last person he wants to see today. F off, Deku! A loud voice from behind him yelled, making him groan and roll his eyes. He boringly looked behind him and saw Katsuki Bakugo with his usual scowling face. Great, just the guy I want to see. Izuku thought sarcastically, hating the fact that the blonde saw him. Don't stand in my way, or do you want to die? The blonde said, walking past him and bumping his shoulder to Izuku's, which didn't even budge. Nice to see you too, Bakugo. Izuku said sarcastically while shaking his head. He never changes, he whispered and inwardly sighed. As he was about to step forward to enter, he noticed a slightly uneven walkway. He stepped to the side to avoid getting tripped. That would be embarrassing and it would be ridiculous. I mean, who the hell would trip on a crowded area? In the multiverse, all Izukus from different universes simultaneously sneezed violently before tripping. Here goes nothing. He enters UA and went to the room where they give the written exam is held, not noticing a pair of blue eyes watching him enter with a solemn look. Young Midoriya, all might in his skeletal form, whispered as he saw the familiar green mop of hair of one Izuku Midoriya enter the room where the written portion of the exam is being held. He remembered once again how he rejected the boy's dream, and he'll admit he was happy that the boy didn't listen to him and pursue his dream of becoming a hero. But he couldn't help but be worried about the quirkless boy. Toshinori know what the practical exam is about, and seeing how hard it was to pass that portion without a quirk. He sighed and began to walk towards the teacher's lounge to wait for the practical exams, slowly forming into his muscle form as he got out of the examinee's line of sight. Though I doubt you would pass the practical exam without a quirk, I wish you good luck, young Midoriya. An hour later. Wow, who would have thought that the written portion was that easy? Izuku thought as he headed towards the waiting room where all examinees will be instructed about the practical test. Well, Izuku wasn't lying about how easy the test is for him. He basically knew most of the answers since he have memories of Alex coincidentally taking an exam with the same questions in his college entrance exam back in his time. Though the same can be said to most of the examinees in his room were sweating bullets as they answer their papers. When he reached his seat number, he groaned when he saw who his seatmate was. Wanna guess? Yup, Katsuki freaking Bakugo. Though it was kinda understandable looking around the examinees were seated with their schoolmates. I guess the seats placed schoolmates with next to each other to prevent awkwardness. Sighing, Izuku just sat next to Bakugo who growled, Deku, seeing him but he just ignored it and began reading the handout given to them. After 20 minutes and the seats are filled, Hisashi Yamada aka Present Mike walked to the podium. Welcome one and all to my live show. Everybody say why. He said / yelled to the examinees and placed his hand to his ear expecting someone to greet back. The examinees just stayed quiet while some just rubbed their ears. Izuku would have responded but he was too busy of making sure his eardrum don't drop to the ground because of the loud noise. Now that's ear splitting, no pun intended. Izuku said while rubbing his finger in his right ear trying to stop the ringing, keyword, trying, making some of the examinees snicker. Not getting the reaction he wanted, Present Mike continued. Tough crowd. Now pay attention listeners. We'll be testing your mettle by running a 10-minute practice run at our replica city district. As he said this the screen behind him showed letters AG, you will be separated in groups and everyone will gather at the designated area after the presentation. That's where Bakugo said a word. So, they don't intend on letting friends or classmates cooperate with each other, huh? Izuku looked at the blonde's direction and saw that his handout say Section B. Teach, probably a setup so I don't get to crush you, he growled and Izuku just snorted. Crush me? Don't make me laugh. Izuku then looked at his handout and saw that he was assigned in Section D. He kept his eyes on his handout as Present Mike continued. We'll be placing a large number of villain over the battlefield. And they'll appear in 3 different varieties, with point values scaled according to difficulty. Using each of your individual quirks, dispatch as many villains as you can. Your goal, listeners, is to rack up a high score. Izuku heard Bakugo chuckle evilly, and knowing said blonde it's probably just him liking the idea of blowing up things. And don't think of attacking any other competitors or any of that anti-hero stuff, that's against the rules, capice? Izuku was expecting the pro-hero explain the next part when he was interrupted by a loud, stiff voice. Excuse me, may I ask a question? Izuku saw the guy, who was tall, had short dark blue hair, flattened neatly down and parted on the right side of his head, a small patch completely shaved near the base of his head, and rather square eyes which matched the notably pointed shape of his jaw. He was kinda stiff which Izuku just shrugged off and went back and read the handout but still listening. On the handout, there are clearly 4 types of villains listed. Such an error would be the height of embarrassment for a top-tier National Academy of UA's caliber. The reason we are seated here today is because we seek guidance on the oath to becoming model heroes, the stiff guy said making Izuku mentally roll his eyes. Elites, he sighed and heard Bakugo grunt in agreement. Moreover, what's with you? Yeah, you, curly-haired kid, he said pointing to Izuku who still haven't raised his head. Are you even paying attention? If you can't take this serious, he was cut off when Izuku raised his head and looked at him boredly. Sorry, did you say something? Izuku said in a bored tone making the tall guy face fault comically. The green-haired boy's reaction made most of the examinees snicker, most notably the red-haired guy, the pink-skinned girl, the bob-haired girl, a guy with purple balls as hairs and surprisingly Bakugo who was laughing loudly. Deku or not that was funny. What? Weren't you listening? The tall boy said blushing in embarrassment. I was. But then you started interrupting Present Mike, who was clearly going to the next type of villain when you interrupted him. Izuku looked at Present Mike who nodded and continued. Sit down and keep quiet, you're distracting everyone. He finished and placed his right elbow on the desk and placed his cheek on his palm. The tall boy was about to retort when Present Mike stepped in. Okay, settle down. Thanks for the question. Examinee 7111 and examinee 1802 was right. The fourth type of villain you'll encounter is worth 0 points. Let's call them arena traps. Have you played Super Mario Bros. Before? He said, showing an image large robot/monster on the screen. You remember those things that'd go thwomp on you? There's a thing like that in every arena. Their gimmick is that they rampage when crowded. Present mic finished and the tall boy began bowing stiffly to the amusement of the other examinees. I see. Sounds like one of those stage hazards you have to slip through and avoid. This really starting to resemble a video game, he said in between bows. Thank you very much. I apologize for being rude, he said as he sit down to the relief of the examinees. Well, that's enough from me. I'll leave you all with appresentation on the school's precepts of this academy of mine. As a certain hero by the name of Napoleon Bonaparte once said, a true hero never stops overcoming the misfortunes in life. Present Mike said and smiled. Now let's move to the main event. Plus Ulta. And may all you suffer the trials to come, he said, making the examinees both excited and terrified. This place is massive. Izuku said to no one in particular as he saw how large the replica city district really is. That's UA for you, make an entire city district for the entrance exams, he whispered to himself as he began to do some simple stretching to relax his muscles. He was wearing a black unzipped hoodie, a plain white t-shirt, black gym shorts and white shoes in the same design as his red ones. A/N, what? Izuku can have different colored shoes, right? As he was doing this, he began to analyze the other examinees. He noticed the guy with 6 arms there flapping his arms, relaxing it, a guy with twinkling eyes calmly standing there, shining, the tall guy who was stretching in a stiff fashion making Izuku snicker a bit, and lastly he saw the bob-haired girl pressing his fingers together with the exception of her pinky finger, which Izuku raised an eyebrow a bit as he saw odd circles on her fingers. Probably a touch-based quirk. She looks nervous, maybe I can help her calm down, he thought and walked towards the girl. The tall guy saw this and was about to confront him when Izuku tapped the girl's shoulder, making the girl ping in surprise, making the girl jump a bit and looked at him blushing. Oh, sorry for startling you. I just thought you need someone to talk to calm yourself down. I'm Izuku Midoriya, by the way. Izuku offered his hand for a handshake. Echa? Oh yeah. I'm so nervous, she said sheepishly, still blushing. I'm Ochako Uraraka. Nice to meet you, and she took his hand, shaking it. Izuku released his hand, but before he could say a word, he heard an loud horn and a go from present mic, automatically began channeling Blacklight on his legs and booked it. Izuku already passed the gate and was met by a one-pointer which saw him. Target lock-on. Annihilate. The robot began charging at him. He just looked at it and waited for it to come near him. When it was about 10 meters, he began to channel Blacklight on his arms. Not much to form a weapon, but enough to make his attack damage/destroy a metal object. He cocked his fist and slammed his fist on the robot's head, breaking its head as it collapsed. Izuku saw the result of his attack and looked at his fist with a smirk. He looked up and saw more robot, varying in points. He shot off to the location while saying, muscle mass, and his hands become enlarged with gray, stone texture. 1 down, more to go, as he charged at the robots. What speed, thought of every person in the area. Tenya Ida, the tall guy, and Uraraka were flabbergasted like the others in the area by the speed of Izuku. Even with his quirk, engine, he couldn't move that fast. They were cut off from their musings when present Mike shouted, "What's the matter? There's no such thing as a countdown in a real battle. Run. Are you in?" With that, the remaining bunch began frantically running towards the gate to get some points. As the gates opened, Bakugo used his quirk, expulsion, to propel himself to the battlefield, leaving dust and debris everywhere and making the other examinees flinching by the sudden impact. Target lock. Destroy, said a charging 2-pointer, making Bakugo grin maniacally. Getting closer, he pushed his arms forward and began producing nitroglycerin on his palms. Die! He screamed as his sweat explodes, destroying the 2-pointer on contact. Seeing his masterpiece, Bakugo smirked, liking the feeling of destroying robots. He had waited so long for this, and now that he is here, no one can stop him. Not so tough, you overgrown toaster? He laughed as he kicked a limb of the destroyed two-pointer and began propelling himself to a nearby building to search for more villains to destroy. I'm going to be the greatest hero, greater than All Might. And I will destroy every villain that come in my way, he said as he blasted through the window and destroying two one-pointers in the process. And that's 65. That's probably enough to the practical test, right? Izuku said to no one in particular as he wiped a bead of sweat of his forehead. It had been 7 minutes since the start of the practical exams, and so far, everything has been interesting. Flashback. For minutes ago. At 25 points, Izuku was running the alleyways trying to move from one spot to another since his previous location had been filled by examinees. And as the examinees filled the place, he noticed that the three-pointers were nowhere to be seen. Probably since there are so many people there. Gotta find more robots too. He was cut off from his line of thought when a one-pointer had burst out a building in front of Izuku as he exits the alleyway. Target lock. End, the robot said and placed a crane-like claw near its head and shot towards him. Izuku was readying his quirk to summon his claws when he heard a voice coming from behind. Art of seduction, said a person from behind him as he shot a laser beam from his belt and hit the robot straight in the face. God damn. Merci. Nice team play there, said the boy with the strange belt. He has a slim figure, his face appears rather feminine, and he has long, flattened yet spiky blonde hair. The guy looked at him and winked at Izuku, which creeped him out a little. Nevertheless, it seems we shall not cross paths again. Adieu, the guy said and booked it, leaving Izuku with a sweat drop. Now that is one weird guy. Is he even French? Izuku thought and began wall running to gain high ground and spot the next wave robots coming. As he began jumping from one building to another, he heard a feminine voice screaming. Though it was faint, he still can hear it. He looked down the building but see no one. As Izuku shrugged it off and turned to leave, he heard it again and searched for the direction of the voice. When he arrived to the location, he was shocked to find a collapsed building. Izuku called out and heard a faint response on the other side. He began to channel blacklight to his eyes to use thermal vision, and saw that there was someone stuck under the wrecked building. Not hesitating a bit, Izuku began channeling his quirk and summoned his muscle mass. He told the person under the wrecked building to move away, and when she moved away, Izuku punched the wall of the building strong enough to destroy that portion but weak enough to not let the whole building go crashing down them. When Izuku entered the building, he was greeted by a blur of close, tackling him to the ground. Thank you for coming. I was so scared, the person repeatedly said to Izuku while hugging him. Basing on the voice, he quickly knew that the person on top of him was a girl. When Izuku looked at the person on top of him, he noticed that the person was invisible. Invisibility quirk? Those are rare, right? He was snapped out of his reverie when he felt his shirt become wet. He quickly assumed that the girl was crying. Izuku began panicking since he didn't really know what to do when there was someone crying in front of him, and began thinking of a way to calm her down. But all he could think of was what his mom would do when he was crying. He hesitated at first, but he saw that the girl was really scared. Risking it all, still using thermal vision, he began to pat her head. Sure. It's okay. You're safe now, he said while slowly rubbing his hands on the girl's hair in a comforting way. Seeing the girl calm down a bit made him smile. They stayed like that in a couple of seconds. Izuku stopped his hands when he felt the girl got off him. Deactivating thermal vision, he then sat up and looked at the girl, well, her clothes. What's your name? He asked her with a calm voice, not wanting to scare her more than she was now. She fidgeted a bit and faced him. I'm Toru Hagakure. Still scared, she said quietly, almost silently, but because of Izuku's enhanced hearing he could hear her clearly. Toru Hagakure, Izuku repeated in his mind. What a beautiful name, he thought to himself, but when he saw her flinch a bit he knew that he said that out loud. Putting that aside, he smiled. I'm Izuku Midoriya, he said as he stood up. It's nice to meet you, but we still have an exam to pass. How many points do you have? He asked her as he looked down at her and offered a hand to her to help her up. She took the hand and stood up. I think I have 5 points. I don't think I can pass the test, she said sadly. Izuku looked at her. Before he could ask her why, she spoke up. As you can see, My quirk is invisibility. I can't fight robots. I just got lucky with the 5 points because I snuck up on 5 one-pointers and turned them off. Izuku shocked when he heard her said that and cut her off. Wait, you say you turned them off? They have a switch, he asked her still in shook. Echa? They have on their backs. Why? She asked him. Izuku began to smirk, creeping her a bit. I have plan. They began to walk outside to prevent the risk of getting crushed by the wrecked building. Later. Okay, that's 40 points. Great work, Hagakure, Izuku said as the 3-pointer collapsed in front of him. He had thought of a way to help Hagakure gain points. He thought that if he distract the robots while she sneaks up on them and turn them off from behind. She was a bit hesitant at first, but when the plan succeeded at the first try she was convinced. Hagakure was so happy that Izuku is willing to help her even in an exam which would mean every man for himself. He didn't hesitate in helping her. She then observed him up close and thanked God for being invisible, helping her to hide the blush she was having as she stared at his face. She had to stop herself from squealing kawaii when Izuku smiled and it began to emphasize the shapes of his freckles, making him look adorable. She was cut off from her stupor when Izuku looked at her direction. So, what are you waiting for? Let's go get more points for you. He nodded to the direction and started to turn away when a hand grabbed his arm. Izuku looked at her in confusion. I think that's enough for me. You can go back to getting you points, she said to him, looking at his eyes, admiring the emerald orbs, unnoticed by the greenette. Are you sure, Hagakure? We can still get more if you want, he asked, genuinely confused why she wants to stop. Believe me, I want to get more points. She paused to take a deep breath. But I also want you to get points for yourself. I think 40 points is enough to get in UA. Thank you for assisting me and thank you for saving me. She came close to Izuku and he felt something touch his cheek. A kiss. A kiss from a girl. A kiss from a girl he just met in the exams and helping getting points. A kiss of sign of respect and gratitude. A kiss of admiration and adoration. But he didn't need to know the last one. He blushed and touched his cheek using his hand. Not really knowing what to do, Izuku just smiled at the invisible girl. I'll see you in you. The girl turned around and began walking away. Oh, and by the way, she paused to look back. Call me Toru. Okazuki, she finished and began walking in a brisk pace, leaving a grinning Izuku. I'll see you in UA. Toru, and Izuku channeled blacklight on his legs and began to sprint in the opposite direction while cheering to himself that he made another friend. End of flashback. After he and Toru part ways, Izuku encountered a horde of robots varying from 1 to 3 points. He then used his muscle mass to charge into the pile of robots while tearing and destroying the robots that he ran through in the process. He got 32 points in that pile, but he didn't stop there. He went to search for more. Izuku used his wall running and ran on the building's wall in search for more robots to wreck. On his way to the center of the city district, he saw the weird guy that shoots lasers on his stomach having performance issues or a stomach ache as he was holding his stomach with a look of pain. When Izuku saw that the guy was about to get pummeled by a large 2-pointer, Izuku swooped in by using glide and landing a hammer fist-coated punch to the aggressive bot to save the poor weird guy. After saying now we're even, Izuku left quickly as he sprint away just like how the weird guy did to him earlier. He then began to punch and kick robots and even throw the remains of a destroyed robot to an arriving robot. While he was throwing the remains, he made sure to hit the robots and not the buildings to prevent someone from getting trapped in them like Toru was before Izuku saved her. He was currently leaning on a railing of a rooftop, scanning the ground full of examinees and robots, intact or destroyed, when he heard a loud horn and was startled by a strong force comparable to magnitude 3 earthquake. When he looked down, he saw the examinees running away from the direction of his spot. Curious about what was causing them to panic, he turned to look and was wide-eyed to see a 0-pointer toppling 2 buildings with ease. Earlier, somewhere in a dim-lit room, there gathered figures of all shapes and sizes. The figures are quietly sitting staring at a large screen where all of the examinees are being showed in every screen. They were all looking at the screen with look of awe, judgment, excitement and lust. The silence were shattered by a tiny yet intelligent voice. A strict time limit and a vast battleground. Nothing quite like it to bring everyone's ardor into the open and uncover their skills. He paused and looked at the screen. The ability to grasp the situation quickly and accurately, he said as the screen shows the examinee with 6 arms in a web-like pattern using his quirk in gathering information. The ability to de-dynamic entry without ever being late to the party, showing Tenya Ida that is shown to have engines on the back of his legs as he speed in the bunch of robots. The ability to face any obstacle with coolness and composure, looking at the weird guy as he shoots a laser to a robot while winking at the camera? How can he even see the camera? Thought of most of the people in the room. And of course sheer fighting prowess, looking at Bakugo as his blows up a 3-pointer with ease. We can gauge their respective levels of those foundational skills by the way of the point system. He finished as he looked at every examinee doing their best attacking and defending against robots. You're right, and by the looks of it, a tired, bored voice from Eraserhead called out. This kid has all of those skills. He finished pointing toward a green-haired kid on a rooftop and scanning the surroundings. The others agreed to what the black-clad hero said, earning a smirk under his mask. Too bad All Might was not able to see what Midori. He was quickly cut off by the person who had just entered the door. Sorry, I got lost in the way back, said All Might in his skeletal form as he sheepishly enters the room and made his way to the front next to Nizu, the bear-slash-dog-slash-mouse principal, earning a glare from Aizawa. Before Aizawa could confront the number 1 hero for being late, the sultry voice of the R-rated hero, Midnight, spoke up. Oh my, we've raked in a bumper crop this year. We can be sure of that yet? All Might said as he lifted the cover of a red button. The thing to test their mettle? Is this? As he pushed the red button and a loud horn was heard in the battlefield. Back with Izuku. Holy shit. A 0-pointer. Ruanin. Izuku heard from an evacuating examinee as he landed on the ground. The examinees were panicking and began running away from the 0-pointer, forgetting about the points. Izuku stood there analyzing the 0-pointer, not seeing Ida looking at him confused why the greenette wasn't running as he sped off the location to safety. Man, that's massive. It's too risky. Even with my hammer fist I can't destroy that. I need to get out of here before, he thought as he slowly turns away when he heard it. OWBW. The voice Izuku remembered in the start of the practical exam made him stop on his tracks. He slowly looked back and was horrified to see Uraraka stuck under rubble, looking hurt. Oh no. She's gonna get crushed. I need to wait. Why am I running? He thought as he kept running towards the 0-pointer with blacklight-infused legs. My body is moving on its own. As he passes a scared Uraraka and avoids a large metal fist by jumping up until he was over a couple of feet from the robot's head, then lets himself fall as he channeled as much biomass on his right arm as he transformed it into a spiky hammer fist. H.A. With a yell, he pulled his arm to his back and punched the 0-pointer as hard as possible, resulting in it getting destroyed as a massive explosion that was heard from every section of the Mach City district. The explosion was so loud, the examinees didn't hear Present Mike say, 2 minutes left. Izuku to his part was falling and he couldn't do anything to stop himself or brace for impact since he couldn't move his arms and legs. He sprained his body due to quirk overuse, but was confused why he doesn't feel tired like how it should have been since his quirk uses his stamina to convert the protein in his body to produce the biomass he needs to create weapons and use his quirk. As Izuku was bracing for the impact of the fall, he was startled when he felt a hand hit him in the face and he felt weightless and started floating. He then saw Uraraka put her hands together and with a yell of release, Izuku fell to the ground hard but not as hard as he was expecting during the fall. He was about to thank Uraraka when he saw he on top of a robot vomiting. Rainbows? Izuku was unsure if the fall had damaged his brain or if he was really seeing rainbows come out of the bob-hair girl's mouth. The green-haired boy was stopped from his train of thought when a loud voice of Present Mike was heard around the whole city district. Time's up. Back with the UA teachers. All Might stood up from his feet when Izuku destroys the 0-pointer with one punch. He has a quirk? Did he lie to me? Did he always had a quirk? He was cut off from his trance when Aizawa's voice echoed in the silent room. The most important qualification of a hero. The spirit of self-sacrifice, he said, walking to cabinet and began searching the cabinet. Aizawa then took a folder and made sure it was what he was searching for. Aizawa then read its contents. Izuku Midoriya, 15 years old. Quirk, Blacklight, allows the user to manipulate the biomass in his body to be able to create weapons and have enhanced strength, speed and regeneration. He paused and handed Nizu the folder, who read the file and passed it to All Might and turned to the door. With a powerful quirk and the mastery he had using it, who would have thought that he only developed it 9 months ago, he said, hiding a smirk when he noticed all the people in the room were shocked with the exception of Nizu, who began cackling like a madman. "Oh, and Nizu, I want him in my class," he said as he left the room, thinking that he would now have one student safe from expulsion. "Izuku Midoriya, I look forward teaching you," he said as present mixed voice echoes in the whole UA. With Izuku. "Oh, damn it, note to self, don't use too much biomass for one attack," he said to himself as he tried to stand up. Keyword, tried, as he keeps falling to his knees. He still couldn't feel his legs due to it numbing because of quirk overuse. Thinking back to what he did, he was confused when he realized that the hammer fist he summoned was similar to Heller's version of the hammer fist, which is bulkier and has spikes coming out on the hands to cause more damage to its target. He was caught off when he began falling down again when an arm grabbed his jacket from behind to keep him from falling face first. He looked back and saw Uraraka now putting Izuku's arm over her shoulder to support him. The close contact between the two teens made them both blush, but in Uraraka's case his existing blush brightened. "Thanks for the save, Uraraka. That would have been a sick landing," Izuku said, shattering the silence. Said girl just shook her head and smiled at him. "No, I should be thanking you. If it wasn't for you I would have been crushed by the 0-pointer," she said as she looked back at the now obliterated 0-pointer. "That's an awesome quirk you have there, Midoriya. You punched that thing like it was just a tin can," she continued as he looked at Izuku, who was flattered by the compliment. It was nothing, your quirk is the one that's awesome. You made me weightless, as if I'm in outer space or something," he said, making Uraraka blush even more, making her face resemble a tomato. As the two were conversing and the other examinees were looking at the damage that Izuku dealt to the 0-pointer, Ito was deep in thought. That kid, he leapt into action to save that girl. You had no time left. And you yourself out of harm's way. The chances of passing was the main priority of everyone here, and yet despite of that, he jumped in without hesitation. He clenched his fist. If it hadn't been in the middle of the big exam, I, of course, would have done the same. That was when a thought entered his mind. Wait. Maybe that was part of the test. Ito was still in thought when a voice called out to them. "Go home, lads, I'll take it from here." It was a short, elderly woman with gray hair styled into a netted bun, a large syringe poking diagonally out of it to the left. She has a notably small nose and eyes, which are usually drawn as 2 little dashes, and a long mouth with defined nasolabial folds. She wears a doctor's lab coat and a dress with yellow buttons, and a belt with a pink arch-shaped buckle. She wears pink boots and has a helmet around the sides of her head, a purple-tinted visor joining it over her eyes. In addition, she walks with a cane designed like a syringe that she can also use for healing the injured. "Leave it to me, boys. Oh, and here, enjoy some gummies, it'll give you your energy back," she said as she passed out some gummy bears to the examinees while walking to Izuku and Uraraka. "Excuse-moi, mademoiselle," the weird guy said while winking. "She's a mainstay here at UA, always supporting the academy, the youthful heroine, Recovery Girl." Recovery Girl ignored the guy and just walked closer to the two teens. "What seems to be the problem here, dear?" she said, looking at Izuku, who stopped himself from muttering about being able to see Recovery Girl up close. "I just sprained my right arm and my legs are numb due to the quirk overuse. Other than that I'm fine," he said as Recovery Girl kissed him on the cheek, and he felt his arm and legs gain feeling but at the same time feeling tired. "That should do it, and how about you, dear?" she asked Uraraka, who was amazed on how Izuku can stand now unlike before the elder heroine showed up. "I think I sprained my foot," she pointed her right foot that was swelling a little bit. Recovery Girl kissed it and Uraraka can feel her foot heal and the feeling of exhaustion. "That'll do it. Here, both of you take a gummy. It'll help you recover your energy," she said as hand them both gummy bears, which they both took and ate. Both feeling their energies back. bowed to thank the heroine and began walking towards the exit, leaving a thoughtful Ida. I see, so that's the real nature of the test after all. So he knew it all along, he thought as he grind his teeth. A week later, Izuku was currently writing an entry about Uraraka's quirk to his hero journal. He found out that her quirk was called zero gravity, which allows her to make things float as long as all 5-finger pad touch the target, but too much use of her quirk leads to her getting nauseous, which explains why she had to throw up. Looking back to his performance in the entrance exams, he was satisfied on the 65 villain points he got in the exam. But he knew that those points were not the only tested by UA. Knowing that UA's a hero school, they would probably test how they would perform as heroes, like saving others or something. He figured it out while reading the handout at the meeting hall. So, basically Izuku's saving Toru, the weird guy, and Uraraka has points and he is expecting his total score wouldn't be 65 but more. Nevertheless, he was satisfied not only that he got a good score and hidden points, and he even got new friends in Toru and Uraraka, both were saved by yours truly. He even got new friends in Toru and Uraraka, both were saved by yours truly. Speaking of Uraraka, after the exams and they changed into their uniforms, he was about to walk her to her station. But she declined, saying she had to go ask something about the points she got or something. He wasn't sure, she was really vague about the information. Regardless, she promised to see him in UA and parted ways. He was knocked out of his reverie when the door of his room busted open. Izuku looked at the direction of the door and saw her mom on the floor, seemingly excited and nervous while holding an envelope with a UA stamp. Izuku. It's here. Inko said frantically as she gives her son the envelope and exits the room. Izuku looked at the envelope on his hands and stared at it for a while. He would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous of what the result is, but whatever the result is he wouldn't find out unless he chooses not to open the envelope. Taking deep breaths to calm himself, he began to open the envelope and found a disc with the letters "Heat" on it and saw a button there. Seeing no harm and curiosity ending him, he took a last breath and pressed the button. And with a flash of white, a hologram of a certain hero had made Izuku widen his eyes. Izuku, did you pack some tissue? Asked Inko. Izuku was about to answer when his mom continued. What about you, hanky? You can't live without a hanky, dear. Inko frantically asked, not hiding her nervousness. Izuku could only laugh at her mom. Yes, Mom. I packed it, he said as he tied his shoes and stood up. He was about to exit the apartment when his mom called him again, making him look at her. He saw her look at his UA uniform and to himself. He noticed her smile and began to tear up. You look so right now. Good luck in your first day, she said and smiled with tears in her eyes. Izuku couldn't help but give her a smile and placed a hand on the doorknob. See you soon, Ma. I love you, he said and exits the apartment in a run. He could hear her mom's voice as she said, I love you too, Aizu, making him smile and feel happy. Izuku was ecstatic to pass UA. Not only get into the hero course, but get the top score in the whole exams. Well, he knew he would ace the written exams and somewhat guessed that he got more points than 65. But what really made him excited to go UA was his new homeroom teacher. Flashback. After pressing the button of the weird disc, a hologram of a person clad in black long sleeves and pants, yellow goggles and his signature neck scarf. Looking at the hologram, Izuku smiled to see the Erasure hero, Eraserhead, in his usual bored and tired look. But the green-haired boy knew that behind that scarf was a smile, he could see it in the pro-hero's eyes. Hello. Izuku Midoriya. How's it been? My name is Shota Aizawa, aka the Erasure Hero, Eraserhead. I am here to tell you the results of your written and practical exams. Izuku watches the hero take out a paper from out of nowhere and reads the contents of it. After checking your test papers, we are happy to inform you that you gained a score of 100 over 100, easily acing the whole written test and tied with another student in the same middle school as you. Aizawa said as it showed in the background his name over Bakugo's name. It didn't surprise him to see he and the blonde were tied. He would be surprised if they didn't tie in the written test. Man, he'll be pretty pissed off when he found out about that. I can already imagine him exploding on me, figuratively and literally. And when it comes to your practical test, you scored 65 villain points. easily making you qualified to enter UA's hero course? Aizawa said, and Izuku brightened up hearing that he passed and was in the hero course. He was about to jump out of his seat when the pro-hero continued. However, that's not all. Izuku saw the screen changed into a recorded scene. Excuse me, hi. His eyes widened when he saw Uraraka enter the scene. What is she doing there? The moment the exam ended, this girl went to us directly to request to us about her score, as he paused and played the recording. So that's why she left. Sorry to bother you, but... Do know Izuku Midoriya? The boy with the curly hair? Has freckles and kinda looks plain in a cute way though. Do you know who I'm talking about? Said Uraraka while moving her hands, trying to describe his hair. Would it be possible to share some of my points with him? That shocked Izuku. Can you give him some of my points? He saved my life and I would have died there if it wasn't for him, she said as there was a transition in the screen showing Izuku speeding up towards the 0-pointer and punching the robot with all his might and destroyed the robot. Heroes. Yes, we fight and capture villains. However, what makes a hero isn't a person's quirk or the lack of one, but the actions that you do to selflessly ensure others' safety while putting your own in harm's way. Aizawa said as a montage of videos of Izuku's saving ad helping Uraraka, Toru and the weird guy is shown in the hologram screen. Sorry, Missy, you can't share points, but don't worry. I'm pretty sure you won't be needing to do that in the first place. Present Mike says and pats her on the head. Looking back at the deeds you have done and seeing you doing them without hesitation. Me and the judges did the most logical thing to do. It is to give you rescue points, he said as a screen pop out and Izuku was beyond shocked of the points he got. First, Izuku Midoriya / villain points, 65 / rescue points, 70. Second, Katsuki Bakugo / villain points, 77 / rescue points, 0. Third, Ojiro Kirishima / villain points, 39 / rescue points, 35. Fourth, Ochiko Uraraka / villain points, 28 / rescue points, 45. Fifth, Ibra Shizuki / villain points, 36 / rescue points, 32. Sixth, Itsuka Kendo / villain points, 25 / rescue points, 40. Seventh, Tenya Ida / villain points, 52 / rescue points, 9. Eighth, Tetsu / villain points, 49 / rescue points, 10. Ninth, Fumikage Tokoyami / villain points, 47 / rescue points, 10. 10th, Yosetsu Aways / villain points, 50 / rescue points, 6. 70 rescue points. If that is added to 65, then I get, he mumbled to himself. And due to her wanting to give you her points, we decided to give her 45 rescue points. Congratulations, kid. You not only got first place but you beat All Might's record of 50 villain points and 50 rescue points by 35 points. Aizawa then pulls his scarf down and gave him a genuine smile. You passed the UA entrance exam and will be in Class 1A. Welcome to your Hero Academia. I'll see you in class. And with that the hologram faded leaving a crying Izuku. Flashback and, after seeing the results, he told his mom that he passed and instantly regretted it. Well, let's just say in a sunny day their whole apartment was flooded in just 2 seconds. Entering UA, Izuku began jogging his way in the hallways trying to find where 1A's room is. 1A, where the heck is 1A? Man, this place is too big, he said as he looked around searching his classroom. It took him 10 minutes to find his classroom and he was amazed of the size of the door with a large 1A written on it. This door is ginormous. Probably for students with quirks like MD Lady's gigantification quirk, he thought as he began opening the door. He silently prayed to every god he know as he thought of Bakugo and the tall guy with glasses in the entrance exam. I wish those two end up in 1B, I'll be very grateful dash. His train of thought was cut off when heard voices he very much knew and cursed his luck. He opened the door and he heard it clearer. Don't put your legs on the desk. Don't you think that's disrespectful towards your upperclassmen? Said / scolded the tall guy to Bakugo, who wasn't even fazed about what the tall guy said and kept his leg on the desk. Bakugo just scoffed. No, as a matter of fact, I don't really care. Which middle school are from anyway, you 2-bit extra? Izuku just rolled his eyes. I'm from Somei Junior High School. The name's Tenya Ida, said the tall guy, now known as Tenya Ida. Somei? Well, aren't you an elite? Seems I've got a reason to offend you after all. Bakugo said, smirking maniacally, making Ida flinch incredulously while Izuku just decided to enter. A reason to kill me? Do you really want to be a hero? He gasped and stepping back. He then looked at the door when Izuku finally began walking in. Ida walked toward Izuku. Hello, I'm Tenya Ida from Somei Dashed. He was cut off when Izuku was tackled by a blur of UA uniform. Izuku! It's good to see you, said clothes were Toru, the other girl Izuku saved in the entrance exam. I'm so happy you passed and we're classmates. Let's enjoy this whole year, said the invisible girl as she squeezed the hell out of Izuku. Why, you're right. I'm also happy to, see you, Izuku said as he scratched his head sheepishly, making Toru giggle. He was happy to have at least one friend in it. Ahem. Ida coughed, catching the duo's attention. As I was saying, Midoriya, I must hand it to you, he said, confusing the green-haired boy. You actually saw the true nature of the practical exam, didn't you? I was unaware of it and I completely misread you. I hate to admit it, but you are the better man, he said in a comically hurt tone, making Izuku and Toru sweat drop. Izuku then saw Bakugo looking at him with narrowed eyes. Deku. Before Izuku could respond to Ida, the door of the classroom opened, making them look at the person there. Midoriya. I knew I saw that mop of green hair somewhere. I'm glad to see you, Uraraka said, walking close to Izuku. Izuku saw her and smiled at her while noticing her uniform looks good on her. Glad to see you too, Uraraka. Oh, by the way, this is Toru Hagakure and Tenya Ida, he said while pointing at Toru, who, still hugging him, waved, and Ida, who bowed to the bob-haired girl. Nice to meet you. I'm glad you got in. I guess Present Mike was true, she said, getting closer to Izuku, making the boy back away a bit and Toru pout. Not that they would notice though. That bastard. He gets 2 girls in the first day of school, said a kid with purple balls for hair with hate and jealousy in his voice as Bakugo was still glaring at Izuku. Said blonde was furious of Izuku passing UA, and remember the day they were congratulated by their homeroom teacher. Flashback. This means 2 kids from our middle school got into UA. And Midoriya's acceptance in particular is a miracle among miracles. Congratulations both of you, said their homeroom teacher, and the duo bowed and left the teacher's lounge. When they got outside, Bakugo grabbed Izuku's uniform collar and pushed him to a wall. What goddamn trick did you use to pass the exam, you bastard? He was furious, not liking the fact that Deku passed the entrance exam. I was supposed to be first to enter you from this Shikwai school. Me alone. You ripped my future glory to pieces and W. He couldn't finish his sentence when he felt his wrist was being squeezed and hard. He looked at Deku, who was gripping his arm like it was a lifeline, making him grimace. You really need to shut the F up. Deku looked at him deadly in the eyes, making him flinch a little. I got in UA using hard work and training I did for 8 months. And you're stupid if you think I can bribe the best hero school in Japan, he said, pulling off Bakugo's arm off his collar and looked at the blonde straight in the eye. And what glory? Get a hold of yourself. You're a kid with an explosion quirk. Yeah, big deal, but in UA no one cares about you or your sweaty quirk. The world doesn't revolve around you, Bakugo. And grow up. You're looking so pathetic, whining just because your quirkless classmate passed the entrance exam of UA, he continued, slowly walking away. After a few steps, Deku stopped and looked at him with cold eyes. I'm heading to UA and you can't stop me, Kaken, finished and walked away, not seeing the raging Bakugo he left behind. Flashback end. He growled, remembering Deku's face and words. It infuriated him that a quirkless loser like Deku was able to get to UA. He knew that the loser cheated his way in, but he just can't prove it. He probably bribed his way in. Whatever he did, I'm gonna destroy him like the pebble he was, the explosive teen thought as he glared daggers at the green-haired boy. If you're here just to search for friends, do it elsewhere, a gruff voice said, making everyone look at the door. There was a yellow sleeping bag with a man inside it lying on the floor. Izuku had to suppress a smirk when he saw and recognized who the person was. This is the Department of Heroics, he said as he took out a juice box and emptied it in one go. Who the hell is this guy? Everyone minus Izuku thought simultaneously as the person in the stood up and began to come out of the sleeping bag and looked at the class for a moment. It took you all 8 seconds to quiet down. Quite disappointing, but it's a start, he said and looked at Izuku and nodded slightly. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Pleasure to meet you, Aizawa said in a tired voice. There's no way this guy hobo is the homeroom teacher, thought everyone with wide eyes except Izuku, who was staring at Aizawa, who was rummaging in his sleeping bag, looking for something. The hero then took out a standard UAP uniform, A/N. You know what the P uniform in UA looks like, no need for me to describe it, laughing face. Wear these, immediately. And then quickly go to the training grounds in 15 minutes, he said as he handed out the P uniform to them and quickly exits the classroom. Izuku and the others quickly went to change into their P uniform and went to the training grounds. Izuku being the first one to change and arrive to the grounds. There he saw Aizawa looking at him with an approving smile. Izuku gave him a smile and a bow. A few seconds later, the rest of the class arrived the UA training grounds led by Bakugo, who was scowling at Izuku, and followed by the rest of the class who were talking to each other. Now that everyone is here, we will be having a quirk apprehension test, said Aizawa looking at them with a bored look. A quirk apprehension test? Exclaimed Class 1A. What about the entrance ceremony? And the guidance counselor meeting? Uraraka asked, confused why they are in the training grounds instead in the entrance ceremony where every student should be in. The pro-hero just shrugged. If you want to be heroes, there is no time for that kind of leisure activities. He looked back at the class. UA is famous when it comes to freedom for student in the campus. That also applies to us instructors, he said, still confusing the students. Softball pitch, standing long jump, 50-meter dash, endurance running, gripping test, sustained sideways jumps, upper body exercises and seated toe touch, he said and faced the students. These are the activities you know from middle school. Physical tests where you were barred from using quirks, Aizawa said as he walked towards a basket full of softballs. The country still hasn't gotten around to standardizing those kinds of records or keeping track of average performance levels. Well, you can blame that on MXT, A/N. According to the manga, MXT stands for Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology, he said as he took out 2 softballs and faced the class. Bakugo, how far could you pitch a softball in middle school? Asked the tired man. 67 meters. Bakugo said and caught a softball. Try using your quirk fid time. As long as you don't exit the circle, anything you do is fine, Aizawa said and took out a device from his scarf. Don't hold back. As soon as he said that, Bakugo smirked like a madman and prepared to pitch the ball. You got it, he said as he cocked his hand to his back and threw the ball enhanced by explosion. Die! And with that the ball propelled to the sky while sending shockwaves that is here throughout the training ground. Die! Thought the rest of the class while Izuku just sighed and shook his head. He never changes. As the ball landed to the ground, the device Aizawa took out beeped and showed 705.2 m. Impressive throw, Bakugo. It's important for us to know the limit of our quirk and how to channel it properly, Aizawa said as he showed Bakugo his results. Said Blonde smirked and looked at Izuku, who was indifferent, which made him angry for not seeing the reaction he wants Deku to show. Now, Midoriya. How far can you throw? Aizawa said as he threw a softball to Izuku. 45 meters, sir. Izuku said as he caught the ball with one hand. Go to the circle like I said with Bakugo. Use your quirk and don't leave the circle, he said and resets the device. Izuku nodded and made way to the circle. But before that, Izuku walked towards a girl with dark purple hair with an asymmetrical fringe and 2 chin-length bangs on either side. You might want to cover your ears for this one. This is going to be loud, he whispered to the girl, who was confused at first but covered her ear and earphone jacks. As Izuku was walking to the circle, Bakugo just scoffed at the green-haired boy. He's gonna embarrass himself, he said with a smirk on his face. What do you mean embarrass himself? Ida asked him with a raised eyebrow. Curious why Izuku would embarrassing himself. He's FING quirkless? Bakugo said in a matter-of-fact tone. Are you sure? Uraraka asked, getting Bakugo's attention. Because he was in our section and he destroyed a zero-pointer with ease, she added, and both Toru and Ida nodded, then flinching when Bakugo looked at her in a glare. What are yo? Bakugo was cut off when Aizawa talked. Don't hold back, Midoriya, he said, inwardly smirking. Bakugo is going to eat his words. Izuku nodded, seeing the message, and started to channel biomass on his right hand, and black tendrils began to sprout from his pores and turned his whole arm into muscle mass, shocking Bakugo. He cocked his arm to his back and used all his strength to throw the ball as hard as he can. The ball propelled through the sky in great speed, breaking the sound barrier in the process, sending a shockwave stronger than Bakugo's. The rest of the class were amazed of Izuku's throw. Ojiro, the purple-haired girl, was thankful to Izuku for warning her to cover her ears. If she didn't, she would have been deaf. Way to go, Izuku/Midoriya. Toru and Uraraka cheered while Ida clapped. As the ball landed, Izuku retracted his quirk back to his body and shakes his arms since it become numb because of the throw. What the F-? A quirk manifests by age of 4 at the latest. It's impossible. And yet, he has a quirk. And he didn't told me? Deku? You bastard. What was that? Explain now, you sheet. Bakugo propelled toward Izuku with great speed using his quirk. He was about to destroy the green net. That is when he was stopped by a strong strand of cloth. Gah! What the F is this thing? What? Can I use my quirk? Bakugo struggled and tried channeling his quirk, but to no avail. It's my special capturing weapon, a steel wire alloy woven with carbon nanofibers. Aizawa said with red eyes and his hair floating, indicating him using his quirk. As for your quirk, I erased it. Though it gives me dry eye, so I advise to you to not let me use my quirk too often. He retracted his scarf and showed them Izuku's score. 1032.34 m. 1 kilometer? That's so manly. We can really use our quirks now? That's the Department of Heroics for you. This is going to be fun. Aizawa scoffed. Fun, you say? His hair shadowed his face. So you all were planning to spend your 3 years here having a good and fun time? What happened to becoming heroes? He said, ominously intimidating even Izuku and Bakugo. All right then. In that case, new rule. The student who ranks last in total points will be instantly expelled, he said, shocking everyone and scaring some. Our freedom means we dispense with students as we please, he said with an eerie grin plastered on his face. Welcome to the Department of Heroics. What? The guy who ranks last gets expelled? Exclaimed Uraraka. This is our first day here. And even if we weren't, that's just so unfair. Natural disasters, accidents, villain attacks. All kind of calamities can happen when we least expect it. Unfair is not a valid reason, he paused. And it's our job as heroes to reverse it all. If you were counting on a friendly chat at a local McDonald's after school, that's too bad. From now on, for the next 3 years, all you can expect from your life at UA is one hardship after the other. I expect you all to overcome these trails and climb to the top. This is plus ultra style. Izuku calms himself and put on him game face on giving Aizawa a give me your best shot look. Aizawa saw this and smirked. This will be interesting. Somewhere in UA. I can't believe our class has to go to that boring entrance ceremony while not a single person from Class 1A was there, said a blonde-haired guy with a smug/arrogant expression on his face as he enters their classroom. They're so high of themselves, it's just the start of the year. Everyone just ignored him, but they were confused why no one from 1A was present in the entrance ceremony. They're probably doing a quirk apprehension test, said Vlad King, Class 1B homeroom teacher. He knew that Aizawa would let his class skip the entrance ceremony just to expel them. He wouldn't be surprised if he expelled his whole class. The whole class then heard a weak explosion coming from somewhere. They know it was Class 1A doing their QAT, so they shrugged it off. 5 minutes later, the whole class plus Vlad King were jolted when they heard a loud explosion and felt the shockwave. What the heck was that? Exclaimed a girl with dark moss-green hair, who was unintentionally split herself into pieces. I don't know, but whatever that was. It was so manly, yelled a silver-hair guy with weird eyelashes. making everyone's sweat drop. Vlad King on the other hand was curious. That was a loud explosion. I wonder who caused that. I better ask Aizawa after this, he thought as he continued to explain the rules of his class. Back to class. Izuku stood back with his class as he watched his pink-haired/skinned classmate with horns and black scara and yellow irises, named Mina Ashido, use acid on her feet to run past her partner, the weird guy in the exams named Yuga Aoyama, as he lands when he landed to use his quirk once more. Izuku had to hold a sweat drop when said guy didn't even care he lose and think he was still shining. The green-haired teen had finished some of the tests and was satisfied on how he performed. First was obviously the softball pitch, where he was scored 1032.34 m, second only to Uraraka, who got infinite as she made the ball weightless and let it float up to space with her zero gravity. Second was standing long jump, where he run towards the edge of the sandbox and channeled biomass on his legs to jump and used glide to propel to the end, clearing the test. He watched Bakugo propel himself in the air and clear the test. As soon as he lands, he sent a glare at Izuku's direction, who completely ignored him, making the blonde furious. Third was the grip test, where he passed the test, not without breaking the dynamometer. He was surprised for the fact that he wasn't even channeling his quirk, and it scared himself knowing he has to do more training to fully control his quirk. The second place was the Mezu Shoji, the guy with the 6 arms in the exams, with 540 kilograms. Izuku had to keep himself from punting the kid who said tentacles are hot. Next was the repeated side steps. Like in the standing long jump, he used his quirk to channel biomass in his legs and sidestepped as fast as he can, getting third place behind Ida and the grape-haired kid named Minoru Minetta, who used the balls in his head to his advantage. Izuku was impressed on how clever he used his quirk, but he still wanted to punt him to the moon. Sit-ups and seated toe touch, where Izuku used the biomass in his body to make him more flexible and pass the test with ease. Distance run, where he was running side to side with Ida, only behind a girl named Momo Yayarozu, who was using a freaking motorbike she created using her quirk creation to speed past them. Izuku was impressed. He can say that girl was smart, using a motorbike in a distance run and a cannon, yes, FNG cannon in the softball pitch. Izuku was cut off from his thought when Aizawa called him for the 50-meter dash. He walked to the starting line, as did Bakugo, who was still glaring at him. Izuku knew why the blonde was angry, but he couldn't care less. He has a test to pass and he wasn't gonna waste his time arguing with a guy who obviously is angry for Izuku entering UA and having a quirk and jealous because the Deku he pushed around in middle school was completely crushing him in the quirk apprehension test. As Aizawa start the timer, Bakugo, being Bakugo, used his quirk on Izuku to somewhat blind and damage the greenette's eyes to fail the test and propelled to the finish line. Izuku was startled of the attack, and if it wasn't for his quirk he would have been blind now. After shaking off the cobwebs in his head, Izuku again used his quirk and channel biomass to his legs and sprinted past Bakugo, making the blonde lose balance with the speed the greenette is in. Izuku sprint past the finish line and fell on one knee as he breathed hard. Damn. I used too much biomass, he gasped out in between exhales as he took out an energy bar out of his pocket, unwrapped it and ate it in one go. He then felt his energy back and stood up to look at his score. He got 3.43 seconds and Bakugo got 4.13 seconds. When he turned to Aizawa, he saw his teacher with his quirk active and scarf wrapping on a struggling Bakugo. Looks like Bakugo got himself in trouble. I wonder why, he thought sarcastically, unconsciously rubbing his eyes. I don't care what you and Midoriya's history are, but here in UA we don't tolerate bullying. If you ever attack a classmate again, I will expel you and ask the principal to put your name in the blacklist. Not even your old middle school can do anything about it, he threatened the blonde teen, who was still scowling but was visibly shaking in fear. After releasing the blonde and applied eye drops on his dry eyes, he got the last 2 students to do the test. Aizawa gathered them and stood in front of them, still looking tired and shaking. Time to present the results, he said, making some of the students flinch, not really excited to know their scores. The total is simply the combination of your individual scores. Reciting them all one by one will take forever, so let me show you the results, he said tiredly as he pressed a button and a hologram screen pop out of the device. There you will see the results, Aizawa says, and the class scan the results. First, Momo Yaoyorozu. Second, Izuku Midoriya. Third, Shoto Todoroki. Fourth, Katsuki Bakugo. Fifth, Tenya Ida. Sixth, Fumikage Tokoyami. Seventh, Mizo Shoji. Eighth, Mashireo Ojiro. Ninth, Ojiro Kirishima. 10th, Mina Ishido. 11th, Ochako Uraraka. 12th, Koji Koda. 13th, Rikido Sato. 14th, Tsuyu Azui. 15th, Yuga Oyama. 16th, Antasiro. 17th, Denki Kaminari. 18th, Kyokujiro. 19th, Toru Hagakure. 20th, Minoru Minetta. The students saw their results and mixed emotions felt in the training grounds. Satisfaction, relief, anger, disappointment, joy, and depression. Bakugo was furious of getting 4th place and began glaring at Izuku, Momo, and the guy with red and white hair that was evenly split between colors, heterochromia eyes with a scar on his left eye, who was named Shoto Todoroki, son of the number 2 hero, Endeavor. Said teen was looking at Izuku with narrowed, analytic eyes. Minoru Minetta was openly crying seeing as he was last placed. He was mumbling things about not having a chance to get a girlfriend or touch a boob. Izuku was about to dropkick the pervert when Ida began holding him back, saying it is against the rules to attack your classmates. Momo Yaoyorozu was looking at this and shook her head. It was obviously a logical ruse to make us perform at our best. She thought and was about to say what she thought when Aizawa spoke up. Looking at the results of the Quirk apprehension test? He paused and looked at his class. It is decided then, Minoru Minetta, pack your things and go to the principal's office. You are now expelled from the heroic department. Aizawa announced, shocking everyone except Izuku, who knew he would expel someone in the class. Minetta just cried and walked away toward the locker room to get his stuff. I thought it was only a logical ruse. Momo said quietly, still shaken from the fact that she was wrong. She can't believe that their teacher just expelled one of her classmates without hesitating. It wasn't really surprising. The class turned their head toward Izuku, who was still looking at Minetta as he walked away. What do you mean, Izuku? Toru said nervously, not really comfortable being 19th place and almost got herself expelled. I mean, our teacher is Eraserhead. And he is known to expel students who he doesn't see potential. Seeing he only expelled Minetta, we're lucky, the green-haired boy said, pointed to Aizawa, drawing looks of confusion. He saw his classmates' confused looks and continued. We're lucky because, unlike today, he expelled his whole class last year in the first day of class. Izuku finished, he and Aizawa smirk inwardly as the whole class jaw drop and paled. Putting that aside, you can change to your uniforms and go back to class and grab the curriculum sheets on the table in the classroom. I'll see you all later, he said as he walked away. This is going to be a long year, he said sagely and smiled, disappearing from the sight of his students. Izuku was about to walk to the classroom when a hand gripped his shoulder. We're talking. Right here. Right now, said Bakugo as began popping explosions on Izuku's shoulder. Said Greenette just looked at him and to his hand and back to him with a bored face. I don't think so, he said boredly, flicking Bakugo's hand away and walking away. Not even looking back as the blonde's explosion echoed in the area. As he was walking, he sensed someone watching him and looked around. When he didn't find anyone, he used his thermal vision and saw a bulky figure not far from his location. Knowing who it was, he glared at the figure and walked away. It's almost been a year, but I still can't forget what you said, nor can I forgive you. All Might. All right, class, tell me where the mistake is in this next example? Voice of Present Mike paused and looked at class 1A. Who knows the answer? Everybody hands up and raise them high. Why? He screeched as he used his quirk voice to make his question louder, like it even needed to become louder. So normalt, the majority of the class thought as they all sweat drop. This is so fing boring. One Katsuki Bakugo thought as he blocked out the pro-hero's voice as he looked back at the events his first day in UA. But doing so infuriated him. Who wouldn't? He was told that he was the only one in his class, no scratch that, the only one in his middle school that has potential to get accepted in UA. Then Deku had to ruin it. Not only that the loser passed and got in, but apparently had a quirk that he had been hiding from him. Bakugo looked behind him and saw the nerd busy writing the boring lesson in his notebook. The blonde glared at the greenette and turned his head back to the pro hero. You got a lot of balls hiding your quirk from me, Deku. When I get a chance, I'm gonna end you. Teacher's Lounge. At the back of the teacher's lounge, All Might in his skeletal form was looking at his old hero costume as he was lost in thought. He thought about yesterday's quirk apprehension test and saw Aizawa's class in his mind. As he was spying at Class 1A's quirk apprehension test, he saw how young Midoriya changed in almost a year after they first met. As he observed the boy, he noticed that the scrawny, crying kid was no longer there but a calm, confident teenager that seemed to know what he was doing. Toshinori had to hide a flinch as the green-haired boy looking at his direction with narrowed eyes. He saw the boy's eyes, the determination and passion becoming a hero was still there, but he can also see the anger and little hate the boy had directed at him. And he couldn't blame the kid for it. It was mostly the number one hero's fault, for breaking the boy's heart and crushing his dreams of becoming a hero. He saw the boy's broken face when he said that he can't be a hero without a quirk and regretted it. What kind of hero would he be if he can just say in a straight face that a quirkless kid can't become a hero when he was also quirkless? A sound of alarm bells indicating it was lunchtime stopped him in his trance. He sighed and went to the changing room. His Hero Foundation class is next and there are future heroes to be trained in the fundamentals of heroism. Man, Lunch Rush's Katsudon is so good. It's almost as good as Mom's. Izuku thought as he sat down on his seat. He just finished lunch and was gonna get ready for their foundational hero studies. He had several ideas for who would be their teacher in heroics. But he knew it would be All Might, since the man was seen near Mustafu and Toei was his alma mater. Honestly, Izuku was kinda happy that the number one hero was gonna teach them, but looking back at his conversations with the man, Izuku can tell that the guy has no experience in teaching. Deku. He was cut off when he heard someone call to him. He looked at the direction and saw Uraraka and Ito walking towards him. You walked so fast. What's with the hurry? Said Uraraka as she stood next to Izuku's desk. She had called him Deku since after the quirk apprehension test because of Bakugo. He explained it to Uraraka that the nickname Deku was supposed to be an insult, but Izuku really didn't care anymore and let her call him that if she want. Sorry about that. I was just getting ready for our Hero Foundation course since today was our schedule, he said sheepishly. Izuku wasn't lying, he was really excited for their foundational hero studies. Even if All Might was the teacher, it won't be a problem as long as it still helps him in becoming a hero. Yeah, me too. I'm so excited. Say, do you guys have an idea who is going to be our teacher in heroics? She asked while still shaking, clearly making it obvious for the both male that she was excited. There are a lot of candidates. I couldn't think of anyone, Ida said while rubbing his chin. In thought. He then looked at Izuku. What do you think, Midoriya? Who would it be? Izuku began to think. Well, the most obvious one would be All Might. Since UA was his alma mater and he was seen often near Mustafu. My other guess is our homeroom teacher, Eraserhead. He is experienced in teaching and had been a hero almost as long as All Might, he explained, earning nods from his friends. A ring of bell indicating the end of lunch break later, all of Class 1A were seated, leaving a space between Izuku and Yaoyorozu, since Minetta is expelled. Izuku was writing down Ida's entry in his hero journal when he heard a loud, boisterous laugh outside their classroom, making him clench his fist and sigh. You just got to guess right, Izuku, he thought, and lazily looking at the door. I am here, said voice as the door busted open. Coming through the door, like a normal person, and All Might enters the room in an awkward position. Shocking the class. Well, everyone except Izuku, that is. Normal my ass. Izuku thought and face-palmed, embarrassed at the number one hero's antics. His reaction not going unnoticed by Yaoyorozu was confused by his reaction. Normally, students would be happy and excited to see the hero, but Izuku was not excited and was somewhat annoyed that the hero is their teacher in heroics. It's All Might, Denki Kaminari said, clearly at awe. Wow, so he really is a teacher here, said Ojiro Kirishima, pumping his fist. Isn't that his Silver Age costume? Asked Tsuyu Azui with a finger on her cheek, looking at All Might as he marched his way toward the front. Just looking at it is giving me goosebumps. Mashireo, Ojiro said. I will be teaching you all the basics of heroics. For this class, we will be building up your hero foundation through various trials, he said after flexing his muscles, which looked stupid on Izuku's point of view. If he was his old self, he would probably taking pictures of the hero and framing them in his wall. But he wasn't, so good riddance. Let's get started, shall we? With this. The hero then took out a card that had the word battle on it. The battle trials, he said loudly. Battle/trials, said simultaneously by Bakugo and Izuku. The former with a manic expression while the latter with one raised eyebrow. And to go with your first battle trail? He said as he pointed to the side of the classroom, and began to appear with cabinets with briefcases with numbers 1 to 20, only missing number 19. We've prepared the we had you send in requests for to match your quirks, he said, making the students scream in anticipation. Awesome, yelled Kirishima, who stood up in excitement. Our battle gear. Izuku smiled happily as he looked at his briefcase, number 18. Get changed and we'll be ready to go. Everyone gather at ground beta, he said as he exited the room as the students quickly went to the changing rooms. At ground beta. The costume you wear into the battlefield is extremely important, boys and girls. All Might said as he saw each student going out of the tunnel, entering ground beta. He smiled with pride. And don't forget, from here on out, you are all officially heroes. Everyone beamed at the last line. All Might looked at every single student and nodded. They all look like pro heroes. Damn it. I think I'm gonna cry, he thought as he looked at the student and counted 18, missing Izuku Midoriya. Where's young Midori dashed, he was cut off when he saw a mop of green hair exit the tunnel. All Might looked at the tunnel and saw Izuku walking to their direction. The class saw the hero's reaction and looked at the direction of his sight. When they did, the girls began to blush while one Katsuki Bakugo was glaring at the green-haired boy. Izuku was walking towards the group with his hero costume. He wore a costume similar to Alex Mercer's. He was wearing a button-up white shirt with a protruding collar kept partially buttoned, a plain forest green hoodie, and a black leather jacket with a red interior, 2 horizontal white lines on each sleeve, and a red tribal design on the back. For his lower body, he wore plain blue jeans with a red utility belt on his waist and his signature red shoes. His costume is his way to thank Alex for giving him his quirk and to pay tribute to his predecessor. He will always be grateful to Alex, and no thanks can make up how lucky he was. Though the clothes look fit, the fabric used were soft, flexible, and durable. His clothes are fire and blast resistant for some reasons. Wink. As Izuku reached his class, he scanned their clothes and saw some of them look awesome, including Bakugo with his grenade bracers, which caused him to narrow his eyes. He's planning something with those bracers. I don't know what it is, but something tells me whatever that is, it won't be safe. He then looked at his other classmates and had to look away when he saw some of his female classmates' costume. Who wouldn't when most of them wear skin-tight costumes, and for Toru, she was only wearing a pair of boots and gloves. Izuku had to stop a blush from forming in his face when Toru ran towards him and hugged his arm. He then confirmed that she wasn't wearing on his top as her brea. Stop. Wow, Izuku. You look so cool, she said, hugging him closer. Yeah, Deku. Looking good, Uraraka said, and Izuku noticed her usual pink blush began to darken and spread on her cheeks. GG's, thanks guys, he said. You look good as well, Uraraka. Uraraka then blushed brighter. Thank you, but I think I sent the wrong measurements. This wasn't supposed to be skin-tight, she rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. She was wearing a skin-tight black full-body suit with a pale pink design down the middle of her torso, 2 black circles on her chest, and a black rectangle below her waist, running between her legs. There are 2 more pink patches over her shoulders, both cut off by darker pink armbands that match the thick choker around her neck. She has circular wrist guards, a dark pink handle on the back of each one, wide knee-high boots with magenta soles, and a 2-piece belt around her waist, a circle embedded into the center where the pieces join up, a helmet with a tinted visor sometimes worn on her head, all of which are the same pale pink color. I don't know, I think it suits you well, Izuku said, not making eye contact. But doing so made him regret it when he saw in the direction he turned was Yaoyorozu. She was wearing a red, sleeveless leotard with white lines and an opening on her chest down to her stomach below the belly button and 2 gold utility belts around her waist. The costume is fit and it showed how gifted she was. Izuku blushed, looked down as he composed himself, not noticing the pout on Uraraka and Toru's faces, the latter really unnoticeable since she is invisible. He then was surprised when he heard someone speak loudly. On his side, another one wearing a leather jacket. "Welcome to the club," said Kaminari, putting his arm around Izuku's shoulders. Izuku looked up and saw Kaminari giving him a thumbs up, and he gave the blonde a smile. They were cut off their trances when All Might spoke up. "All right, let's see what you can do, use zygotes," he said, earning the attention of his students. "It's time for the trial of battle. Each and every one of you all look great," he said with a thumbs up. All Might saw his students perk up, including Izuku, but quickly hid it with a blank expression. The hero inwardly sighed. "The boy's still upset with me." He was then cut off with a question from Ida in his costume similar to Ingenium. "Sensei, regarding the performance ground we'll be using, is it the mock city from the entrance exam?" Ida asked as he made a chopping motion in the air. "Wait, that's Ida? Man, he looked cool." Izuku thought. "You'll see, in fact, take 2 steps and you'll be there. This will be an indoor battle trial." He paused to look at their faces and continued. "Villain cleanup is usually seen out in the open, but statistically, the better part of it is an indoor job. Since most of the villainous acts are committed indoors. For example, imprisonment, house arrest, the black market. In hero-saturated society," he chuckled darkly, making the students shiver, "any villain with intelligence is lurking in the shadows." All Might placed his hands on his waist and smiled. "For this test, you'll be separated into villain and hero teams. For a 2-on-2 battle." He was about to continue when Tsuyu Azui interrupted with a question. "What about the foundational training?" "Well, this is the foundational training, young Azui. Only this time, there won't be any robots to destroy," he said, earning a nod from the frog girl. He was about to continue when he was interrupted by questions from his students. "So how do we determine who wins and loses? Is it okay to end someone? Is there a threat of expulsion like with Aizawa-sensei's test? If we're separating into different groups, what would be the best way to do so? Doesn't my cape look fancy? I can't hear you if speak all at once," he said while shaking. In order, he then took out a crib sheet and read it. "First, the hero team wins when they either capture both villains or retrieve the bomb. The villains win when they either capture both heroes or the hero was unable to capture the bomb in the time limit. Second, no young Bakugo, no ending. There won't be expulsions in my class, young Uraraka, so don't worry. You will be separated through drawing lottery to know who your teammate is. And lastly, yes, young Aoyama, your cape is dashing," he said, earning nods and scowl on Bakugo's face. "Is that really how we'll do it?" Ida asked incredulously. Izuku then spoke up. "Well, in the Hero Works, pros are often forced to make impromptu team-ups with other heroes they might not know very well. So this is probably a way to practice that," he said, getting a nod from his classmates. "I see. Always with our eyes on the future, are we?" "I apologize for the interruption." Ida bowed stiffly. All Might just nodded. "However, since there are only 19 of you, we will compromise on Team J being in a 2-on-1 handicap match. Anyway, let's begin." He then made the students draw, and here are the results. Ochako Uraraka and Momo Yaoyorozu. Beat Shoto Todoroki and Mezu Shoji. Seats Hanta Sero and Ojiro Kirishima. Deech Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida. Mina Ishido and Yuga Aoyama. Eft Koji Koda and Rikido Sato. G Denki Kaminari and Kyokujiro. H Tsuyu Azui and Fumikage Tokoyami. I Toru Hagakure and Mashireo Ojiro. J Izuku Midoriya. Just my luck, Izuku thought as he looked at his drawn letter. And went back to his position, noticing the maniacal smirk on Bakugo's face. "I just wish I don't get paired against him." "Oh. You're alone, Deku. Good luck." Uraraka said as she pat Deku's back, comforting his friend. And the first 2 pairs to do combat training will be the following. All Might said as he pulled out 2 balls with letters on it. Only for Izuku's dismay, pair J will be heroes and pair D will be villains. Just my effing luck? Izuku muttered but sighed and calmed himself down. He looked at Bakugo and saw the smirk become a grin that promised pain. Well, just wait until I removed that smug look of you of a vase, Kaken. This scenario has the villains inside the building first. Then, after 5 minutes, the heroes will enter as well. Everyone else will be able to watch what will happen through surveillance cameras, he said as the other students enter the viewing room, not without Toru and Uraraka wishing Izuku and Ida good luck before leaving. This will allow young Bakugo and Ida to get inside the heads of villainy. This is a practical training exercise. So go all out without a fear of injury. That last statement made Bakugo perk up. However, when things get out of hand, I will immediately stop it, he said as the villain team enters the room with the bomb. The pro-hero then looked at Izuku, who was quiet this whole time. I wish you good luck, young Midoriya, he said, and the boy looked at him with a blank expression. And then looked away, giving him a nod. The number 1 hero sighed and left to the viewing room. Good luck, young Midoriya. I hope you win. Bomb room, villain team. It may just be a training exercise, but it still pains me to be a villain, though I suppose I just need to defend this bomb. Ida said as he touched the bomb and noticed it was made from paper mache. So, Deku's got a quirk, right? Bakugo asked out of nowhere. Ida then turns to the blonde. He was confused by the blonde's question but answered nonetheless. You saw it for yourself, didn't you? The black tendrils that came out of his limbs. He said, and he continued to talk, not noticing Bakugo not listening to him. You were fooling me all this time? You effing nerd, I'll make you pay. In the viewing room, All Might and the rest of Class 1A stood in front of screens that show the parts of the building and the villain team at the top floor and hero team outside. They saw Izuku was looking at the building with scrutinizing eyes that appeared to have transformed to have black sclera and emerald irises. So, who do you guys think will win? Kaminari asked, making his classmates look at him. I think the villains are gonna win. They can outnumber Midoriya and capture him. Kirishima said, getting a nod from some of the students. Yeah, but don't underestimate Izuku. He's super strong, Toru said while waving her gloves wildly. Hagakure's right. Deku is strong. He even destroyed a 0-pointer with 1 punch. Uraraka said, earning her looks of surprise from the rest and confusion from Yaoyorozu and Todoroki. What? The large robot in the entrance exam? Mina Ishido asked with wide eyes. She and Kirishima encountered one of those and they chose to run then get squashed by one of those. Yeah. He punched it to save me from being crushed by the robot, she said, blushing in embarrassment of getting saved in the entrance exam. If that's the case, Midoriya will probably win this without breaking a sweat, said Sero as the rest nodded. Todoroki, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes. Just how strong are you, Midoriya? At the screen where Izuku was shown walking to the building. Before it was cut off. With All Might's yell. Okay. Hero team, start. Okay. Hero team, start. All Might yelled in the communicator. Izuku almost destroyed the earpiece All Might gave him. He shook his head to remove the ringing sound and walked towards the building and channeled Blacklight to his legs and sprinted up the building. He used wall running while sliding his hand on the surface of the wall for balancing, and when he needs to stop, he would fall down. Earlier he used his thermal vision to check where the villain team would place the bomb. He guessed it would be placed in the top floor, and he guessed correctly, seeing Bakugo and Ida in the top floor. He ran to the top of the building quietly and used thermal vision to see where Bakugo is and saw him near the ground floor. Izuku smirked. Of course he would leave Ida to fight me. How predictable, he whispered and wall crawled near the window of the room where the bomb was located. He heard Ida doing some evil villain monologue, which honestly was hilarious in Izuku's part. If they weren't in a battle trials, he would crack up there. He peeked at the window and saw Ida 50 meters away from the bomb and only 10 meters away from Izuku's location. At that moment Izuku chose to strike Ida from behind. With a capture tape ready, Izuku jumped into the window and sprinted towards Ida and whispered, "Sorry about this, Ida, and chopped him on the neck with a biomass-enhanced chop to penetrate the force through his metal costume, knocking the armor-wearing teen unconscious. Izuku caught Ida's limp body and wrapped him with capture tape. He placed him next to the bomb, hearing All Might say Tenya Ida has been captured. He sighed, knowing Bakugo would be blasting his ass back to the bomb room, figuratively and literally. So, he used his thermal vision to check where the Pomeranian is. And when he saw that the blonde was 2 floors below him, he set up a plan to ambush or catch the exploding teen off guard. Hopefully, capturing the blonde would be easy. Little did he know, when it comes to Bakugo, nothing is easy. As soon as Bakugo heard All Might start the match, he immediately blasted his way to the ground floor, leaving Ida alone with the bomb. Deku, I'm gonna have fun beating your ass up. All Might will be forced to stop the match when I'm done with you, he thought as he enters the second floor. Knowing the nerd, he would just enter the building and try to sneak past me, and blew past to the first floor to catch Deku off guard. As he neared the entrance of the first floor, he used his quirk to blast Deku. Deku, he said as the explosion caused smoke around. He stood up straight, wearing a smug smirk, thinking he blasted the nerd from existence. But as soon as the smoke cleared, he was shocked when he saw that Deku wasn't there. Where the hell is that Nadashed? He was cut off when All Might talked in the communicator. Tenya Ida has been captured. He froze when he heard that. The nerd had somehow slipped past him and he didn't even notice. He clenched his fists, unconsciously using his quirk, and gritted his teeth. He was livid knowing that he was outsmarted by Deku. In a fit of rage, he used his quirk to propel his way back to the top floor with the sole purpose to destroy the nerd. Moments later, as Bakugo was nearing the door of the bomb room, he saw Deku faced backwards. Not thinking straight, he just propelled towards Izuku and blasted one of his strongest explosions to the person in front of him. He was about to talk trash to Deku when a fist made contact to his face, knocking him a few meters away. Bakugo was surprised by the contact and was knocked out of his feet. He looked at the person who punched his and saw Deku looking at him without his jacket, with a bored expression. Deku, he growled as he groggily stood up, glaring daggers at the green-haired teen. How did you even dodge that? He asked as he nursed his bleeding lip. Izuku just looked at him and pointed to the ground where Deku had been. If you weren't so bloodthirsty, you would have noticed that it was just my leather jacket and hoodie hung on a stone pillar. Bakugo looked at the ground and saw the nerd's leather jacket and hoodie, surprised that it wasn't even damaged from the explosion. He scowled as Deku picked up the jacket and put it on. But knowing you, of course you would lash out the moment you saw something that is connected to me, the green-haired teen said, and assumed a fighting stance. Bakugo scoffed. So what? You nothing but a... He was cut off when Deku interrupted him boredly. Yeah. Nothing but a pebble on my path and sheet. I know, you've been saying that for 10 years, he said and smirked, making the blonde grit his teeth. But that didn't stop me from outsmarting you, did it? He said, making the blonde's rage increase, and lunged to him with his right fist, reeled back to perform a right hook. Izuku, predicting this, leaned to his left, dodging the punch, and channeled Blacklight to his arms and grabbed the blonde's outstretched arm and performed a judo throw. As Bakugo lands to the ground, he spat out some of his spit and groaned in pain. Everyone in the viewing room were amazed on how the greenette predicted the blonde's move. Wow. He's like a pro, Uraraka yelled. The rest simply nodded. All Might smiled at the show of skill that Izuku had been showing, from him running up the building vertically and capturing Ida with the latter knowing. And now, outsmarting Bakugo and countering his attacks and ambush. You always lead with a right hook. I saw you do it so many times that I can't even count how many, Izuku said as he jumped away, keeping some distance from the blonde who was beginning to stand up. I analyzed and took noted of all the heroes I thought were amazing. And I also wrote yours in the notes you blew up and tossed away, he said as he channeled his quirk to his arms and formed his muscle mass. And you can call me Deku all you want, but know this, Izuku said with narrowed eyes. I don't care what you call me because that name is nothing but a name of the person who will and already surpassed you, Kaken, he yelled, making the blonde scowl even more. Now I'm gonna end you, Deku, Bakugo yelled, glaring at the greenette. In the viewing room. What is he saying? There's no sound through the surveillance footage. Kirishima said looking at the screen. Teammates can communicate through wireless transceivers. And they all have a rough sketch of the building. He then pulled out a piece of tape. And then there's this capture tape. The second someone's wrapped this around the opponent, that's the sign that they're captured, like young Ida earlier. He looked back at the screen. The time limit is 15 minutes and normally, the hero team don't know exactly where the core is being held, right? All Might said and earning a yes from the students. The hero side is at a pretty disadvantage in this scenario. Mina said little nervous at the fight happening. Yes, that's what it normally is supposed to be, but young Midoriya for some reason thought of a way to move to the location of the bomb. He was cut off by Toru. He probably used his thermal vision. She said raising her hands. He used it on the entrance exams to find me when I was trapped under a wrecked building. Thermal vision? I thought his quirk was black tendrils? Yaoyorozu asked with raised eyebrows. Well, I don't really know. Izuku wasn't really specific what his quirk was. Toru said sheepishly. They were all interrupted when Aoyama talked. Ah, Monsieur Bakugo, he said pointing at the screen. They all looked at the screen. In the screen, Bakugo propelled to Izuku and strike him with explosions from his palms. The greenette just slapped Bakugo's hands, redirecting the attack to the side as he used a sweeping kick making the blonde lose balance and performed a roundhouse kick to send the blonde tumbling away. Said blonde tumbled and landed on his feet. Izuku was confused when he shook his right arm and smirked evilly. What is he planning? Izuku jumped away to cover distance when Bakugo began to talk. My explosions are sparked by the sweat on my palms which is secreting nitroglycerin that then detonates, he said as he pointed his right arm towards Deku and grabbed the pin of his bracers. Which still confused Izuku. Now, if the specs are as I asked then I can store that nitro sweat into this bracers and… That made Izuku realize what he was planning. Shit. Young Bakugo, don't do it. You'll end him. All Might yelled through the transceiver. He won't die if IT doesn't hit him. Bakugo said maniacally and pulled the pin causing an All Might-sized explosion that rocked the whole building and destroying the side where Izuku was. The students in the viewing room were shocked of the power of the explosion. Dikiyu. Izuku. Uraraka and Toru yelled worried for their friend. Seeing the size of the explosion would end Izuku. This is meant to be a lesson. Kirishima yelled still shocked at the damage the explosion had done. All Might was speechless. He couldn't believe the size and power of the explosion and Bakugo didn't even hesitate unleashing it on a classmate. Bakugo was laughing maniacally. He was pleased on the result of his explosion. He just ended Deku, the pebble that was on his path, the nerd that ruined his glory, the loser that had followed him since they were kids. With Deku out of the way, no one can stop him from becoming the number one her. Man, that was close, a voice in the smoke caused by the explosion said making the blonde's train of thought stop. He widened his eyes and looked at the smoke. He survived? He thought as a rock came full speed hitting his bracers shattering them in contact rendering them useless. That surprised the blonde and he looked at his shattered and back to the smoke that is now slowly disappearing. What he saw shocked him and the people in the viewing room. There on Deku's place was said greenette slightly hunched with his left arm blocking his face and upper torso was of black and red mass acting like a shield. Deku then stood straight and the shield began to turn into black mass that retracted back to the nerd's body. He shook his left arm. That attack was impressive, you almost got me there. Almost. He smirked and black tendrils came out and wrapped around his right arm. When the tendril wrapped his whole arm, it appears that his right arm was changed into black tendrils tied and twisted together with the end appearing to have two short but sharp blades. Whoopus. I would like to have to fight you more but I need to end this. Izuku said as he reeled his right arm and made a whipping motion as it stretched and speed towards Bakugo, who barely dodged it as the blades shatter his remaining bracer. Izuku clicked his tongue and whipped his arms towards Bakugo, looking like he wants to impale the blonde. Said blonde dodge it easily just by tilting his body to the side and smirked. You missed, he taunted the greenette. However, he was confused when Izuku just shrugged. Did I? Deku asked him, confusing him even more. The nerd then smirked. I win. Bakugo scowled. He was about to retaliate when All Might's voice was heard in the hidden speakers in the room. Hero Team YN. How Bakugo asked and slowly looked behind him and saw Izuku's blade transformed into his hand touching the bomb. I lost to Deku? Izuku retracted his arm back and it transformed back into his normal arm. He then placed his hands in the pockets of his and started to exit the room. Bakugo to his part was still shocked and was livid of losing to Deku. Out of anger he lunged toward Izuku's arm reeled back for a haymaker. That is when Izuku just sidestepped as the punch missed and channeled biomass to his arm, summoning muscle mass and chopping the blonde on the neck sending him to the ground in a strong thud. He looked at the unconscious blonde on the floor and turned away to exit the building leaving the villain team to the medical robots entering the building. As he entered the viewing room, he was faced by All Might with a frown on his face. Izuku looked at the hero with raised eyebrows. Was it really necessary to hit young Bakugo with that last attack? All Might asked him with crossed arms. Izuku just shrugged and continued walking. No, it wasn't necessary. He paused and stopped to look at the pro hero in a side glance making the hero flinch a bit. But I just felt like doing it, he said as he pulled out a protein bar, unwrapped it and ate it. Then went to his classmates leaving a stunned All Might to his thoughts. Viewing room. You got us worried there, duh. That fight was amazing. Congrats in winning, Izuku. I couldn't hear what you were saying, but that was some heated battle, man. Wow, Midori. You were so cool back there. That match was so intense it got us all fired up. Izuku was bombarded by his classmates as he entered the viewing room after passing All Might. He was taken aback from the attention he was getting and blushed when his pink-skinned classmate went to his face only inches away when he entered, making him back away a bit, while making Toru and Uraraka uncomfortably jealous. Hi, I'm Mina Ishido. You fight really well, said the pink-haired girl. Now that he got a close look at her, he saw that she had pink skin, pink curly hair similar to his, eyes with black sclera and yellow irises and small horns that he found cute. Wait, what? Where did that come from? Yo, I'm Ojiro Kirishima. That was a manly fight, dude, said the boy with spiky red hair, pointed red eyes with a small scar above his right eye as he gave him a thumbs up. I'm Tsuyu Azui, but you can call me Tsuyu, okay? Said a girl with frog-like appearance, has straight dark green hair tied into a bow at its bottom and large eyes that he also found cute. Okay. What's going on with me? Hey, Sato here, said a tall, muscular young man with a wild build, short brown hair, squared-shaped eyes with black pupils, pair of bushy eyebrows and large, thick lips. And nice to meet you all and… Izuku said as bowed and looked at them and gave them a small smile. The thanks, I guess, he said scratching his nape, a small blush forming on his face. Unintentionally, giving Toru, Uraraka and Mina a mild heart attack for how cute he can be and a small blush on Azui's face. Kirishima just watched in amusement while seeing his childhood friend Mina seemingly crushing on Midoriya. So little Mina has a little crush on Midoriya? Eh? Wait till Auntie knows this, he thought as an evil smirk is seen on his face. Unconsciously, Mina felt a chill on his spine and saw Kirishima smiling evilly and just knew she was doomed. Alright class, hero team and villain team line up. All Might entered the room with a downcasted Ida and Bakugo walking behind him, the latter having bandages caused by the match. Izuku walked to the villain team and stood next to Ida while Bakugo didn't stop walking and went to the corner of the room. All Might sighed at this and looked at the class. The MVP of the match is young Midoriya, All Might announced in his loud voice, making Izuku and Jiro flinch in pain. So loud, they both thought as they tried relieve their ears/earphone jacks that were ringing. Izuku and Ida stood in front of the class, the latter head lowered since he didn't do anything in the match while Bakugo was just sitting in the corner of the room contemplating about his performance. He came back from the infirmary and has bandages on his face. My right swing. Deku read me like a book. And on the top of that he found a way to beat me. I lost to Deku, he thought while looking at his shaking hands. Well, that was obvious since he won, right? Ribbit, asked Azui getting a nod from All Might. Yes, young Azui. But why though? Who knows why? All Might said boisterously as he raised his hands. All Might sensei, said Momo Yaoyorozu, raising her hand, making everyone look at her. It's because Midoriya was the one who adapted in the situation and focused on the task given to him that caught Izuku's attention. Watching the fight, Bakugo's behavior was clearly driven by some personal grudge and thus was totally arbitrary. Like you told us earlier, sensei, a large-range attack in an indoor arena is just idiotic, she said and looked at Ida. Ida was lowered his guard as even if the match started, in result to that Midoriya was able to get him from behind and capturing him. She finished and Ida nodded in understanding, promising to himself that he would be aware of his surroundings more. Yaoyorozu then turned to Izuku, who blushed in the eye contact, looked away as Uraraka and Toru pout in jealousy. Meanwhile, Midoriya had planned ahead of them. If Hagakure was saying the truth about his thermal vision, we would confirm that he knew where the opposing team is located and made a plan before the start of the match. Yaoyorozu said, getting a nod from Izuku, confirming her theory, shocking everyone with the exception of Toru, Uraraka and Ida. And because of that, he was able to sneak past the opposing team and capturing Ida. Though his fight against was too extreme, he still kept the objective in mind and found a way to capture the bomb while distracting his opponent. After that there was a deafening silence. The whole class was amazed of how well thought her analysis were. Holy moly! She said it all. All Might thought as he shakily gave her a thumbs up. You're correct, young Yaoyorozu. Good job. Yaoyorozu nodded and placed her hands on her hips. We should always start our studies with what's familiar. And if we don't cheer each other on wholeheartedly, then we'll never become top heroes, she said, earning smile from Izuku. Beautiful and smart, he thought to himself. Well, that's what he thought. That's as when Yaoyorozu looked at him with wide eyes with a blush on her face. He inwardly face-palmed and covered his mouth and looked away with his face red in embarrassment. Damn it. I said that out loud, he thought, wishing for the floor to eat him to save him from his embarrassment. Okay. Next teams are Team B as heroes and Team I as villains. All Might said as the said teams, Shoto Todoroki and Mizo Shoji as heroes, Toru Hagakure and Mashireo Ojiro as villains went outside to the arena. Well, not without Toru hugging Izuku and saying, for good luck, then running outside, leaving a red-faced Izuku and a jealous pile of girls, namely Uraraka, Mina and Azui, a smirking Kirishima and a curious Yaoyorozu and Jiro, who was still blushing by the way. Villain team, 4th floor. Ojiro. After seeing Izuku's fight, I'm a little pumped up, so I'm going to take my gloves and shoes too. That way I can sneak past the hero team and capture them, she said as she removes her gloves and shoes. Only noticeable object on her is the wireless transceiver placed in her ear, but to Ojiro, it looked like it was floating. Yeah sure, Ojiro said as he scratched his cheek. He appears to be a young man with a muscular build, short blonde hair swept to the front of his head, this eyes with no lower eyelashes, has a tail which is completely hairless save for the tip. He was wearing a plain karate gi, tied with a black belt, with fur on its collar, black boots with sand blue details. Hagakure as an invisible person, that's definitely a good plan. But seeing that one of our opponents has limbs that can turn into eyes, ears and mouth, I'm a little worried, he whispered to himself as he looked at the bomb and to the door. He sighed and readied himself for the villain team. Hero team. As All Might started the match, Shoji entered the door. He's a tall, muscular young man with pale gray hair swept forward covering his face, bent downwards at almost a right angle over his eye. He has 6 arms, all attached to each other by a web of skin, which are very physically strong. He was wearing a tight blue tank top, 6 white markings resembling eyes, connected at the top to a darker, more indigo-colored mask. It's designed the same as the one he usually wears. He has a belt with another, larger eye shape embedded into its center, this time yellow, below which he wears slightly baggy trousers to match his shirt, 2 darker lines running down the sides of his legs, and indigo boots. He closed his eyes and began to stretch his limbs as ears formed on his 4 other hands. He began to concentrate in every sound he hears. After 2 minutes, he opened his eyes once more and looked at Todoroki. One of them is on the north side of the 4th floor. The other is somewhere on the same floor, barefoot. Looks like the invisible girl is planning to ambush us for a capture, said Shoji, or his hands turned mouth. Todoroki nodded and walked past him. Go outside. This will be hairy, he said as waited for his teammate to leave the building. If they intend to make this a defensive game, he paused as the temperature in the room dropped instantly as a valley of ice raced into the whole building, freezing everything it passes on. Then this won't be much for me, he said as he walked calmly towards the 4th floor. Entering a room, he saw Ojiro literally frozen on his feet, trying to move his legs. Keyword, trying. Ojiro then heard Toru whimper in pain and knew he had to do something. As Todoroki was walking forward, Ojiro's tail hit the ice covering his feet, shattering the ice, and jumped forward to attack the hero. He leapt and swung his tail toward Todoroki, but a wall of ice blocked his attack. He hit the ice and winced in pain as the ice from his feet is beginning to rip his skin. The bicolored hair teen saw this and smirked. He then sent another valley of ice towards Ojiro, encasing the tailed teen, leaving his head out as Todoroki walked past him. You can take a step if you like, he said smugly, mocking the tailed boy. However, peeling the skin off the soles of your foot doesn't look good for your ability to fight. He walked past Ojiro wearing a stoic yet smug look. In the viewing room, everyone felt the temperature drop and were shivering in the cold they were feeling. Well, everyone except Yaoyorozu, who made a heater and placed it next to her. Izuku saw this and slowly moved closer to her so that he can feel the heat coming from the heater, but careful not to get noticed. Sharing is caring, right? As long as she doesn't notice me. Yaoyorozu, however, saw this and looked at him, making him stop moving, visible flinch, and looked away while whistling a tone, trying to hide his embarrassment. The girl just giggled softly at this. She looked at him, analyzing his. She saw his large emerald eyes, noticed he had freckles that are shaped in a diamond shape. She noticed that he was slightly shorter than her, making her think that he looked cute. Realizing what she just thought, Yaoyorozu remembered what he said about her and instantly blushed. So he thinks I'm beautiful and smart? She looked back to Izuku, who was now looking at the screen. The raven-haired girl shook of her the blush on her face and focused on the screen. Back to the arena. Hero Team Wyanin. All Might's voice rang in the arena as Todoroki touched the bomb. Ojiro inwardly cursed as he couldn't do anything to stop his opponent. Ow, 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 ow. Toru whimpered as she tried to move her feet. But doing so hurts her, making her feel like her skin is ripping itself. I apologize, Todoroki said as he used his left hand to touch the bomb, sending heat on the object, making it and his surroundings covered in ice melt, surprising both Toru and Ojiro. But looks like the gap between us is just too big, he said as he exited the building, leaving the villain team speechless. Viewing room. Now that the arena is fully unfrozen, who do you think is the MVP of the match? All Might asked his class. It's obviously Todoroki, yelled Kirishima. Yeah, he froze the whole building, making it hard for the enemies to move to defend the bomb. Denki Kaminari said, backing up Kirishima's claim. Yaoyorozu was about to agree when Izuku spoke up. I think it's Ojiro, he said, making them look at him with wide eyes. Even Bakugo, Ojiro, and Todoroki were surprised. What do you mean, Midobro? Todoroki effortlessly defeated the villain team. Didn't you see that? Kirishima asked in a confused tone. Ignoring the nickname, Izuku looked at the hero team and villain team for a couple of seconds and looked at Kirishima. Yes, I saw that. He took a deep breath and looked at them. But that doesn't change the fact that Ojiro was the only one who did his role correctly. This gained Izuku some confused looks. He sighed and elaborated. Well, for starters, Toru wasn't able to do anything as she was frozen in place with no way to get out of it, he said as Toru gave a sad nod as Uraraka and Mina pat her on her shoulder, not really knowing how they did it without seeing where she is. Izuku looked at the bicolored hair boy with a serious look in his eyes. Todoroki, though he was able to immobilize the villain team, in a real-life situation, he would have caused the bomb to explode when he covered it with ice. Causing it to explode, damaging the building, ending the villains. And maybe civilian hostages if it were a hostage-taking. Through the explosion or hypothermia. The last sentence made them wide their eyes. Todoroki was shocked to hear that. Izuku then turned to Shoji. Shoji, was almost the MVP since he entered the room as the match starts, gathered information and gave the information to his teammate. The only problem is that he just let Todoroki enter the building alone and didn't act as backup to make sure the opponents don't gang up on him if they were able to escape the ice. He finished and earned a nod of understanding from Shoji. He then turned to Ojiro. Ojiro, however, was focused on defending the objective. After getting a chance to escape the ice, he immediately went after Todoroki. Even if moving his body will hurt him from the cold temperature, he paused and looked at All Might directly in the eyes. Sacrificing yourself for the well-being of others or an objective is what makes a hero, and in this match Ojiro showed that use himself as a shield to defend an objective, whether it's a bomb or a civilian. He said smile at Ojiro, who smiled at him gratefully. All Might had to suppress a tear as he was touched and honestly terrified at Izuku's analysis. Note to self, never team him up with young Yaoyorozu. Just thinking about it sent chill to his spine. Haha. You are correct, young Midoriya. The true essence of a hero is in the spirit of selflessness. Therefore, young Ojiro is the MVP. Congratulations, he said as Izuku just nodded at him and Ojiro bowed. Everyone was impressed on Midoriya's analysis and were secretly thankful that they weren't up against him, since his not only he has a badass quirk but he's also freaking smart. And they were even thankful that he wasn't teamed up with Yaoyorozu. They would have been ender combo. Said girl was impressed with Izuku's analyzing skill, and was taken aback when he used real-life situations to make his analysis. She made a mental note to also use real-life situations for her future analysis. Yaoyorozu looked at the greenette and was even more interested on knowing the boy even more. Strong, handsome and smart, she thought to herself, but instantly covered her mouth when he saw him blush. I said it out loud. She looked at Izuku, who looked away, ears red. All this was caught by all the girls and were all pouting in jealousy, except for Jiro, who was just looking at Izuku in curiosity. She then looked at the girls and saw their face and raised an eyebrow and looked back at the greenette. Dude, you trying to make a harem or something? She asked in her mind and had to suppress a smile when he caught her gaze, making her look away. She didn't understand why, but why do I feel like I want to join them? She thought as she looked at all the girls. Time skip. It was late in the afternoon when the battle trials ended. All the students were able to show their skill and quirks. Every time a match ended, Izuku and Yaoyorozu would give their opinions on who is the MVP and explain it to the class. Everyone were at awe as the duo tell them their opinions on the matches and just solidifies their thank to whoever God that made sure these two weren't teamed together. After the battle trial, All Might sped away, not looking back as he tell them they did great. Izuku knew why he would do this, though he just shrugged it off and went to the changing room to change back to his uniform. Not noticing pairs of eyes staring at him with one particular pair of heterochromia eyes, looked at him with scrutiny. You may be strong, Midoriya, but I will always be stronger, said the pair of eyes and walked away. As Izuku entered the changing room, he changed back to his uniform and went back to their classroom. While he walking, he trailed back to his fight against Bakugo. He showed the blonde the portion of his strengths and with it he dominated the match. Even after Bakugo used his trump card, which is his stored sweat, and released a large explosion almost ending him and destroying the building area, Izuku had managed to beat the blonde. He felt good showing the Bakugo that he was not the same Deku he was once, but looking at the blonde's expression after the match, Izuku knew that his win shattered the blonde's pride. Izuku may not like Bakugo anymore, but seeing the explosive teen's depressed state and felt bad. After changing into his uniform, he went to their classroom to somehow talk to Bakugo. Like him or not, Izuku can stand seeing someone feeling down. His heroic heart can't stand it. Outside UA, one downcasted Katsuki Bakugo was seen leaving the campus. He was still upset of the loss he got from Deku and couldn't help but doubt himself. He had always been the better person in their middle school and Deku was the class loser. He was the praised while Deku was the ridiculed. He was the favorite while Deku wasn't. He was the diamond and Deku was the coal. He was the stronger, the faster, the smarter and braver. And yet Deku was the one who surpassed him. First, the entrance exams, he got in second place while Deku got first place. Second, the quirk apprehension test, he was fourth while Deku was second. And now the battle trials. He lost while Deku was the winner and the loser was handicapped. Looking back at the fight, Bakugo saw that Deku wasn't even serious while fighting him and was holding back. What if Deku give him his all? He would have been destroyed. Oi Bakugo! I've been looking everywhere for you. A voice came from behind the ash-blonde teen and stopped walking to see who had called him. Turning around, Bakugo saw Deku jogging towards him. He saw the greenette wasn't even injured from all his attacks, while him on the other hand had bruises on his face and his upper back because of the judo throw. Deku stopped when he came 6 feet away from him and panted for a bit and looked at him. They stared at each other for a bit and kept quiet. Bakugo, being impatient, was about to talk when the greenette beat him to it. Don't let that loss get into your head, Deku said to him, making Bakugo narrow his eyes. In the match, when you used your bracer to shoot that giant explosion? He paused and looked Bakugo in the eye. You almost got me there. If I used shield a second late, I would have lost. That made Bakugo widen his eyes. He would have won if Deku wasn't fast enough. Deku. Izuku saw Bakugo soften his expression, but he knew that the blonde was still down. He sighed and looked away. Plan A didn't work. Plan B it is, he thought. So stop brooding and do better, or I'll just left you behind, Izuku said in a cool tone. 3, 2, 1, he mentally counted. Huh? What the hell was that, you nerd? Bakugo yelled instantly back to himself. Works like a charm. Izuku inwardly smirked. Your win was just a fluke. You heard me? A fluke? The blonde yelled at the greenette, who just looked at him with a bored expression, but inwardly Izuku was smirking widely for how easy Bakugo was. You won this time, but next time I'll make sure to beat the living shit out of you. And from here on out, I'm gonna be number one. You hear me? I'm gonna be the number one hero. Bakugo finished and turned around to leave. Izuku smirked at him and left the campus to go to the station, not seeing a pair of blue eyes looking at him with a proud expression. I would have chased after young Bakugo myself, but I see it unnecessary. You are enough to get his confidence back up. I can't say it in your face, but I am very proud of you, young Midoriya. I just hope you would forgive me for what I said to you on the first time we met, said Toshinori, All Might skeletal form, as he walked away. Unknown location. Have you heard? All Might's a teacher in UA, said a voice in a matter-of-fact way. Pushing the newspaper he just read on the bar counter, closer to a man covered with what appeared to be hands. The man covered with hands looked at the newspaper and grinned menacingly. Hey, what do you think would happen once the symbol of peace got ended by villains, he said as a monstrous form emerges from the corner of the bar and roared as the man with hands chuckled darkly. Your reign of heroism has come to an end, All Might. Oh God, oh God, oh God, I'm late for class. Izuku exclaimed as he exited the station and ran to UA. After his confrontation with Bakugo, Izuku quickly went home and collapsed to his bed, out cold. The amount of biomass he had used on the battle trials had took a toll to his body. He didn't show it in class, but after his match he was close to passing out. He cursed himself for forgetting setting his alarm clock, and now he is running late for class. As he took a turn he stopped and gained a confused expression. What in the world is going on here? Izuku whispered to himself, looking at the crowd of reporters in front of UA. He can see groups of reporters blocking the UA gate. There he can see his classmates having trouble getting in the campus. What kind of lessons does All Might teach? Asked one reporter. Sorry. We're in a hurry, exclaimed Mina, pulling Toru into the campus. Can you give us your thoughts on what it's like having the symbol of peace standing before you at the podium of education? My thoughts. He was really muscly. Yeah, said Uraraka in cute way. Wait, what? What do you think of All Might's turn as a teacher? A reporter asked to Ida, who was about to enter the campus. Ida looked at them and began making a speech. It redoubles my awareness of the fact that I'm enrolled where I can reap the rewards of the pinnacle of hero training. It goes without saying his authority and mien are awe-inspiring, but so too are qualities such as his sense of humor. Now that we students will be constantly exposed to such an impressive role model, we will be able to study what one needs to possess in order to match the definition of a top hero and furthermore and so on. Izuku had to hold back a sweat drop as Ito was almost making an essay just by a simple question. What do you think of all M-? Wait, aren't you the kid from the Sludge guy incident? Izuku saw a reporter walk closer to Bakugo, who just sneered at the reporter and continued his way in Yua. Remembering that he was late for class, Izuku had to think of a way to walk past the reporters. They all seemed to ask questions about All Might. What if? He decided on what to do. He then took a deep breath and walked toward the entrance of the campus. When he was nowhere 10 feet from the gate, a reporter saw him and quickly went to him. Hi. What are your thoughts about All Might teaching your class? She asked him, pushing a microphone near his face. Izuku, as planned, looked at them and gave them an apologetic look. I'm sorry, but I'm from the support course, as he said as he rubbed the back of his head. With that, the reporter then frowned and immediately left him and just pretended that he never talked to him. Oh my god. It actually worked. He mentally cheered and quickly ran past the reporters and Aizawa, who was giving him an amused look. Good work getting past the reporters, Midoriya, said the pro hero. Izuku was about to apologize for being late, but Aizawa just waved him off. It's okay. Just go straight to class and wait for me, he said to the green-haired boy, who sighed in relief, bowed at him and began running inside. He smiled at the retreating form of the boy, but immediately frowned when he heard one of the reporters talk. Give us some insight on All Might. Wait, cut the feed. Why don't you get a little more presentable, dude? Aizawa ignored the insult and just answered them boredly. The man is off duty now. You're interfering with our lessons here, so kindly vacate the premises, he said, shooing them away, then turning to leave. Media, he thought, rolling his eyes. However, the crowd of reporters didn't listen. We just want to speak with All Might directly. Aren't you a little too plain looking? Yeah, but that guy looks familiar. I just don't know how. Come on. Couldn't you get All Might to tell us a little? But seeing the pro hero completely ignoring them, one more persistent reporter began walking toward the entrance of UA. That is when a beeping sound was heard and suddenly a thick metal barrier fell from the top of the entrance, effectively keeping the pesky reporters out. As the reporters cursed and fumed at UA for not letting them talk to All Might, a mysterious figure can be seen in the distance as quietly looking at the crowd and the barrier. In Class 1A, as Izuku entered their classroom, he was met by Uraraka, Toru, Mina and Ida. He saw that they were blocked by the reporters and asked them questions about All Might. After greeting them, they began asking him how was the reporters outside UA and what he said to them. Izuku, seeing nothing wrong answering them honestly, he said that he told the reporters that he was a support course student and All Might wasn't his teaching him. Hearing his answer, they all fell over comically and praised him for being so smart. The greenette just chuckled at his friend's reactions. He then noticed Todoroki looking at him with narrowed eyes. When Izuku caught him, he just slowly looked away. Izuku just shrugged it off and went to his seat, not without Bakugo glaring at him. He raised an eyebrow at the blonde and continued to his seat. Great. Barely been a week and 2 people already hate me, he thought, and straightened up as Aizawa enters the room with paper on his hands. Hope you're all rested from yesterday's battle trial, he said in his usual tired tone and placed the papers on the podium and looked at them. I took the liberty of looking at your marks and evaluation. That got a reaction from the class as most of them stiffened. Aizawa then looked at Bakugo and the blonde flinched. Bakugo. Stop acting like a 7-year-old. You're wasting your own talent. Your bracers will be confiscated and you are prohibited from using them until after the sports festival. I saw your match and looking at your behavior I could expel you right here, right now. Bakugo was about to talk when Aizawa continued. But seeing that no harm has been done to your opponent, I'll let it slide. However, if you ever intentionally hurt a fellow UA student again, I won't hesitate and expel you. Understood? He said, using his quirk to prove his point, scaring the blonde who began sweating bullet. Understood? Bakugo said in a low voice. Aizawa deactivated his quirk and looked at Todoroki. Todoroki, looking at your match, I would say your performance wasn't surprising. But I would suggest you start thinking before using your quirk like that again. Like Midoriya said in the analysis, you freezing the whole building can harm the bomb, hostages and your allies. So try not to use your quirk recklessly, he said sternly to the bicolored hair boy who just nodded. The pro-hero then looked at Izuku, who had a serious look on his face. Midoriya, I would say I'm impressed of your performance. Izuku knew there was a but in that sentence. He just kept quiet and wait for the hero to continue. However, try to dodge the explosions next time instead of taking the hit head-on. I know you can make a shield using your body mass, but taking an explosion with the power of All Might's punch in point blank is an illogical plan. Aizawa finished. Izuku nodded at the hero. Yes sir, he said, earning a nod from the hero. Now let's get on with the homeroom notices. I'm sorry to have to spring this on you all, but... Aizawa said in a serious tone, making the everyone sweat like crazy. What is it? Another test maybe? Most of them thought getting nervous about what their homeroom teacher is going to say. After a few minutes, Aizawa then talked. You need to pick a class president, he said, making the whole class scream, finally, something school-related. And they raised their hands and began to yell out their nominations. Oh, I want to be class president. Pick me, yelled Kirishima. That's like a leader position. I'll do it. Me. Mina said excitedly. Oh, you mean the position that exists for me? Aoyama said calmly, only to be ignored by Aizawa. Let me do it. Bakugo yelled. Be quiet. They were shut up with Ida's loud voice. This is a task laden with responsibility where you must carry and pull everyone else's weight. Just because you'd like to do it doesn't mean you can, he said as he stood up. It is a holy office that requires the great esteem and trust of those around you. The only truly worthy leader will emerge from a democratic choice of reflecting the will of the people. He began raising his arm. Which is why this must be settled by voting, he said as he stiffly raised his arm. Yep, he definitely wants the position. Izuku thought in amusement of his friend's antics. Before Ida could continue, he was interrupted by Tsuyu. Isn't it still too early for us to develop any trust in each other? Ribbit, she asked. Yeah. And everyone will just vote for themselves. Kirishima added. I have a suggestion. Izuku raised his arm. Everyone looked at him. He almost flinched at the sudden attention. What if everyone gets 2 votes each? That way everyone can vote for themselves and the person they deem worthy for the position. He finished, earning a nod. Ida looked at Aizawa, who just got in his sleeping bag. Will that be all right, sensei? Aizawa just shrugged and lay on the floor. I don't care how you do it. As long as you all decide by the time homeroom is done, anything's fine, he said, and Ida nodded. He began to take out pieces of paper to distribute to the class. As Izuku got his piece of paper, he began thinking who will be right for the position. He looked around the class to decide. Obviously, he skipped Bakugo because they need a leader, not a dictator. His eyes landed on Ida and Yaoyorozu. They look and gave out leader vibes in his book. Ida is strict and Yaoyorozu is smart and calm most of the time. Izuku thought they would do a perfect job as the class president. Izuku wrote their names on the pieces of paper and placed them in the fishbowl to be counted later. As he sat on his chair, he leaned his cheek on his palm as his elbow rests on his desk and looked outside. Only a matter of time till they get a class president. And he already knew one thing. That it won't be me. 20 minutes later. Why got 8 votes? Izuku exclaimed as he stared wide eyes at the blackboard. Izuku Midoriya 8. Momo Yaoyorozu Mashireo Ojiro 3. Tenyeda 3. Katsuki Bakugo 2. To say that he was shocked is to say Uraraka is cute. No, scratch that. To say that he was shocked is to say Bakugo hates him. He was sure that either Yaoyorozu or Ida would get the position. They had the characteristics of a leader, so why him? While Izuku was in thought, Bakugo was shaking in irritation. You've gotta be cheating me. Who voted for you? He yelled, causing 4 heads look away, trying to not get caught. Who would vote for you? Snickered Sero as Bakugo glared at him. I hope Bakugo doesn't find out it was me. Thought Uraraka, Toru, Mina and Ojiro simultaneously. Only 2 votes. I see how it is. Of course, since I insisted on the sacredness of the role. Ida said, kneeling on the floor with a storm cloud on his head. You voted for someone else? Yaoyorozu asked while having a sweat drop on her head. Even though you wanted the job so badly. Sato said as he pat Ida's shoulder trying to comfort the depressed brunette. Aizawa stood up and left his sleeping bag. He looked at the results and hid a smirk in his scarf at the Greenette's new task. So it's decided. Izuku Midoriya will be your class president and Momo Yaoyorozu will the vice president. Aizawa announced, cutting Izuku from his trance. He took a deep breath before standing up and walking to the front of the class, with Yaoyorozu behind him. As class president, I'll do my best to lead and guide our class as we began our journey as heroes, Izuku said as he bowed and gave them a smile. He then looked at Yaoyorozu and bowed at her as well. I look forward working with you. Yaoyorozu had to hold back a blush on how bright the Greenette's aura is. Why yeah, I look forward working with you too, she gave him a smile. The whole class had to cover their eyes on how the two were radiating sunshine. Cute, the girls thought. Time skip lunch. Man, I can't believe I was made class president. I'm not really sure if I'm up to the tasks, Izuku said as he finished his third bowl of katsudon. He may have made a promise to do his best as the class president, but he was still skeptical on the thought of leading a whole class. Sure you are, said Uraraka, who was enjoying the taste of the roast bowl she got for lunch. Yeah. You'll do just fine, Midori/Izuku, said Mina and Toru, standing up to further prove their point. I think you'll do fine, said Ida as he scoops a spoonful of curry. Izuku, Uraraka, Toru and Mina looked at him curiously. You've got guts and judgment when it counts, Midoriya. Same as Yaoyorozu. I voted for you too because I knew you both have it in you to carry the class through, he finished as he took a bite of his curry. Izuku was surprised that Ida, not only because he voted for him, but had described him as a leader. The girls with them smiled. They also voted for Izuku for the exact same reason. They would look forward seeing Izuku lead their class. But didn't you want to be class president yourself, Ida? You've got the look down with the glasses too, Uraraka said bluntly, making Mina and Toru nod in agreement while Izuku had to chuckle for how blunt Uraraka can be. Ida took a sip on his orange juice before responding. Like I said, mere volition has nothing to do with one's actual suitability. He paused for a bit before continuing. I did nothing more than follow my judgment on the matter. His so proper, Izuku thought to himself. He was about to say something when Uraraka beat him to it. Wow, Ida. You're always going on about honor and stuff. I might be wrong, but are you from a rich family? Uraraka blunt as always asked Ida, who flinched visibly in the question. Izuku had to hold back a sweat drop on the suddenness and bluntness of the question, but was also curious. Same goes for Toru and Mina, who moved closer towards the three. I don't like it when my social status is being questioned, he said, looking down at his plate. But if I must talk about such topic, then yes. I'm from a family that's been in heroics for generations. I'm currently the second son, he said, and that got a reaction to his classmates. They were shocked and surprised to know that they have a classmate that is from a hero family. Seeing his classmates' reactions, he continued. Do you know of Turbo Hero, Ingenium? He asked them. The girls raised their eyebrows, not really knowing who Ingenium is. Izuku, however, perked up. He knew who Ingenium was, but was confused why Ida asked this. It took him 2 seconds to realize what Ida was going at. No way. Are you his brother? He asked Ida, who looked at him. You know him, Izuku? Terest. Izuku nodded happily and pulled out a notebook from out of nowhere. He began to flip the pages and stopped on a page with a drawing of an armor similar to Ida's hero costume. Of course. He was the super popular hero whose Tokyo office has hired as many as 65 sidekicks. He said excitedly, unintentionally going back to his fanboy self. His classmates were surprised on the Greenette's sudden burst. Realizing this, Izuku blushed and put the notebook away. Ida, who gave him an amazed/amused look, just nodded. You're quite knowledgeable. But that's correct. And yes, he's my big brother, he said as he pushed his glasses up, anime style. He's unabashed, they all said. Ida looked at them and then looked up for dreamily. He's a beloved pro-hero who prizes the rules and guides the people. And I aspire to be a hero like him one day, he sighed and gave them a small smile. As such, I think it might be too soon for me to be in a leadership position. For now, Midoriya is the better man. And him becoming class president is the right choice. Izuku and the girls looked at him with awe. The Greenette was happy that Ida somewhat looked up to him. He barely knew him, yet he had just got the guy's trust in just a few days meeting him. "Oh, I think that's the first time you've smiled, Ida," Uraraka said, shattering the silence. Ida flinched a little and started chopping motions. "Wadash. That's not true. I smile too." All the time, the Bluinette argued back, making the girls giggle. Izuku just stayed silent and just smiled at Ida. So Ingenium is to Ida, as Alex is to me. Although, he was cut off on his line of thought when a loud alarm echoed in the cafeteria. Security level 3 has been breached. Attention students, please promptly evacuate, a voice said through the speakers, making most of the students confused and some paling in the announcement. In just a couple of seconds, the cafeteria had turned into chaos as the students in the facility began panicking and pushing towards the evacuation site. "What's security level 3? Ida asked a senior student who was about to exit the place. "It means someone's infiltrated the school grounds. This hasn't happened in 3 years, the senior said, running towards the exit. However, due to the high amount of students crowded in the cafeteria, everyone got stuck in the place. Izuku, even though getting stuck and pushed, saw that some students are getting hurt due to being pushed. "Midoriya, look outside. It's just the press." Izuku heard Ida yell and did so since he was near the window. There he saw that the press from earlier had forced their way into the campus. He also saw Eraserhead and Present Mike trying to keep the press from entering the school building. "Ow! My ankle!" Uraraka's yell made Izuku look at her direction and saw that she was wincing in pain as Mina and Toru try to hold her up. He then heard more of his classmates call, "Calm down, everyone." Ida said, being stuck near Izuku. "Hey, stop pushing." He heard Mina yell as she tried to keep Uraraka from getting crushed. "Everyone stop." "Hey!" Kirishima said while getting pushed next to Kaminari. "Come on, people." Kaminari said, trying to wiggle out of the crowd, failing miserably. Seeing that everyone was in panic, Izuku did what he thought would work and summoned Blacklight to his arms and legs and began wall crawling up the wall and ran to the top of the exit. When he arrived there, he saw Yaoyorozu looking at him. With that brief eye contact, they nodded at each other, seemingly knowing what to do. The raven-haired girl raised his right hand and created a megaphone and hurled it toward Izuku, who caught it. He turned it on and took a deep breath and yelled, "Everyone calm down." That caught everyone's attention and stopped pushing. "It's all right. If you would look outside, it's just the press. There's nothing to panic about," he said as he pointed to the window, and they saw the press being handled by the pro heroes. "I know it's all because of panic, but for God's sake, you're all enrolled at you. At least act like it. Because of your panicking, someone got hurt." The crowd then looked at each other and saw that they hurt each other. They looked down in shame and apologized at their classmates. "Now that you all calmed down, calmly go to the designated evacuation site and wait for further instructions," Izuku concluded as he turned the megaphone off and jumped down. The student began walking in calmly, and some were supporting/carrying an injured classmate. Izuku walked toward Uraraka and saw that she was being held up by Ida, who thanked him for calming everyone. Midoriya just waved it off and looked at Uraraka. "Can you walk, Uraraka?" he asked calmly, receiving a quiet no. He sighed and walked closer and carried Uraraka in a bridal carry. Poor girl yelped in surprise and blushingly sputtered. "It's okay, Uraraka. I'll take you to Recovery Girl," he said, and looked at Ida and Yaoyorozu, who just arrived to their spot. "Ida, Yaoyorozu, I want you to check for our other classmates if they are okay. Also check the other students for injuries and take them to Recovery Girl," he ordered to them, earning a nod from the two. "Got it," they said in unison and left with Mina and Toru, who were pouting for some reason. "You won this round, Ochako," they both thought as they follow Ida and Yaoyorozu. Izuku then looked at Uraraka. "Let's get you to fixed up," he said reassuringly to the brown-haired girl, who had wrapped her arms around the Greenette's neck and leaned to his chest. This gesture made Izuku blush. "Uraraka?" he asked, looking at the girl he was carrying. The girl looked at him and gave him a smile. Call me Ochako Izuku, she said in a whisper, her blush spreading across her face. She knew that she was gonna miss, that's why she was making the best of the moment while she can. Thank you for saving me again, my hero, she whispered, leaning close to the greenette and kissed him on the cheek. Izuku, to his part, almost passed out. His blush spread all over his face and his ears are steaming. Remembering about the girl's ankle, he calmed himself and gave the girl a smile. You're welcome, Ochako, he said, and carried the girl to the infirmary, not noticing a girl with raven-colored hair and cerulean eyes looking at him from a distance. After the incident, the police arrived and the reporters were withdrawn from the vicinity, which made the pro-heroes, but mostly Eraser, head sigh in relief. As for Class 1A, Izuku had brought Uraraka, or should I say Ochako, to Recovery Girl and got her checked. She sprained her ankle and had to rest for 20 minutes before going back to class. Though, they were not safe from the teasing of Mina and Toru, who were secretly jealous of the brown-haired girl. Ida and Yaoyorozu, along with their other classmates, followed Izuku's order and brought some injured students to the infirmary. They were amazed on the greenette's actions, and Ida just proved that choosing Izuku as class president was the best choice. So far, only Ochako was injured in the event, and they were thankful for Izuku for calming everyone and avoided further injury. Right now, they are back in their classroom. Most of them complimented Izuku's actions, and as Kirishima said, he was really manly. The greenette chuckled and just waved it off and said it was the right thing to do. All right, President, start us off, Yaoyorozu said to Izuku as they were standing in front of the class. Izuku just smiled and nodded. Let's start the ceremony by introducing another class official, he said, and looked at Ida. Tenya Ida will be the class president and vice president's advisor, said boy stood up in disbelief. Your role is to help the class officials keep the class in line and will serve as first in command whenever the president and vice president are not around. Izuku looked at him with a serious expression. Do you promise to accept the position and do your best to help us official in leading this class? He asked the brunette, who looked at him with determination. I accept and promise to do my best in helping the class president and vice president in leading this class into success, Ida said, bowing 90 degrees, the class clapping and cheering at Ida. Izuku and Momo looked at each other, then at Ida, smiling at the tall boy. I know you would, Ida. I know you would, Izuku thought, and the class goes on. Meanwhile, at the gates of UA, four figures looked at the UA barrier. Well, what was the UA barrier? The barrier that locked off the reporters from entering UA was now a pile of dust. Could an ordinary reporter have done something like this? Said Nizu, inspecting the damage done. The others just looked on quietly. Someone instigated this. Was there a villain in the crowd of reporters that entered the campus? He asked no one in particular. Or perhaps this was a declaration of war? 7:35 a.m. Wednesday. Ha ha ha, don't even think of giving chase, heroes. 'Cause if you do, this lovely family of less than indigent circumstances gets a nice bone-crushing. A large, muscle villain said as he flipped them off. You're charged with serial larceny and Vihara headgear. MT lady said, clutching her right arm. He's strong and fast. Anything to keep him close. Kamui Woods said as he was pushed back by the villain. They weren't having an easy time with this villain. Not only is he strong and fast, he also has a family as hostages. Said family are pleading for the heroes to save them. The villain continued to sidestep and taunt the heroes, not noticing a figure running towards him in great speed. Have no fear, family, the figure said. Missouri smash. All Might said as he sent a chop to the villain's head, knocking him unconscious and snatching the family from said villain. For I happened to pass by on my way to work, he said as he placed the family down. The crowd cheered for the number one hero for saving the family, while MT Lady and Kamui Woods were gloomy. I'm grateful, but MT Lady started. He'll put us out of work. Kamui Woods finished still on the ground. The police saluted to All Might, thanking him for his service. All Might was about to leave for UA, but a hit and run was seen in the next block. Being a hero he is, he sped up to the street, noticing his speed decreasing. He hadn't passed on one for all to young Togata, but he can clearly see that his power is weakening. He was still having doubts on passing his quirk to the young blonde and was somehow looking for a way to pass it on to young Midoriya. All Might don't know what came into his mind, but after seeing the boy's selfless action in the entrance exam, he wanted the boy to acquire one for all. Something about the green-haired boy was present that he couldn't see in young Togata. Maybe guilt? Or the longing to right the mistake he had said to the boy almost a year ago. Whatever that is, one thing is for sure. I want young Midoriya to receive one for all, he said to himself before stopping a car. For the foundational skill of heroics we'll be studying today, it was decided you'll be joined by Class 1B and will be supervised by a 4-man team comprising of me, All Might, the teacher of Class 1B and somebody else. Aizawa informed his class in his usual tired tone. A joint exercise? And it was decided? Might be something special then. Izuku thought as the rest of the class was filled with murmurs. Sensei, what'll we be doing? On the greenette's right, Sero asked as he raised his hand. Be the hero everyone needs, whether it's a flood or any other disaster, their homeroom teacher said and took out a card that has the word rescued in it. It's the trial of rescue. Hearing that the class began talking to themselves, making Aizawa's left eye twitch in irritation. Trial of rescue? Sounds a bit difficult this time around. Kaminari said while scratching his cheek. Come on, idiot. That's what hero's whole job is. I'm fired up because of it. Kirishima said, patting the blonde's shoulders. Totally. Mina interjected. If it's a flood, then that environment's my specialty. Ribbit, Azui said with a finger on her chin. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Aizawa said, bursting their bubble. Seeing the class silenced, he continued after a sigh. As I was saying this time, it's entirely up to each of you whether or not you wear your costume. Some of your costumes probably aren't adapted to the task at hand after all. He then pulled out a remote control and clicked it. Their costumes' briefcases emerged. The training area is fairly far away, so we'll get there by bus. One or each class. That's all. Go get prepared, he finished and left the classroom. The class stood up and grabbed their briefcases and left for the changing room. Well, everyone except Izuku, who just left without taking his briefcase. The trial of rescue. This is training in order to reach my dream. To become a top hero. I'll do my best. For Alex. Class 1A are currently walking towards their bus, in their hero costumes. All except Izuku, who was wearing his gym clothes. Ochako seems to notice this and walked to him. How come you're in your gym clothes, Izuku? Your costume wasn't damaged in the battle trials, right? She asked the boy, getting the attention from the whole class. All wondering why he wasn't in his hero costume. Chako's right, Midori. Why aren't you in your hero costume? Mina asked, while Toru just nodded. When I say nod, I mean moved her gloved hands up and down. Izuku looked at them with raised eyebrows and looked down. Seeing his gym clothes, he looked back at the girls and smiled. Actually, I am wearing my hero costume, he said, and his classmates were confused. Disguise? He thought. Before they could talk, black and red tendrils began emerging from Izuku and covered his whole body minus his head. After 0.5 seconds, his gym clothes are now turned into his hero costume, hood down. See, he said and chuckled inwardly at his classmates' shocked faces. After a couple of seconds, recovered from their initial shock, then bombarded Izuku with questions from, how did you do that? To compliment of, that was so cool. Izuku was about to respond to their questions, when a smug voice called out to them. My. So this is Class 1A? Said voice said. Class 1A looked at the direction of the voice. There they saw a young man with left-parted, slick blonde hair and silvery, periwinkle eyes. He was wearing a black tuxedo with 3 clocks attached to his belt, along with a blue and black dotted tie. They say Class 1A are better than Class 1B, but looking at you guy I can say that you all look inferior to us, he said and laughed maniacally. The majority of Class 1A were glaring daggers at this guy, especially Bakugo, who was making small sparks on his palms. Izuku just looked at the guy with a sweat drop. Man, this guy's ego is so large, he thought as the guy walked toward Izuku's location and looked at him from head to toe with a smug smirk on his face. Well, every one of you looks strong except this guy. the guy said, pointing at Izuku, who didn't even acknowledge his insult. If only you knew. The whole class thought simultaneously in a deadpan expression. The guy just continued insulting Izuku when said green-haired boy looked him and tilted his head slightly to the side. I'm sorry, did you say something? He said boredly, making the guy face vault comically. The whole class were caught off guard and began laughing, everyone except Todoroki. But you can see that he was shaking slightly. The blonde stranger recovered and was annoyed at Izuku's response. He was about to talk back when he was struck by a chop to his neck, knocking him unconscious. Damn it, Minoma. I told you to leave class 1A alone, said a girl, long orange hair tied into a high ponytail on the left side of her head. She was wearing a turquoise knee-length, over which she has a black double-breasted corset. She also sports black short pants under the chipao. For accessories, she wears a loose brown utility belt around her hips with a satchel attached at the back, a thin black around her eyes, and white-heeled navy blue boots with wide vamps that reach down to her toes, filled in with white slips. Said girl looked at Izuku and bowed apologetically. I'm sorry about Minoma. He has a severe case of superiority complex. I hope he didn't cause too much trouble, she said as she stood up. Izuku just waved her off. No, it's cool. No damage done. Just keep an eye on him next time, he said and smiled at the girl. I'm Izuku Midoriya, Class 1A's class president. Nice to meet you. He reached his hand out for a handshake. She smiled and took his hand. Itsuka Kendo, Class 1B's class president. Nice to meet dash. She was cut off when a head suddenly popped out from behind her, slightly surprising Izuku. Hi there. I'm Setsuna Tokich, said the head as she floated towards Izuku, and stopped inches away in front of the green-haired boy's face, causing said boy to let go of Kendo's hand and slightly back away while blush lightly. You sure look handsome, do you? She said and winked at Izuku. That action caused pouting from 3 girls in Class 1A and an amused look from Kirishima. Setsuna Tokich has large upturned, dusk green eyes with long eyelashes and long, pointed teeth similar to Kirishima's. She has dark moss green hair, collectively reaching just below her shoulders aside from a short clump that hangs in the center of her forehead, and it grows wavier and thinner the lower down it gets. She was wearing a scaly, purple mask over her eyes, and Izuku can guess that she wears the same texture of fabric with her costume. Set. You're making him uncomfortable. Get away from him, Kendo said to the green-haired girl, who didn't move by the way. Hey. And a nice to meet you, to Tokij? Izuku blurted out while looking away. He was uncomfortable from the closeness of the girl and was controlling a blush to come out from how good she smells. She's so close, he thought. Izuku was saved from his misery when Ida talked loudly. Everyone. In order to get everyone seated smoothly on the bus, file into 2 lines according to your numbers, said Brunette informed the class. Izuku sighed in relief and looked at Kendo. Well, nice meeting you too. But looks like we need to go, he said, and Kendo just nodded while Tokij smiled at Izuku. Yeah, I guess so. We should probably go too. Nice meeting you too. Come on, Set. Kendo said as she drags Minoma's unconscious body towards their bus with Tokij floating along with her, not without winking at Izuku. With that, Izuku walked toward the bus since he was the last one to enter, with a thought in his mind. This is gonna be interesting. So it ended up being this kind of bus anyway, Ida said depressingly as his effort to keep the class organized was useless. There was no point, huh? Mina said, chuckling at the tall boy's misfortune. Izuku just chuckled at his friend's depressed state. He may be the class president, but when it come to organizing the class, Ida was the right man for the job. Hey Midoriya, I always say what I think no matter what's on my mind, Azui suddenly said, making Izuku look at her with raised eyebrows. What is it, Azui? He asked the girl, who quickly corrected him. Call me Tetsu? Okitsu. Call me Izuku then, he said and smiled at the frog girl. The girl smiled and looked at him. Well, Izuku, your quirk is really confusing. Really? He asked her, earning a nod. Well, I don't blame you for being confused, he said and scratched the back of his head. He thought of it for a bit and nodded to himself. You see, my quirk is called Blacklight. It lets me use the biomass in my body to create weapons on my arms. It also gives me enhanced strength, speed, durability and immunity to all disease. He finished and saw his classmates were intrigued from this. Wow. That sound dope. I'm jealous, Kirishima said and stretched his left arm and it hardened. My hardening power isn't bad for punching but it's not flashy. He was cut off when Izuku suddenly talked. Don't say that, I think it's an awesome quirk. Definitely a quirk that'll be of great use as a pro. Izuku said to the redhead. My quirk is flashy enough to be a popular. Aoyama said but was easily cut off by Mina. But it'd be bad if your stomach collapsed, she said as she placed her hand on his shoulder. Aoyama just blanched at the mention of his stomach ache. If we're talking about flashiness and strength, you need to mention Todoroki and Bakugo, said Kirishima. Bakugo just looked away with a hee. Bakugo's always angry, he'll never be popular. Tsuyu said bluntly. Said Blonde rose up his seat with a raging face. You beach. I'll be popular, too, he yelled making his seatmate, Jiro flinch in the loud volume of Bakugo's voice. He just proved my point, Tsuyu said unfazed of the ash blonde's yell. It's only been a brief while since our socialization has commenced, and yet already we have been made apodictically cognizant of your personality, redolent as it is of a turd getting steamed in a sewer. Kaminari said not making the blonde any calmer. Huh? What are you saying, dunce face? Bakugo yelled to Kaminari as well. Izuku just chuckled at the explosive teen's predicament. Bakugo getting teased. That's Yue for you. What a vulgar conversation. Momo said not liking the tone of the conversation. But it's really hilarious, Ochako said while laughing her ass off. Damn Bakugo, you're one foul-mouthed dude, said Kirishima still laughing. Okay everyone settle down, we're almost there. Aizawa said stopping the conversation. Yes Isa, the class said straightening up in their seats. After a couple of minutes, Class 1A, Class 1B arrived with their senseis, Eraserhead and Vlad King in the facility. After a quick introduction from both sides, where Momo was explaining why their class is far superior to Class 1A. That is when Kendo knocked him unconscious again. Entering the building, the two classes couldn't help but marvel on the beauty of USJ or unforeseen simulation joint. There they met their other sensei, the space hero, 13. She explained to them how quirks can be useful in rescue situations but also how harmful they are when used for selfish needs. Throughout the explanation, Izuku wasn't paying attention. He was having this feeling of being watched but he could find where. That is when he suddenly something he couldn't explain. He felt nervous and scared for some reason. Unconsciously, he used thermal vision and closed his eyes to get a 360 degrees vision of the surroundings. He saw nothing in particular. Thinking he was getting paranoid, he was about to cancel his thermal vision, when in the center near the fountain he noticed a heat wave beginning to appear. He opened his eyes and looked at the direction of the heat wave. Eraserhead sensei, we got company, he said as slowly back away. Aizawa and Vlad King heard this and looked at the direction where Izuku was looking at. There they saw in the middle of the plaza, purple smoke began to materialize out of thin air. The smoke began to move in a circling direction and made a small hole where a hand emerged from it. Then an eye appeared in the hole with an eerie aura surrounding it. Huddle together and don't move, Aizawa yelled to the students. 13. Protect the students. The other students just stood there confused on what is happening, while Izuku moved in front of the class with his left hand outstretched to his side. You heard, sensei. Huddle together, he yelled at Ida, Momo, Kendo and Todoroki who moved closer to the class. What is that? Is this part of the training? Kirishima asked looking at the center of the plaza. Their villains began to emerge from the purple portal, most notably, a man with grayish-blue hair that is covered with hands and a large monstrous figure with a bird face and an exposed brain. Aizawa placed his goggles to his eyes and Vlad King cracked his knuckles. Don't move. Those are villains. Vlad King and Eraserhead yelled at the students. In the central plaza. Eraserhead, Vlad King and 13, said the purple smoke that began to form into a person. According to the teacher's curriculum we procured the other day, Mr. All Might was supposed to be here, and yet? Aizawa narrowed his eyes behind his goggles. I knew it, So the other day was your doings, he said with hate in his voice. Where is he? Said the man covered with hands. His voice sent chills to the students' spines. We went through all this trouble and rustled up so many of us to bring along, you can't tell me All Might, the symbol of peace, isn't here, he said menacingly. I wonder if he'll show up if we end the students? He said, and a wave of ending intent was felt by the students and they began sweating bullets. The villains? Attacking UA? Said Kirishima. What kinda numbskull would attack heroes on their home base? Sensei. What about the intruder alarm sensors? Momo asked 13. Of course we have some setup, but, the space hero said and narrowed her eyes at the villains. Is this the only part of the campus that they've infiltrated, or are they attacking all the others too? Todoroki asked as he looked at the villains with narrowed eyes. Then that just means they have one amongst their number who has a quirk that can do that. An isolated space away from the school building. At a time when there's a class scheduled, it may seem out of the question, but... He paused and looked at the leader, which is the hand guy. They must have some solid objective. This isn't an ambush without some carefully planned scheme behind it. 13. Do the evacuation procedure. And try calling the school. These villains know how to get around the sensors. There's a chance there's an electromagnetic wave-type guy who'll try interfering. Aizawa said 13, I'm counting on you. He then looked at Kaminari. Kaminari, you too. Try contacting UA with your quirk. Why yes sir. Kaminari said as started pressing buttons on his earpiece. Aizawa nodded and was about to walk away when Izuku stopped him. He looked at the green-haired boy who has his eyes closed. Eraserhead sensei, there are approximately 85 villains scattered all over the facility. If I'm not mistaken, that purple guy will use his quirk to separate us all. He paused and opened his eyes and looked at the hero. Permission to engage in combat, sensei? Aizawa looked at him in the eyes and nodded. Granted, he turned around to walk to the direction of the villains. Let's go, Vlad, he said and jumped on the railing with his scarf floating in the air as he fall. You sure that's a good idea, Eraser? Vlad King asked him as they fall towards the villains. If Midoriya's guess is correct, then yes. It's the most logical thing to do. Aizawa to the red-clad hero. And besides, I trust them, he smiled and erased the villain's quirks. Vlad King just nodded and smiled. You became attached to your students in just a small amount of time, Eraser. I guess I should trust mine as well. The villains saw this and began laughing. What an idiot trying to jump towards an enemy, he said and pointed his finger guns at the hero and tried to shoot him. It won't shoot, he said as he looked at his fingers. Then the scarf of the hero wrapped on his torso and to his allies. They were then pulled together and hit each other on the head, knocking them unconscious. Ya bunch of morons. You can tell just by looking that's the quirk that erases other quirks. That's Eraserhead, said a villain before he was punched in the face by Vlad King. It erases quirks, said a villain with skin in a texture of stones. Can you even erase mutant shapes like us? He said as he charged forward to Aizawa, who just punched him straight to the face. Nope, no can do. It only works on emitter and transformation class quirks. Even so, he said as he sent his scarf to the villain's leg and dodged a punch from a villain behind him. Statistically, guy like you are stronger at close quarters combat where you can really excel, and pulled the scarf, making the stony villain fly overhead and landed on the villain who punched Aizawa. Which is why I've devised a countermeasure. His hand-to-hand combat skills, too, are commendable. Furthermore, we cannot be sure just whose quirk he's erased, since his line of sight is hidden by those goggles. That's why even a mass allied against him is tasting defeat. Now I see, the hand villain said while looking at Aizawa and Vlad King. God, pro heroes are such a pain. If we were just any rabble, we wouldn't stand a chance, he continued as he scratched his neck. Meanwhile with 13, Class 1A and 1B. Come on students. Let's get out of here. 13 said as she guided the students to the exit of the facility. I'm afraid I can't allow that. That is when the purple smoke materialized in front of them, making them stop on their tracks. Shit. In a blink of an eye. Seems he's the one who poses the greatest threat. Aizawa thought as he kicked another villain. Greetings. We are the League of Villains. I apologize for the presumption, but we took it upon ourselves to enter UA Academy, the base of heroes, in order to engage Mr. All Might, the symbol of peace, he said formally and bowed to them. We were wondering if we might be allowed the opportunity to extinguish him. You see, they're after All Might? Izuku and 13 thought. Was Mr. All Might not meant to be in attendance at this juncture? Perchance, has something been altered? But well, setting that aside, 13 flipped open the cap on his index finger when the villain's purple smoke began increasing. This is my role, he said, not seeing 3 figures jump out to attack him. Bakugo, Kirishima of Class 1A and Tetsu of Class 1B. Boom. Bet you didn't think we'd be able to do you in before you got a chance. Kirishima and Tetsu yelled simultaneously. However, as the smoke cleared, the villain was still standing there, and Izuku noticed a metal brace on his neck. That must be his real body, he thought, and whispered something to 13, which the hero's visible eye widened and nodded her head. That was quite perilous. To be expected, though you may be mere students, you are also the hero world's golden eggs, he said as fixed his tie. It's no use, just run. Run, you 3. 13 said at the 3 students in front of her. Scratter, the villain said as the purple smoke covered all of the students. And be tortured and slain. Everyone. 13 yelled at the students as some of them were transported around the vicinity. Flood zone. In the flood zone, a purple smoke materialized on the sky and opened a portal where Izuku began falling down. The flood zone? He yelled as he channeled his biomass to his right hand and summoned his whip fist. He threw his whip to the nearby cruise ship and pulled himself towards it to avoid falling into the water. Landing in a thud, he stood up and heard a cry from behind him. He turned and saw a blur of red and white flying towards him. Without a trouble, he caught the blur, which was a girl with honey-brown hair, curved inwards in a mushroom-shaped bob that reaches just below her narrow shoulders. She has a long fringe that completely covers her eyes, hiding most of her face, and her mouth is notably large. The girl looked at him and blushed at the close contact with the boy. She then looked away to avoid eye contact. Are you okay? Izuku asked her with concerned eyes. The girl only nodded. Izuku just looked at her and gently placed her down on her feet. After that, he heard a voice from behind him, and they both looked at the direction of the voice. There they saw Tsu climbing the ship, with a girl with vines for hair and a short chubby boy with a blue scouter-like device worn on his left eye. Are you guys okay? Izuku asked the 2 1B students. After receiving a nod, he looked at the frog girl. How about you, Tsu? Said girl blushed a little for the nickname, yet responded. I'm okay, but boy are we in a pickle. Izuku nodded at the frog girl. He thought back what the villain said near the entrance/exit. Perchance, has something been altered? Well, there goes the curriculum. Actually, if you think about it, that break-in by the Mediate the other day must have been a ploy to obtain information. He looked at his comrades and continued. It's just like Todoroki said. They were watching for an opportunity to swoop in. And now their preparations are complete. But there's no way they'd kill All Might, said the short girl Izuku saved earlier. Izuku lowered his head. I'm afraid we can't be sure about that. They had so much confidence that they attacked us now that All Might was supposed to be here. He raised his head and looked at them with a serious expression. If they have that much confidence, they probably have a way to beat All Might. The girl began tearing up, the chubby boy lowered his head, the vine-haired girl began praying. Tfue just looked deep in thought. Izuku, however, just smiled. But that doesn't mean we don't get to stop them, as he said that. They looked at him incredulously. I, Izuku Midoriya, class president of Class 1A, future pro hero, promise to do my best to get us out of here and reunite with our classmates and teachers, he said, giving them a soft smile, brightening up their expressions. That is when a villain interrupted them. Come back here, you. I'll end you. The villains began chanting Big Catch all over and over again, making the short girl shake in fear. Izuku saw this and put a hand on her shoulder. It's gonna be okay? Because I am here, he said to her, silently praying he wouldn't be charged with copyright infringement for saying All Might's iconic line. He may not like All Might anymore, but that line was his favorite. Seeing the girl calm down, he let go of her shoulder and looked at the villains. Anyway, if those bastards have some trick to take down All Might, then? He took a deep breath and looked at his companions. Then right now, we have to fight to win, saying that he saw them straightened up and looked serious and determined. He smiled, but first I need to know what your quirks are. Izuku saw them looking at each other and back at him. Even with the slight confidence Izuku gave them, he can see that they were contemplating in telling him his quirk, even Tsuyu, who was getting distracted by the villains screaming at them. He sighed and looked at the villains. I know you guys are scared, he said in a low voice. This seemed to grab his companions, making them look at him. Izuku looked back at them. But we have to do something. We are heroes after all. He paused and looked back at the villains. Those bastards down there. They're clearly all about underwater battle, he said, and Tsuyu continued it for him. So they must have known about the layout of USJ beforehand and gathered people with that in mind, huh? She said, and Izuku nodded. Exactly. They stocked up information for the attack. But for a bunch of guys who prepared meticulously, there's something awfully odd about their behavior. He said that earned him some confused looks from the students of Class 1B and a blank look from Tsuyu. In an underwater combat zone, Tsuyu, you are able to move freely. It's your strength. So why would they bring you here? He looked at her and to the others who are still confused about his logic. Izuku chuckled slightly and looked at them with a smirk. I think what I'm saying is, they don't know what quirks we have, he said. That gained him wide eyes from his companions. He chuckled. And if they knew Tsuyu's quirk, they would have tossed her to the fire zone, conflagration zone. They don't have intel about our quirks, that they separated us, and their strategy now is to assault us with their sheer numbers. He saw them nodding at this. He continued. They've got us beat both in numbers and experience. We have one key to victory. Our one advantage is that they have no clue what our quirks can do, he declared, earning an understanding nod from Tsuyu and Shiozaki and a nervous nod from Shota and Komori. Izuku moved his right arm near his face. They saw it sprout black and red tendrils, wrapping around his hand before turning into claws. My quirk is called Blacklight. I can turn the biomass in my body and transform my arms into weapons. It also gives me enhanced senses, strength, speed, durability and immunity to any disease and probably poisons. The last one was unsure, but they don't need to know that. My quirk also allows me to have thermal vision with 360 range if I concentrate enough, he finished, and they all nodded while in awe. Well, everyone except Tsuyu, who already knew it. Speaking of Tsuyu, she crouched down and assumed a sitting form of a frog. Mine's called Frog. I can leap fairly high, I can clamber up wall. My tongue can lash out up to a length of 20 meters. And I can inflate my stomach outwards, she said as Komori made a look of disgust. It's lined with poisonous mucus? Well, not really poisonous so much as somewhat stinging, and I can secrete it, she finished, earning a nod from Izuku as he looked at Shiozaki, who stepped forward. My quirk is called Vines, as so can see it gives me controllable, thorny vines in place of regular hair. I can manipulate them for binding, snatching and creating a shield in defense. I can also cut it off at will, she said as she looked at them. She noticed Izuku staring at her hair in awe with slightly open lips, making her blush a little. Izuku then nodded and turned to Shota. The chubby boy saw this and flinched slightly. And my quirk is called Twin Impact. At any initial impact, I can basically create a secondary impact, making it stronger and faster. I can also use it to people, but it needs a lot of concentration, he said nervously, and saw Izuku smiling at him, calming him down a little. After Shota, they all looked at Komori, who was shaking in the attention given to her. MMIQ quirk is CA called Mu Mushrooms. It allows me to spread via various types of FFF fungus spores from my body, she said, stuttering in her words. She was about to talk when a hand landed on her shoulder. The brown-haired girl looked at the owner of the hand and saw Izuku looking at her with a small smile. It's okay, Komori. If you're not comfortable, you don't need to force yourself. Okay? He said softly, earning a nod from the now blushing Komori. His smile widened and looked at them. I have a plan. But I need all your help. He paused and looked at Komori. Can you make me the largest mushroom you can create? With the flood zone villains, They are on the surface of the water waiting for the students to make a move. They have been paid to end the students and were eager to do the task. Though they are not sure about the plan on ending All Might, he is the #1 hero for a reason. But they don't need to worry about him since their boss, the hand villain, paid them to end the students and they will. One of the villains is getting impatient, swam forward to the ship that the students are on and sliced the boat in half like it was butter. The ship split in half and the students began recoiled on the attack. The villain began to laugh at Komori, who's shaking in fear. Their laughter was cut off when their leader yelled, "Hey! Where's the green-haired kid?" He yelled, looking at the boat where there are only 4 students instead of 5. The other villains also noticed this and was about to yell at the students when a yell from above caught their attention. "Up here!" They heard and looked up. There they saw Izuku in the air with his left hand covered in muscle mass, pulled up in a throwing pose. "Take this, combination move, mushroom meteor toss." And he threw the object in his hand. Mushrooms closely pressed and formed into a ball in the shape of a large baseball. The villain scoffed at the thrown object and was about to taunt him, when they heard another voice of the students on the boat says, "Fire," and the ball of mushrooms began to double, no triple in speed. They began to panic as the speeding ball of mushrooms made onto the water's surface. The ball caused the water to spread out on impact and converges in the center. The villains were being pulled by the waves into the center of the impact. But what made the villains panic even more is the vines that sprout out of the ball and began to bind the villains together. And in second they're all captured by the vines. While all that was happening, Tsuyu and the 1B students leapt out of the boat. Tsuyu holding Komori and Shiozaki, while Shota was wrapped with vines. They had doubted Izuku's plan, but they have no choice but to risk it instead of doing nothing, and were surprised when his plan had worked perfectly as he predicted. The plan was for Komori to make a large mushroom and had it cover the vines that Shiozaki removed from her head, making a ball. And for Izuku to jump to the air and throw the ball into the water, and Shota to use his quirk to double the speed of the ball to create an impact and let the momentum of the impact pull the villains to center where Shiozaki would control the cut-off vines to bind the villains and they will escape. As they were in the air, Tsuyu used her tongue to wrap and pull Izuku to her. She was made a glance to the green-haired boy who was smiling and fist-bumped with Shota. Tsuyu won't say it out loud, but she was beginning to admire the intelligence and strength of the green-haired boy and may have a little crush on him. No scratch that she would say it out loud and bluntly. Shiozaki and Komori were both thinking the same and were happy to escape the flood zone without anyone hurt. The former smiling at him and the latter blushing at the green-haired boy who smiled at him and thanked her for helping him with the plan. Now that she looked closer to him, she noticed his freckles in a diamond shape, giving him a youthful and cute look. "Wait, cute." She began to blush even more and was thankful to her hat that was covering her face. She can't take it if he saw her like this. As Izuku and his companions land on the now calm water, they quickly swam towards the shore. They arrived at the side of the central plaza. Izuku asked them if they are hurt. Seeing them shaking their heads made him calm a bit. He can admit that he was scared of what is happening, but he can't afford to show that to his face right now. Not until they escape this place. As they stopped to rest, Izuku quickly used thermal vision and closed his eyes to observe the surroundings in a 360-degree range. He saw everyone scattered in the facility and fighting the villains. He was confused when he can't find Ida and quickly looked at the direction of the entrance and saw that the door was busted open. Ida must have escaped to tell Yue about the attack in USJ. He nodded and inwardly cheered his friend. He continued to observe the whole place and furrowed his eyebrows when he saw 2 figures curled down and hiding behind a trash can. Looking at the figures, he growled when he realized it was Monoma and Aoyama. What the hell are they doing? Why don't we use this opportunity to take? The green-haired boy was cut off of his thoughts when he heard an eerie voice near him. The symbol of pieces pried down a notch. Izuku tuned to the direction of the voice and saw the hand villain has a hand on Komori and Tsuyu's faces. He can see that both girls were scared and he had to do something. You really are a cool guy, Eraserhead, the hand guy said. Izuku looked at his homeroom teacher's location and was shocked on what he saw. He saw Aizawa and Vlad King bloodied, getting pinned by the large bird-faced monster with the former had used his erasure quirk and glared daggers at the hand villain. Izuku then saw Aizawa's elbow was looking like it was decomposing and it hit him. He knew what the villain's quirk is and quickly summoned his muscle mass and sent a punch to the hand villain. "Let go of them," he yelled, sending a punch to the villain. The villain just looked at him and said, "No." Izuku landed the punch and there was an explosion of debris and smoke everywhere. He knew his punch landed, but he was confused why he felt his punch being stopped. When the smoke cleared, his eye widened when he saw the bird-faced monster, now known as Nomu, in front of him staring at him, and it looked like it wasn't even hurt. "No way!" Izuku, Tsuyu, Komori, Shiozaki and Shota all thought in surprise and shock. Izuku had used so much force in that punch and was sure to hurt the man. But the Nomu just tanked it like it was nothing. "Nice punch there," the hand villain said, not even looking at Izuku. The Nomu grabbed his outstretched right arm. Well, whatever dashed, he was cut off when tendrils began to emerge from the green-haired boy's other hand and transformed it into his blade. The villain was about to order the Nomu when Izuku used his left arm to slice off its arm. Said monster shrieked in pain and was pushed away a couple meters by a punch to the face as Izuku used his muscle mass-covered right arm to punch the Nomu's face. Shota used Izuku's distraction to throw a rock at the villain and used his quirk to double the speed and sent the villain tumbling away on impact. Tsuyu and Komori were free from the villain's grasps. Shiozaki pulled them using her vines and ran towards Izuku. Izuku saw them and looked back at the Nomu that was beginning to stand up. Its arm beginning to regenerate from bone to muscle to skin. Shock absorption and super regeneration. "This thing has two quirks," he thought. "Tsuyu, I want you, Komori and Shiozaki to take Eraserhead Sensei and Vlad King Sensei to the entrance while Shota will cover you using his quirk. I'll handle the Nomu," he said in a serious/commanding tone. His companion's eyes widened at his statement and were about to debate when he retracted his muscle mass and blade. "This thing has shock absorption and super regeneration, meaning brute force won't do any damage to it. I'll try to hold it long enough for you guys to escape," he said as he took a step only to be stopped by a tongue wrapped around his arm. "Are you serious? You saw how that thing beat Aizawa Sensei and Vlad King Sensei and just regenerated its arm effortlessly. Ribbit? Midoriya, we can't leave you her dash." She was cut off when Izuku placed a hand on her shoulder and looked at her with a sad smile. She didn't like that smile. "I saw that. But there's no other way." He paused and removed the tongue that is stopping him. "I'm the class president and it's my job to take care of the class when Aizawa Sensei is unable to. Go take Sensei to safety, and that's an order," he said as he walked towards the Nomu and transformed his arms into claws. And by the way," he stopped and looked at her. "Call me Izuku," he said and smiled. Tsuyu couldn't help but smile and quickly pulled the others to the downed heroes. "Is it really a good idea to leave him there with the villains?" asked a concerned Shiozaki who seemed to have a scared look in her completely calm face. The frog girl looked back at Izuku who sprinted to the Nomu and exchanged blows with it. She then looked back at the vine-haired girl and nodded. Just that gesture made Shiozaki release her breath that she didn't know she was holding. Tsuyu and Shiozaki held up Aizawa while Komori and Shota held up Vlad King and went to the entrance with one thought in mind. "Be careful, Izuku/Midoriya." Izuku was in battle with the Nomu and boy, he wasn't having an easy fight. The thing not only was strong and bulky as F-, but also fast, and if he means fast, he means fast. Izuku couldn't land a hit on the thing as it would catch his arms and throw him. Now, Izuku was trying to deal damage to the thing as he swiped his claws to the Nomu's legs and stomach to somehow slow it down. Landing a hit, he backflipped and barely dodged an uppercut from the thing. He wasn't able to form a plan as he lands. Kurogiri created a portal below him, transporting him near in front of the Nomu who had punched him in the stomach and making him stumble towards the plaza. Still feeling winded, he barely dodges a stomp from the Nomu and was getting annoyed of the taunts of Shigaraki, the hand villain. Kurogiri had called him Master Tamura Shigaraki in the middle of the fight. That's how Izuku know his name. He delivered a spinning claws attack, A/N. Think of it as the Fong over Fong jutsu in Naruto, to the Nomu when a portal opened once again, redirecting his attack to the fountain, sending him tumbling. "Damn it!" He's getting annoying. I need to do something about that guy, he thought as he nursed his lip that was bleeding. But looking at the blood, Izuku saw a memory, not his but Alex's. In the memory, he saw Alex use his claws and crush the head of his target, which happened to be Gentech personnel who had cornered him and used consume to, well, consume him. That was also used on hybrid infected to gain his other abilities. Looking at the Nomu, he wasn't sure if that would also apply to the Nomu. Doing that would be risky but a solid plan to lessen the threat of the League of Villains. And if the plan works, it would only left Shigaraki and Kurogiri. But to do that I need to get close to it, he thought as he punched away a large debris that was targeting his classmates and dodge a portal made below his feet. And I need to deal with Smokey here. As soon as he finished that thought, a large explosion and grunt of pain was heard. Izuku turned to the side and saw Kurogiri getting pinned by Bakugo and Kirishima. Izuku for the first time in his life was happy to see the ash blonde. Shigaraki saw that and ordered the Nomu to attack the duo. Said monster was about to move when a large chunk of ice had stopped it from moving. Just as I thought, this prick wasn't really that sharp, Bakugo said as he pressed his hand harder to the metal neck of Kurogiri. That bit on your body you used to get all misty and warp gatey just got seal, You gonna tell me you don't use that warp gate to hide your body? Huh? If the shadow mist were your true form and you had no actual body, then why would you have called any attack dangerous? Bakugo continued as Kurogiri grunted in pain and tried to escape. The blonde held the metal brace harder. Don't you move. The second you twitch, I'll load you with a nice little explosion right here, right now, he threatened as he released little explosions onto the metal brace. Not a very heroic line there, buddy. Kirishima sweat dropped. Shigaraki just watching the side. We've been cornered and what's more, you're all nearly unscathed not counting the green-haired kid. Bakugo, Kirishima and Todoroki looked at Izuku with wide eyes after looking at his current state, which Izuku just ignored. Man, I have to hand it to the kids these days. At this rate the luage of villains will a laughingstock, he said as he looked at the Nomu. Nomu, go ahead and finish the explosion boy over there. We're rescuing our revolving door, he ordered, and the Nomu began moving and cracking the ice encasing it, then breaking it, freeing itself. The Nomu then stood straight and roared before sprinting towards Bakugo, who froze up looking at the speeding creature. There was an explosion of dust and debris. Shigaraki began laughing maniacally but was cut off when he saw Bakugo on the side of Kirishima fully unscathed and shocked. How? The villain thought. You almost got him there, said a voice in the cloud of dust. As it subsided they all widened their eyes. There they saw Izuku blocking the Nomu's fist with his shield. But thank you for making him come near me, you made my plan easier, the green-haired boy said while having a smirk show in his face. Wait. What plan? The villains thought. They saw Izuku change his empty hand into his claw. Before Shigaraki could order the Nomu to get out of there or attack the kid, Izuku lunged forward with blacklight-enhanced legs in a burst of speed and hit the creature with his shield, stunning it momentarily and using his clawed hand to stab the Nomu on its exposed brain, making it release a blood-curdling screech and thrash around trying to remove the green net off it, to no avail. Izuku only deepened the stab and making the creature screech in pain even louder. His classmates almost threw up because of how brutal Izuku was. Hell, even Bakugo was shocked. Go to hell. Consume. Izuku yelled, and he suddenly felt tendrils emerge from his claw and surrounded the head of the creature and his arm. He then felt something being pulled into his arm as the creature's screech began to fade, same as its body as it began to soften, turning into tendrils and mixing into Izuku's tendrils. Slowly, the creature was shrinking as it was being consumed by Izuku, who was gritting his teeth, feeling pain as a surge of memories began to enter his brain. After a last yell from Izuku, the Nomu was nowhere to be seen. There left was Izuku on one knee, panting hard, weapons gone, clutching his head as the surge of memories invade his mind. There Izuku saw in the memory he was in a tank traveling in a ruined street, then he was fighting infected people in a lab. In the most recent memory he could see and saw in a different perspective, a memory of him ending Alex Mercer. There he realized in the memories he was James Heller. Shigaraki was flabbergasted. He was staring at the spot where the Nomu was supposed to be. He was shaking in rage. Their weapon against All Might, the symbol of peace, was defeated by a mere kid. This kid. A cheater. The hacker. He ruined the plan. He's going to pay. He was deeply angry. He didn't hear Kurogiri call to him and just bolted toward the vulnerable Greenette, stretching out his arm to use his quirk, decay on the still kneeling kid. He was able to touch the kid's arm and the arm began decomposing. He laughed maniacally when the kid cried out in pain. Like that kid? That's what a cheater like you get for ending our final boss. Shigaraki said, enjoying the pain-filled scream coming from the green-haired boy. Izuku felt the pain of his decaying arm and it was so damn painful. Let me go, he yelled out to the villain who just pressed harder, making the decaying go faster. And hurt the student even more. Izuku began to feel something in his body that was about to explode and felt it more as the pain increases. The people around Izuku may not notice it, but his once emerald eyes were now a dark crimson color. Not really sure, he yelled, Devastator, and black tendrils exploded from his body. Shigaraki foresaw it and quickly jumped away and saw how it barely didn't hit him. He noticed the greenette was glowing red and began running toward Kurogiri. Kurogiri! We're leaving, he yelled as Izuku screamed loudly, and out of nowhere, four red Nomu-like creatures appeared in front of the boy. The creatures roared as they gave chase to the retreating villains. Before the red Nomus could reach the villains, the door of the entrance had been thrown open and entering it was All Might, who for once, was not smiling. Behind him were the teachers and principal of UA alongside Ida, who was panting. They ran toward the downed 13 and evacuated the students near the entrance who were crying. The principal reassured the crying students that they are now safe from danger, calming down the students as they left the facility. As they walked toward the stairs of the central plaza, they noticed Shigaraki entering the purple smoke in haste, and behind him are the red Nomus giving chase. They also saw Kirishima, Bakugo and Todoroki shocked and wide-eyed looking at something, and when they looked at what the three students were looking at, there they saw Izuku still clutching his head and screaming in pain. The boy looked horrible. His lip had blood trails but no visible injury, his right arm looked like it had decomposed like Aizawa's, and his hero costume was damaged. When Midnight saw this, she immediately ran down the stairs and toward the screaming boy. Once she was close enough, she ripped out a piece of the sleeves of her costume and used her quirk to calm down Izuku. As the pink smoke reached Izuku, it immediately took effect, calming and stopping his screams. Izuku noticed the pink smoke and quickly looked at the direction of Midnight. There he saw her walking slowly toward him with a worried expression. Izuku tried to walk toward her but felt his knees give out and dropped to one knee. Tendril began to form around his body and sank into him alongside his hero costume, and there left is his gym clothes. Izuku looked at Midnight and gave her a weak smile and mouthed, "Thank you, sensei," before passing out, dropping face first on a pool of blood. However, unnoticed to the people near him, the blood began to soak on Izuku's arm and tendrils appeared, seemingly sucking the blood little by little. In an unknown location, a purple mist portal suddenly appeared and a panting and raging Shigaraki exited the portal. He was grumbling about green-haired cheaters over and over again. As he was muttering, a voice came out from a monitor on the side. "Calm down, Tamura. We were too optimistic about the attack. But you know, it seems that they underestimated us. I'm glad that the League of Villains name is so cheap." Incidentally, the voice paused and continued. "What has become of that joint work of sensei's and mine's? Has the Nomu's body not been retrieved?" the voice said, making Shigaraki growl. Seeing that the ash-blue-haired man wasn't gonna answer, Kurogiri was the one to answer the voice. "I'm afraid that the Nomu will never be retrieved. One of the students seems to have a consuming quirk and had absorbed him, not leaving a single limb behind." This caused the voice in the monitor to be quiet for a couple of seconds and responded. "Absorbed, you say? Even though I went as far as loading him with power to rival All Mights," said the voice, making the two wince. "Oh well. Can't be helped. What a shame." Though the voice seems calm, Kurogiri and Shigaraki know that the man was upset. "For now, let's relax a bit and let's gather a new group, hand-picked for efficiency. And let's take all the time we need," he said as he chuckled darkly. "Remember, we can't move freely. That's why a symbol like you is necessary." Tamura Shigaraki. Next time, you must show the world the true horror of your existence. The voice finished as he laughed behind the monitor while Shigaraki clenched his fist, vowing to end the life of All Might and a certain green-haired kid. Back in the Central Plaza, Midnight had a sad look on her face while looking at Izuku. He was laying on the ground unconscious, soaked with blood and dirt all over his gym uniform. She knew that the boy had done his all to protect his classmates and fight off the villains. You truly are worthy to be called a hero, Midoriya, she thought as she walked towards Izuku to carry him to the entrance. However, she was halted when 4 red Noma-like creatures appeared and surrounded the unconscious boy in a circle. Diamond formation. She was about to attack the creatures when said creatures looked at her direction, growling and assuming a protective stance over Izuku's body. She was confused at first, but looking at how the creatures were looking at her it clicked. These creatures? They belonged to Midoriya. Midnight then decided to back away, slightly giving the Noma-like figures and Izuku space. Said creatures looked at her intently before looking back at Izuku and bowed in front of him. Before Midnight knew it, the creatures turned into mass of flesh and began to look like black and red tendrils and were melting into the boy's body like water to a sponge. After 2 or 3 minutes the creatures vanished completely, only leaving Izuku all alone with the 18+ hero. Confusion and relief surrounded the pro-hero as she walked toward the vulnerable body of the boy. She knelt down and carried the boy towards the staircase near the entrance of USJ. As she walked, she took a glance at the boy in her hands and was surprised to see the once decomposing arm had slowly healed on its own. "Who are you, Izuku Midoriya?" she whispered to the unconscious teen and exited the door where the authorities are present, escorting the captured villains and doing a head count to the students who were looking winded and relieved to see the villains captured. Looking back at the students, Midnight noticed the students looked at the Blacklight user with mixed reactions. All the UA girls looked worried with the exception of Yui Kodai, who had a stoic look on her face. Nirenjiki, Kirishima and Ito were looking at Midoriya with a sad expression. Nito Monoma having a smug expression for some reason. Bakugo was glaring at the Greenette and Todoroki was looking Midoriya with narrowed eyes. She shrugged at this and gave Midoriya to the medics who quickly placed the boy on a stretcher and took him to the nearby ambulance. The ambulance quickly left for UA and Midnight just looked at the disappearing form of the ambulance. It's barely a week and the first year's already got attacked. This is gonna be a long year, she thought as she entered the bus to UA alongside the rest of the teachers in UA. 36, 37, 38. Not counting the kid with a damaged arm, said a tall man with short, black hair and somewhat rectangular black eyes wearing a tan overcoat with a matching fedora. He is Detective Naomasa Tsukachi, Quirk, lie detector. Everyone seems to be unharmed, he said as he looked at the students. Ojiro, dude. You were really fired up out there? Toru said to Ojiro, who seemed to have small bruises on his face. Yeah, but I just got lucky. I only used a hit-and-run tactic, and if it weren't for the others with me, I would have a lot more injuries, he said to the invisible girl before asking a question. Where were you the whole time, Hagakure? Asked the tailed boy, getting attention from the other girls. I was in the landslide zone with Todoroki and Manga. Man, Todoroki was so strong, she said as she points at Todoroki. Said bicolored hair boy inwardly blanched. Good thing I didn't accidentally froze her, he thought as he looked at the road where the ambulance had drove off. He was still shocked when Midoriya single-handedly defeated the Nomu where both Eraserhead and Vlad King had a hard time defeating it. And just where do you think I was? Aoyama asked his classmates who completely ignored him. Seeing this he looked at Tsuyu and placed a hand in her shoulder. And just where do you think I was? He repeated the question. Where? Said the frog girl. It's a secret, he said as sparkles came out of nowhere. While looking at a random direction and winking. Tsuyu, who like her classmates, ignored the armor-clad blonde as the detective talked. For the time being, you all need to head back to the classroom. We can't just go straight into police questioning naturally, he said, earning a nod from the majority of the students. Hey, detective. How is Aizawa-sensei? Tsuyu asked, then Kendo too. And Vlad King-sensei? Said the class president of 1B. Well, Aizawa's arms are riddled with comminuted fractures, and his suffering from facial fractures as well. Thankfully, out of sheer luck he didn't receive any brain damage. As for Vlad King, he suffered from severe Quirk exhaustion, fractured jaw and 3 broken ribs. Luckily, he didn't got any punctured organs. He paused and put down his phone. Or so I've been told, he said, causing Tsuyu and Kendo to look down in worry. As for 13, I fear her back and upper arms have sustained serious lacerations. That being said, her vitals appear to be stable, he said. Ochako stepped forward. And Izuku, she said, worrying for the green-haired boy. This caused the other girls, Tsuyu, Mina, Toru, Shiozaki, Komori, to come closer to hear news about Izuku. How's Midoriya? Asked Nairenjiki, who was worried for the guy who had helped him and his classmates escape the villains. The detective thought for a bit. Midori, oh, seems he's in the infirmary, he said as he called another officer to take care of the rest as he walked to All Might, who had been quiet this whole time. Looks like we have to focus on fortifying our security across the board, Principal Nizu said, holding his chin with his paw. As a quirk, warping is exceptionally rare. It's really too bad it fell into the hands of the villain side, Midnight said as she gripped her whip tightly. With Izuku Midoriya can be seen sleeping in a hospital bed in the infirmary in UA. However, while his body was sleeping peacefully, his mind was wide awake. And he found himself in a very familiar rooftop, the rooftop where he first got his quirk. The rooftop where he met his predecessor and the first person to ever believe him, Alex Mercer. However, unlike the last time he was there, he didn't see Alex standing on the edge but a different person. The person was a tall man with a muscular build, shaved/bald head, and had a scar over his left eyebrow. He was wearing a light gray undershirt, a simple black hoodie with a red interior, a dark olive jacket with a protruding collar, black fingerless gloves, a brown leather belt, dark blue jeans, and combat boots. The man was James Heller, the person who was able to end Alex Mercer. Looking at the man, Izuku can feel a sense of authority coming from him. And somewhat a sense of familiarity can be felt as he looked at the man, who was also looking at him with a serious expression. Before Izuku say a single word, pain erupted on his head. He flinched and clutched his head. It hurt like hell. And the place began to glitch out of existence, unnoticed by the greenette. It took 2 minutes before the pain subsided. Izuku then remembered the person in front of him. He then lifted his head only to see that he was no longer on the rooftop. He was now in the classroom. Confused, he looked around and saw a blonde guy that looked like a younger version of Present Mike talking to a guy with light blue, wavy hair that was swept back to flow upwards above his head, 2 shorter, ear-length tufts left hanging downwards to frame his face, and has a bandage across the bridge of his nose. Said guy looked at him and smiled at him. As that happened, another headache rocked him. He closed his eyes and clutched his throbbing head as the place glitched out of existence once more. Still clutching his head, the pain vanished. He then felt a tingling feeling seemingly entering his body. It felt familiar yet foreign to the greenette. As the mysterious feeling entered his body, his quirk activated and his arms began sprouting red and black tendrils, wrapping his upper limbs. As it tightens, his arms formed into what looks like a version of the muscle mass, which appeared to have thick veins and has a glowing red appearance. A voice then echoed in his head. This is called Tendrils Mid to Long Range and lets you use it to capture and pull your targets. And the ability you used is called Pack Leader, lets you summon a pack of 3 to 5 hunters to fight alongside you. The hunters are the red hulking creatures that you summoned recently. Train hard and use these abilities wisely, kid. Until we meet again, the gruff voice said as everything went black. After a while, he opened his eyes and Izuku found himself in a hospital bed. He looked around the place and quickly realized that he was in the school's infirmary. As he tried to get up from bed, a surge of pain spread from his head to his body and to his bandaged arm. Damn it. I got carried away and used too much biomass. He cursed himself as he winced at the pain on his arm. And let my guard down. Izuku just breathed in and out trying to ease the pain. Doing so, he remembered his dream and tried to lift his other hand, which he did successfully. He began channeling his quirk on his arm and the black and red tendrils began wrapping his arm and transformed into the tendrils. He analyzed his transformed arm and found that using it felt like the muscle mass, just a lot more lighter. So this is the tendrils. Feels easier to use, but I'd still prefer the muscle mass, he thought as he flexed his 3 fingers. He quickly pulled back his biomass and tried to make do the pack leader, though not really sure how'd he do it. Izuku remember himself scream his throat out in USJ to summon the hunters. Izuku was about to try to summon the hunters. Unfortunately for him, he ended up coughing harshly. His throat feels sore and it irritated him. The door of the room suddenly opened and there enters Recovery Girl. She looked at Izuku and sighed in relief, and with a bit of disappointment. "Good thing you're awake, Sonny," she said as she walked towards the bed. "How are you feeling?" she asked as she took a folder on top of the nightstand. "I'm okay, I guess. Just tired and hungry. My arms still sting and my head is ending me." Just as he finished talking, he was hit by a cane on the head, courtesy of the elder woman with him. "The only one ending you will be me if you keep pushing yourself to situations that you shouldn't be in," she exclaimed as she kept hitting the poor boy on the head who used the little biomass he had to use shield to try to block the school nurse swings. Keyword, try. I'm sorry. I couldn't OW. Help it. If I didn't OW. Aizawa-sensei and Vlad OW King would have died OW. Stop hitting him, ow. My leg. Insert SpongeBob meme here. Izuku cried in pain as he tried to block the hits. After 5 minutes of hitting and block, while attempting on blocking, Izuku sat up and was given his protein bars to replenish his lost biomass and gummies to gain his stamina back as Recovery Girl heals him. She forbidden him to use his quirk since he still needs to recover the lost biomass or his body will ache like hell. Completely healed up, Izuku went home and was tackled by a wild Izuku Midoriya who was crying her eyes out. He comforted his crying mother and reassured her that Izuku was okay, which she just sighed and gave her son a small smile. After one day since the day after the attack was temporarily closed, Izuku was walking towards his classroom from the nurse office. He went to UA early to get his bandaged arm check. Even with his enhanced healing, he still needs a professional to check his arm. Getting a good result, Recovery Girl gave him the permission to go to class and to use his quirk again. As he entered the classroom, he almost fell down as Ochako, Tsuyu, Mina and Toru tackled him into a hug. They were worried sick to see Izuku getting carried to an ambulance. Izuku blushed at the sudden contact and had to fight an urge of fainting. Tsuyu thanked Izuku for saving her from the Nomu and Izuku just waved it off and said it was what a hero would do, then smiled to the frog girl, who blushed at his bright aura. This, however, left a very jealous Ochako, Toru, and Mina, a slightly one on Momo, an amused look from Kirishima and a glare from Bakugo. As Izuku and the girls sat down, Ida stood up and went to the front of the class. "All right everyone, listen. It's time for the morning's homeroom period. Take your seats, everyone," the blue-haired teen said as he stiffly motioned arms. Izuku's sweat dropped at this. "We are in our seats, you're the one who's not," Sero said, causing the majority of the class to chuckle at the brunette, who had just realized that what the tape user had said was right. Ida quickly went to his seat and sat down with a gloom expression. "Hey, Tsuyu, which teacher do you think would be meeting us today?" Mina asked Tsuyu, who just happened to be sitting behind her. Said Frog Girl placed a finger on her chin and thought for a bit. "Well, Mr. Aizawa is severely wounded. He is probably hospitalized," she said to the pink girl. But as soon as she said that, the door of the classroom opened and there they saw a man whose face was covered in bandages and his arms in casts. "Good morning," the figure said, making the whole class gasp when they realized who the figure was. "Aizawa-sensei, you're already back?" The whole class erupted, surprised to see their teacher. "That's beyond pro," Kaminari said, blanching at Aizawa, who started to limp to the front of the class. "You're all right," Ida said as he stiffly raised his hand. "Can you really call that all right?" Ochako said, wincing at Aizawa's injuries. As soon as Aizawa is at the center, he faced them. "Don't concern yourselves over me. After all, the battle hasn't really ended for you yet." After Aizawa said that, the whole class stiffened. "More villains? More fighting? You don't mean?" Aizawa's bandaged face opened slightly for his eyes to be visible. "UA's sports festival is approaching, boys and girls. the bandaged hero said, smirking underneath the bandages as the whole class face vaulted before yelling. Oh yeah, this is a school. A sports festival. Keep forgetting this is an actual school, echoed the voice of Kirishima and Kaminari. Wait, hold up. That sounds like something villains would try to infiltrate, isn't it? Will it be alright? Said a confused/worried Jiro, earning a nod from Izuku and Momo. Aizawa just shook his head. On the contrary, since we're going ahead with the festival, it means that the school is confident it has all its ducks in a row when it comes to its crisis control now. He paused for a bit then continued. I hear police presence will be 5 times bigger than normal, for example. What would you should be thinking about is what huge chance the Academy's sport festival presents you all. This isn't some event that'll be brought to a halt by the likes of villains, he said, looking at the class then at Izuku for a little longer and back to topic. Our sports festival is one of Japan's biggest events. In days past, the Olympics was the sports festivity that whipped all the nations into a froth of enthusiasm. But now, as you know, the extent and population have shrunk and it's lost a lot of substance. So what has taken the place of the Olympics in Japan is the UA Sports Festival, he finished as Momo perked up. The country's top heroes will sure be watching us. It's because they'll be scouting for us, she said as Aizawa nodded at her statement. I'm thinking I might follow the tactic of going sidekick for a pro heroes squad after graduating, Kaminari said to Jiro, who just smirked at him. But there are loads of people who get stuck as sidekicks forever and miss their chance to break out as solo heroes, she said as her smirk widened. And you seem like that kind of dumbass, Kaminari, she said while chuckling, remembering how the electric teen became stupid after using his quirk. This made the blonde earn a gloom expression. Naturally, entering the squad of a famous hero will get you higher status and more experience. Remember, time is limited. If you get noticed by a pro, that gives you the standing for a brighter future than otherwise. This is the chance you'll get only once a year. For a total of 3 chances. If you aim to be a hero, this is an event you can't overlook. The final statement caused the WHO class to have serious and determined expressions. Noonday break. I mean, I knew it was coming, but now I feel like the tension is flying sky high. Kirishima exclaimed. If we put in the effort and stand out to a pro, it'll be a giant leap forward. Sero said. Izuku just looked at the group with a surprised look on his face. Wow, everyone's so pumped, he said as a hand landed on his shoulder. Don't you feel it too? Ida said to the greenette as he let go of his shoulder and began dancing awkwardly. You're enrolled in UA to become a hero, so getting fired up is only natural, Midoriya. Izuku's sweat dropped at his friend. Those are some unique dance moves you got there, Ida, Tsuyu said as she, Mina and Toru stood up their seats. Izuku. Ida. A low voice can be heard. Let's crush it. The sports festival. The two looked at the direction to see Ochako in a very, very serious look on her face, very far from the Ochako that Izuku knew. Your face, your face? Izuku said to the girl. What's up with her? Uraraka's being kinda, not Uraraka. Mina said to Tsuyu, earning a shrug from the frog girl. Ochako then stomped his way to the group and raised his hand in the air. Guys, I'm gonna go for it, she said, still in her serious expression. Woo-woo. But, you're kinda out of character. Kirishima also raised his arm in the air while sporting a sweat drop. Turns out, Ochako wants to be a hero to earn money for her parents. She was shameful about it at first, but after Izuku and Ida told her it was okay and it was really heroic of her to think of her parents before herself, she stopped doubting herself. They were on their way to the cafeteria. Izuku was stopped by a voice. Oh, there you are, young Midoriya. They looked at the owner of the voice and it was All Might. Ida and Ochako were surprised to see All Might while Izuku was confused that All Might was looking for him. Would you care to eat lunch with me? He said as he pulled out a small bento box. Ochako laughed at the hero. He's like a teenage girl. Izuku heard from Recovery Girl that All Might was very guilty of being late for UA, that his time in his muscle form ran out. Izuku was still upset from what the #1 hero said to him back then, But thinking how the hero is doing his best to seek the Greenette's trust again, Izuku will try to forgive him. In a slow pace, but will still be forgiving the hero. Sure, Izuku said as he waved at Ida and Ochako, before he followed All Might. At the cafeteria, Ida and Ochako were in line and talking about Izuku. What's going on with Izuku and All Might, Ida? The brunette asked the tall boy. Said boy thought for a bit and answered. All Might must have heard that it was Midoriya who defeated the Nomu and drove off the villains. It's probably something to do with that, Ida explained to the brown-haired girl. So he might have taken some interest in him. Ochako just nodded at this and just continued to stay in line. Unknown to them, a pair of heterochromia eyes were looking at them, silently listening to their conversation. In the teacher's lounge, Izuku and All Might silently drink tea. It was awkward at first, both not knowing what to say to each other. But after a couple of minutes, All Might started the conversation by apologizing to the green-haired teen, which Izuku said to the hero that he is willing to trust him but forgiving him will take time. All Might understood this and is willing to work his ass off to be forgiven. Izuku then told the hero how he got his quirk, excluding the part that it came from Alex Mercer of course, and how he trained his quirk to master it. All Might became guilty again knowing the reason that Izuku jumped the building was his fault, but Izuku just waved it off. After drinking tea, All Might looked at the boy and inwardly nodded to himself. He then suddenly stood up, surprising the boy who almost spilled his tea. Izuku looked at the hero with raised eyebrows. Here goes nothing. Young Midoriya, I would like you to inherit my quirk, he said to the boy had wide eyes. What? After class. As the rest of the class packed their things up, Izuku can be seen in his seat deep in thought. The sports festival is coming closer and he just unlocked another abilities after the USJ incident. He was thinking of training his newly gained ability when the thought of what All Might had offered him came in his mind. Flashback. I'm sorry, All Might. Can you repeat what you just said? I think I just heard you offer your quirk to me, Izuku said as he cleaned his ear. He could have swore he just heard the number one hero offered him to inherit the man's quirk. All Might just sighed. You heard me right, young Midoriya, he said as he looked at the greenette who was looking even shocked. Why me? Why do you chose me? Izuku said as he lowered his head. Not really getting the point of this whole conversation. Back in the entrance exams, I saw you run after the zero-pointer to save young Uraraka even if it doesn't benefit you. And in USJ, you let your classmates and sensei escape as you hold of the villains. Just by looking at those actions, I can really tell that you are worthy to inherit my strength. He paused to look at Izuku who was looking at him now before he continued. It's the power to transfer power and the name of that vaunted ability to which I've been entrusted is none other than One for All. One for All, Izuku repeated in a whisper. Yes, young Midoriya. A quirk passed down from generation to generation. In doing so, brave hearts with unwavering calls to save lives can burnish this might. All Might paused to look at the boy then continued. So, young Midoriya, would you accept my quirk to save lives? He asked the now deep in thought boy. Izuku thought about how it would help him gain extra power. It will make him a lot stronger, and in addition to his current quirk, it'll make him unstoppable. Just thinking about it made him smirk, but quickly removed the smirk when he remembered how Alex entrusted him with the Blacklight. Alex believed in him with the power of the Blacklight Virus now turned quirk. He remembered how he trained his ass off to master his quirk, and after what happened in USJ, he have new abilities to master thanks to James. And inheriting One for All, a lot more training is needed. Not that his complaining, but looking at what All Might had just told him, if he were to accept the quirk, he would have his hands full. He would practically be like All Might. Would he even want to be like All Might? Would he even want to inherit One for All? After thinking about it in a few more moments, he nodded to himself and raised his head to meet All Might's gaze. He looked at the man's eyes with pure determination. That's a great offer, All Might. It would be an honor to inherit the quirk of the symbol of peace himself. He paused when he saw All Might smile. Izuku sighed and continued. But I'm sorry, I can't accept your quirk. As he said that, All Might's smile faded and a look of sadness and confusion showed in his face. It didn't felt right to Izuku to see All Might rejected. You see, I just got my quirk not even a year ago. There is still a lot of things and abilities that I need to learn and master. If I get your quirk, no one would know what will happen to my body. Both quirks are in me. I hope you understand." He paused to breathe and quickly continued. "And I think there are others who you might know would be more worthy than I am." Izuku stood up from his seat and bowed to the hero and slowly began walking towards the door. Before he opened the door, he looked back to All Might's direction. "I'm sorry for wasting your time. But if you had offered me back when I was still quirkless, I wouldn't hesitate in accepting you quirk," he said as he opens the door and exited the room, not noticing All Might's eyes widen in the word quirkless. "Thank you for hearing me out, young Midoriya, and thanks to you I knew exactly who my new successor would be." All Might whispered to himself as he took out his phone and called an old friend he hadn't talked in a long time. End of flashback. Izuku began packing his stuff to his backpack as he sighed, remembering All Might's sad face. It made him felt bad. He was invited to eat with the hero and even got offered the quirk of the #1 hero, but just ended up rejecting the offer and wasting the man's time. He had a reason to reject the man, but it didn't really made him felt better. What the heck? Izuku was snapped out of his trance when he heard Ochako's voice in the exit of the classroom. There he saw what caused the girl's reaction. In the exit he saw a mob of students looking at their class and talking to each other. They were blocking the way and it kind of caused a hard time for their class. As the class president, he took his backpack and went to the exit to confront the crowd. "Excuse me? Can you kindly move aside? You guys are blocking the exit and we all had a long day, we need to go home and rest," Izuku said as kindly as he can. Seeing that the crowd didn't move, he asked again. "And not to sound rude, why are you crowding the exit? What do you need?" As soon as Izuku finished that question, Bakugo walked past him, bumping into him. "They're obviously scoping out competition, idiot," the ash blonde said in his calm voice. "They want to see the people who came through the villain ambush. They're checking us out before the big battle, a-hole," said Bakugo, who continued walking. Izuku had to stop the urge to kick the guy in the head. Also, it wasn't just them, Class 1B was also there. "It's pointless to try, so why don't you just F off, you goddamn mob," Bakugo said to the crowd, which made Izuku pinch the bridge of his nose. The blonde had to make Class 1A look bad. As Ida reprimanded Bakugo for his disrespectful comment, a voice echoed in the crowd. "I came to see what you kids are made of, true, but I didn't think you'd be this arrogant," said the voice. Izuku looked to see a tall boy with messy, indigo-colored hair that flared out in large tuft around his head and had bags under his eyes, making him look similar to Aizawa-sensei. "Are all the kids enrolled at the heroics department like this?" the tall boy asked. Izuku just gave him a shake of his head and mouthed, "Just him," while pointing at Bakugo, who looked pissed off. The tall boy saw Izuku's response and nodded slightly. "There's lots of kids who wind up in the general education department or other departments because they failed the heroics." He paused and looked at Bakugo's constipated faces. "And based on the results of the sports festival, people can be even come under review to be transferred to heroic. And the reverse is also a possible outcome," that caught Izuku's attention. If this guy could do great in the sports festival, he would be transferred to the hero course. And by looking at the guy, he gives of an aura that reminds Izuku of Aizawa. A hero that fights quirkless. Scoping out the competition? If nothing else, a general ed kid like me is thinking, "Hey, why don't I try pulling the rug out from under those heroics kids while they're on their high horses?" He smirked at us and continued. "Consider this a declaration of war." Izuku smirked at the boy's courage. He had a lot of balls to step up and declare war to the hero course. Before the angry Pomeranian could strangle the Gen Ed kid and Tetsu could voice his thoughts, Izuku stepped forward in front of the sleep-deprived-looking teen. "While I would love to accept your declaration of war, I would instead root for you and all the other kids to do your bests in the sports festival." Izuku's statement caught some confusion in the crowd, even his own class. Seeing the confusion, he simply smiled and pointed at the seat behind Bakugo, which was his old seat before he moved to the seat in front of Momo after Minetta's expulsion. "You see, Class 1A is low on one student because of the recent expulsion in the first day of class. This made a certain grape-haired boy that is blended in the crowd flinch and the other students perk up. So that means one of you did well in the sports festival. The possibility of getting in the hero course is high. As class president of Class 1A, I wish you all good luck in the incoming sports festival. Izuku bowed to the crowd and smiled. The crowd seems to like Izuku's statement and slowly dispersed. Before leaving, the tall boy smiled at Izuku and nodded at Izuku, who returned the nod. As the crowd left the classroom, the class admired Izuku's way of calming the situation before it could even turn out badly. Bakugo just left the classroom growling at Izuku for stepping in. Izuku left the classroom with Ochako, Ida, and Tsu before going in separate ways in the train station. He had thought about the sports festival. He always watched the sports festival and was always amazed on the quirks that were showed in the event. He became nervous and excited at the same time. The sports festival was an event that would let him let loose in using his quirk. Needless to say, he was ready for the sports festival and he knew that he would kick ass. Only time would tell how. Day of the sports festival. At the entrance of UA, another crowd of reporters are lined up to enter the premises. The same reporter who attempted to enter the gates stood there boredly. The security at the entrance is taking forever, she annoyingly said, another reporter who just wore a deadpan look at the woman. It's because they're being extremely rigorous after the villain attack. Lots of folks are voicing super critical thoughts toward the event this year, he said to the woman, who made a complete 180 in her emotions. From bored/annoyed to enthusiastic. Awesome. Controversy equals ratings, man. And this year, all eyes will be on Class 1A, the woman said as she pumped her fist in the air, making the man's sweat drop on her sudden change of emotions and completely forgetting Class 1B was also attacked. As the reporters enter the building, after an hour people who will watch the event began to arrive the campus. So does the pro heroes who will watch to scout for the internships and will act as security, attempting to stop any attack that would happen. In the waiting room of Class 1A, conversations arise as others sat on their seats, either excited, nervous, or bored. Izuku did a bit of stretching and looked at the clock and nodded to himself. He walked towards his class. Alright, everyone. Are your preparations complete? Be ready, we're set to go to the stadium anytime now. Do what you need to do, go to the restroom or do some stretching, he said to his classmates who just nodded at him. Ida, Kirishima, Sato, Ojiro and Shoji did some stretching while Sero and Kaminari went to the restroom. The rest just sat and talked to each other. Damn, I really wanted to wear my costume today. Mina said while pouting, making Izuku chuckle at the childish behavior of one of his classmate. We aren't allowed to wear our costumes to even the playing field for the other classes. Ojiro said mid-stretch. As this was happening, Todoroki began walking toward Izuku, who resting his head on the wall with his eyes closed. Midoriya, said the bicolor-haired boy as he stood 6 feet away from him. Izuku opened his eyes to look at Todoroki. What is it, Todoroki? Do you need anything? Said the greenette, who looked at the heterochromia boy with a raised eyebrow. Bakugo, who was just sitting in the corner of the room, noticed this and looked at the two boys with a blank expression. On an objective basis, let's say you are stronger than me. Todoroki said, completely ignoring Izuku's question. Said boy just gave him a confused look which can be read as I am stronger than you both. The point of this conversation. Look. You've managed to get All Might's eyes on you, right? I feel no pry into that, but... He paused and looked at the greenette with narrowed eyes and continued. I'm going to beat you. Kaminari, who just entered the room and heard most of the conversation, spoke up. Oh? What's this? A declaration of war from the second strongest kid in class to the strongest. This statement made Bakugo's blank expression morph into a dark look as he glared daggers at the two said strongest in the class. Izuku had his head slightly tilted down with his hair shadowing his eyes. Looking at this, Kirishima walked toward Todoroki and placed a hand on his shoulder. What's with this aggression all of a sudden? Don't spring this on him right before it. He was cut off when his hand was shook off by white/red-haired teen. I'm not here to play nice and make friends. But whatever, he said as he walked away. Before he could go far, Izuku began to talk. I have no idea on what you want from me and telling me that you're going to beat me. Izuku said, making the Todoroki look back at him, who still had his hair blocking his eyes. All I can say is you chose the wrong person to declare war against. Look around, Todoroki. Everyone in this room had probably trained their quirks and bodies. And everyone here wants to reach the top. This caused the whole class to look at the two teens with determination in their eyes. And to answer your declaration of war? Izuku slowly raised his head and channeled blacklight to his eyes. Todoroki was his emerald eyes shift into dark crimson, comparable to Aizawa's eyes when using a quirk. I accept, but you need to come at me with everything you got. Because I won't lose to a person who uses a half of their power. Todoroki swore he saw a spark in Izuku's eyes as he said those words, and Bakugo gritted his teeth. After a minute of stare down, Class 1A had been called to the stadium. With a last look on Todoroki, Izuku deactivated his quirk and told his class to go to the stadium. At the end of the tunnel of the stadium, Present Mick's voice echoed. The UA Sports Festival. Where the hero world's inchoate little zygotes aim for each other's throats, and the top. Our grand yearly melee, the crowd raised in cheers. And let me guess, all you folks came to see them, right? The freshly formed stars that shrugged off a mass villain assault with wills of steel, the crowd once again go in cheers. From the Department of Heroics freshman class, you're here for Class 1A and Class 1B, right? The crowd popped out in cheers as Class 1A has been mentioned and quickly lessened in the mention of Class 1B. Said classes tensed and flinched in the amount of people in the stadium. Izuku awed in disbelief in the amount of onlookers that attended this year. It wasn't this many last year he watched on TV. As Present Mike announced the other classes, the cheers slowly lessened and it annoyed the other students. Now, fair play. A voice and a sound of a whip or whatever that sound was had caught Izuku's attention. On a pedestal, there's standing the R-rated hero, Midnight. The crowd began to talk to themselves. Hey, check it out. If it isn't the R-rated hero, Midnight, she's the chief referee for the freshman stage this year. Where's the principal? As usual, he's overseeing the senior stage. Wait, did you say R-rated hero? Even though this is a high school? Is that really okay? Tokoyami voiced out his concern. Silence. My tenure here is perfectly on the level. Midnight childishly / annoyingly exclaimed as she struck her whip, making the students quiet down. Now, player RP, she said as she looked at our green-haired protagonist. Izuku Midoriya of 1A, said teen flinched a little, surprised for being called out and quickly made his way to the pedestal. What? Why the heck is you the representative? Bakugo yelled, causing Jiro and Shoji to flinch on his loud voice. Well, he did placed first in the entrance exam, remember? Sero pointed out, not really making the blonde any calmer. Yeah, the heroics entrance exam, said a Gen Ed student sarcastically. Izuku stood in front of the mic and took a deep breath as he looked at the crowd and the students lined up. Sensei, I pledge to do my best. He paused and sighed one more time before continuing. For the majority of my life, I was quirkless. For the majority of my life, I had been bullied, laughed at, and beaten up just for not having a quirk. This caused the crowd to gasp and silence shrouded the stadium. Inko, who was watching in their house, began crying and asking for forgiveness for not knowing. All of that I had experienced for 10 years. And to a point where one of my bullies told me to take a swan dive off of a rooftop. That caused the crowd to gasp once more and Bakugo flinched, which didn't went unnoticed by Momo and Jiro. Tempted as I was to do just that, someone believed in me, someone told me that I can be a hero. That I can be a hero if I wanted to be. The day he believed in me is the same day I got my quirk. Izuku's smile, half-truth being spilled. He thought about Alex and how he believed in him. That's why I made a vow to be the greatest hero that I can be. He paused and looked at all the students. That's why it doesn't matter what course you are in, be heroics, general education, support or business. If you believe in yourself, you can all be heroes. Believe in yourself, like how I believe in all of you. There is a spot vacant in the hero course. So if you want to take it, then go beyond plus. ULTRA. The students and crowd said in unison as Izuku smiled at them and went down the pedestal, passing Bakugo, who was still shaking for some reason. That was so manly, yelled Kirishima and Tetsu in unison as they shed manly tears. Midnight looked at Izuku and smiled internally at the boy's strong will and presence. All right, with that out of the way. We can directly onto our first event, the hero said as the screen behind her lit up. Onto the preliminaries, as they called it. Lots of fine folks choking on their tears here every year. And this year's first round of Destiny is, she continued. She's actually not being all that brisk, is she? Jiro deadpanned as the screen showed the words, obstacle race. An obstacle race? Izuku said looking at the screen as the gates opened. It's a race between all 11 classes. The course makes a nearly 4 kilometers ring around the stadium. We always sing about our freedom on campus, fufufu. Midnight said as the students began to shift on their places to face the open gate. Well, this is what it's all about. You're free to do anything as long as you remain within the course. So let's get cracking. On your marks, she said as the lights on the top of the gate shift from red to yellow. All Class 1A students began to show a look of determination. Izuku began channeling his quirk on his feet. This is it. For Alex. For Mom. And most importantly, for myself. Izuku thought to himself as he readied to run to the next chapter, to the gates. The gatus. As the lights shift to green, horns were heard as Midnight's voice echoed in the whole stadium. Start. As the gates open, noises of feet stomping on the ground were so loud as soon as everyone was gunning it through the narrow tunnel. Izuku noticed that the start gate was too narrow to fit everyone. And just as he noticed that, students were banging to each other. Getting squished, and someone's gonna get hurt soon. Okay, here's the play-by-play. Are you ready to do the commentary, mummy man? Sitting beside Present Mike is a bandaged Eraserhead. The bandages were wrapped around his head, but his eyes were left uncovered. A glare can be seen in the mummified hero. You're the one who forced me to come? Aizawa groaned while still looking at the noisiest hero beside him. Let's go right away, mummy man. What should we pay attention to in the early stages? The noisy hero said, completely ignoring Aizawa's glare. Aizawa was silent for a second before he said, this part right now, he said as he looked at the tunnel. Meanwhile in the tunnel, you can hear every student shouting, hey, this is too narrow. Similar words can be heard from the other students. Everyone was hurting and sweating as they continued to move forward, step by step. As the other students yelp in pain, Izuku noticed that there was a ceiling in the tunnel and immediately thought of a plan. He needed to jump up to use wall crawling. But with a narrow space jammed with students, he needs a boost. He looked around the squirming crowd and saw something, or someone. He saw a familiar patch of purple balls, his former classmate. The guy was short and he thought he could use him as a boost. Izuku quietly said his apologies and stepped on the patch of purple ball and jumped to the ceiling. He heard the purple midget yelp in pain. Using wall crawling, he attached to the ceiling using his hands and feet, then quickly ran his way to the exit of the gates. While he was above everyone, he heard the students yelling and groaning as they tried to move to no avail. He even heard Bakugo curse someone from Class 1B. Probably Minoma. Izuku was near the exit when he saw Todoroki exit the gate. Our first filter, the dual-haired boy said as he sprinted his way out of the gate while freezing the ground, along with the other students. Ow! What the hell, I can't move. BR. You bastard! Izuku heard from the other participants who were unlucky to be literally frozen in place. He was lucky to be able to stick on the ceiling. Looking down, he saw all of his classmates unaffected by the frozen ice field. Exiting the gate, Izuku used glide to propel himself away from the gate. You'll have to try harder than that, Todoroki. Izuku yelled as he landed on the ice field and channeled his quirk on his feet to sprint past the ice user, almost knocking Ice Boy off balance. We won't let you get away that easy, half and half. You. Bakugo yelled as he angrily propelled himself to above the frozen students. He was followed by the rest of his class who used their quirk to jump past the frozen ground. Momo used her quirk to make a long metal pole to vault over the other participants, Kirishima used his hardening to shatter the ice he was trapped in, Mina using her acid on her feet to melt the ice and skate, and Ojiro used his tail to hop over the ice field. Well, obviously some of you in my class were gonna make it past. But more of you were able to dodge than I thought. Todoroki said as he continued running after Izuku, who was still in front of him. He gritted his teeth on the greenette's speed. However, Izuku didn't look back. He was too focused on running when he heard a voice coming from behind him. He looked back and saw the same midget chasing after him, hopping from ball to ball. "Come back here, you bastard," the grape kid said, while speeding towards Izuku. He was clearly pissed off about what Izuku did earlier. "I'll show you not to mess with me. Minder move," he said as he grabbed 2 balls off his head and made a throwing pose. "Grape R." He was cut off as a robot hand slapped him away from Izuku. The midget was sent tumbling across the course. Izuku immediately recognized the robot that hit the grape face from the entrance exams. "Target detected." "Multiple," the robot said as it blocked the way. "Here comes the obstacles, and so suddenly. And from the very outset the first barrier will be Robo Inferno." Present Mix voice echoes as the Zero stood there menacingly. "It's the villain bot that was worth 0 points in the entrance exam." "Hold on, you're telling me the hero department kids had to fight those things? There's way too many TOs slip past them," the other students said as they look at the robots with fear, worry and shock. "So it's these villain bots they used for these kinds of trials in general, huh?" Todoroki said while analyzing the situation. "Where do they get the money for all of this?" Momo said as she looked at the pile of robots. Izuku was ready to attack the robots when a pillar of ice stopped the robots from moving, but looking at the angle of the robot, he knew that it was going to fall onto them. He had to do something quick before the robot falls. He stopped them. "We can get through between the legs, come on." 2 Gen Ed students shouted, suggesting to all of the other students to run towards the direction where the ice user went. "I wouldn't do that if I were you. I froze it when they're unbalanced," Todoroki said as the robots began toppling down the students. The students screamed in fear, only to hear a sound of metal hitting each other. When they looked up they saw the faux villain vertically sliced in half, falling down separately, landing on the sides of the students with its parts scattered everywhere. "Not a very heroic move," Todoroki's Izuku as he landed in front of the shell-shocked students. "Are you guys okay?" he asked to the students, who just absent-mindedly nod. He nodded and ran towards Todoroki. Todoroki and Midoriya of Class 1A attacked and defended in one hit. "How elegant!" Present Mike exclaimed as the crowd rode in amazement by the show of power by the 2 strongest in 1A. Todoroki's the first one through, followed by Midoriya. He stood up from his seat and gave Eraserhead a thumbs up. "Your students are amazing, mummy man. It's, practically unfair," he said as he looked at the show of strength by the 2 students. "Their moves are logical and strategic," Aizawa said tiredly, but mentally he smirked at his students' performance. As expected from someone who got in through recommendations and someone who got first in the entrance exams, the loud hero shouted. Todoroki never fought them before, but those Robo Infernos couldn't get up from his elite moves. While Midoriya encountered them in the exams, already know how to fight them. "So that's the son of Endeavor?" As expected from the number 2 hero, said a civilian whose jaws are dropped from what he saw on the screen. "That Midoriya kid destroyed the robot like it was nothing." "What power?" said a pro hero, which caught the attention of a certain rabbit hero who looked at the screen with curiosity. "Midoriya," she thought as she watched our greenette use his blade to slice the robot in half, his blade passing through the robot like butter. "Interesting," she said as she smirked. At the course, Izuku was shredding and tearing through the robots as they seemingly spawned from out of nowhere, like an RKO, programmed to terminate their targets. All of the first-year students. He was hitting and running when he heard cracking and tearing of metal from behind him. When he looked back, he saw Kirishima emerge from a robot while using his quirk, hardening. Then another crack was beside the hardened boy and revealed to be Tetsu, skin covered in metal. Must be his quirk. As those 2 were destroying and running on the robot's detached arm, Izuku saw Bakugo use his expulsion quirk to go up one of them. "Bakugo?" Denki called out as they watched him avoiding the robot's fists and kept on going over. "Class 1A's Bakugo. Since the bottom's blocked, he goes above." "Clever," Present Mike announced, complimenting the ash blonde who landed on the robot's head. Then soon all of Class 1A went through. As the students destroy and pass the Robo Inferno, Present mixed voice echoed at the field. Hey hey. First course is a piece of cake. If that's so, then what about the second? As soon as everyone got through the first barrier, they all stopped at the next one. Ochako, Mina, Tsu and Toru were in shock. Looking at the second course, they saw a very large pit. There were ropes attached to large pillars. Simple rules. You fall, you're out. If you don't wanna, then crawl. This is the fall, exclaimed the teacher who acts as an MC, calling the second stage of the obstacle course. Everyone stopped running in their tracks and were shocked by how large, A/N. That's what she said. The fall is. Since when did they build this stage? Ochako asked as Todoroki took his first move. He stepped on the rope and slid through his ice quirk. It didn't reach more than 5 seconds as he finally landed on a stone pillar, gaining the first place once again. Wow, Mina said, amazed by the bicolored boy's skills. Then Tsu walked forward before jumped on the tightrope and crawl onward, didn't hesitate to even slow down. As the other Class 1A girls were amazed at the frog girl's skill, a familiar girl wearing goggles stepped forward with a smirk on her face. Mei Hatsume. Here it is. Here's my chance to show off, she said, making Izuku look at her direction and smirk at his friend. He noticed that Mei was looking tired, hence her eye bags, probably overworking again. But her energy was there. It's time for my babies to be the star of today. She recomposed her body and stretched her arms sideward. Everyone is looking at her as she declared, look, all you support companies across the country. Wire arrows and hoversalls. Glitter, she said, imitating the sound effects as the sun shines upon her equipment that is around her waist. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle at his friend's antics. You're from the support course? Tako asked. What? It's okay to bring in items? Mina questioned the girl as she pouted. There is a reason why every class must participate, Mina. The girls look at Izuku, who is analyzing the pit. Of course, it's the UA Sports Festival for the first year, so they should give it their all. He explained, then looked at them. Also, Midnight Sensei did say that we can do whatever we want as long as we're in the course. As for the support classes, they're allowed to bring such items. They use their minds to create something that can help us in the future. Without the support course, the heroes are going to be wounded easily. No hero wears no support item. Well, except for me, he said while whispering the last part. By the way, how'd you been, Mei? Izuku asked the girl, who looked at him with a smirk in her face. Doing fine and great, Aizu, she said in a seductive way, earning a pout of jealousy from the girl while an eye roll from Izuku. I told you to stop calling me that, he groaned before chuckling. Mei chuckled as well before she walked forward to the pit. It's nice seeing you, Izuku, but I have some babies to show off. Tada, she said as one of the wire arrows just fired at the large pillar and attached to it. This is the place where we can show off our ideas and skills to the companies. Reeling in, Mei was sliding until she flew to the air. Come and take a look, all your companies. Especially the big ones. Look at my super cute babies, she shouted as her hover boots turned on and guided her towards the stone pillar. With the wires retracting back, she laughed like a maniac as she landed on her feet, surpassing Tsu. Izuku chuckled at his friend's shameless advertisement. The girls looked in awe as they saw how Mei easily passed them. Welp, I'd love to talk to you girls, but I have an obstacle course to win, Izuku said as he began to step backward. See you at the finish line, he said as he ran forward. As he was almost at the edge, he channeled Blacklight on his legs, then jumped. He then used Glide to propel himself to the nearest stone pillar and rolled on top of it before rolling up to jump again towards another pillar. Amazing, Ochako said, amazed by Mei and Izuku's actions. Mina was knocked out of her daze, then pouted. That's so annoying, she said as she began crawling on the rope. I won't lose, the bobcut girl said as she placed her fingers together, activating her quirk and jumped. At that moment everyone was progressing. Izuku, who had passed Mei, was almost out of the second course. He was about to jump towards the last pillar when he heard someone yell. He looked back at the direction and saw Ojiro dangling on the tightrope, struggling on hanging on. Izuku began to worry as he saw her left hand slip of the rope. He looked around at the area where Jiro is and had to suppress a growl when he saw Monoma smirking as he was calmly walking away from the tight rope. That bastard, he growled as he vowed to make him pay for what he did to his classmate. Looking back at Jiro, she was sweating profusely and a stream of tears can be seen on the corner of her eyes down to her cheeks. Izuku did the only thing he could do right now. He jumped off the pillar and used glide towards her direction. Kyokujiro knew she was in a sticky situation. She had almost passed the second to the last pillar when a jerk suddenly shook the rope, making her lose her balance, and now she was literally hanging for her dear life and was getting terrified. Jiro was struggling to hold herself. She can feel her weight making it hard for her to hold on to the rope. As she made her last attempt to use her left hand to grab on the rope once more, her right hand, the hand holding the rope, slipped. She was falling. In only seconds, her whole life flashed before her eyes. She knows that if she falls she's over. And she was falling. This is it. I guess, she thought as she closed her eyes. As she was about to accept her fate, she was snatched from the air. When she opened her eyes, she saw Izuku's face up close. When Izuku saw Jiro let go, he had used his tendrils to latch on the rope and let himself fall to the pit. As he was at least a couple of feet under the purple-haired girl, he retracted the tendrils and pulled himself towards the girl. Only feet away from the girl, he deactivated tendrils and switched to glide to propel himself to the girl to catch her. He then landed on the stone pillar, holding the girl in a bridal carry. "And Midoriya?" Jiro yelped, surprised to see the green-haired boy. Said boy looked at her and smiled at her. She blushed and felt her heart flutter at the sight of Izuku. Just change Minato to Izuku and Kushina to Jiro. "Hey, you okay?" Izuku said to the girl who was still looking at him in surprise. The girl just nodded, which made him chuckle. What a chivalrous move by Class 1's Midoriya. Saving his classmate in the middle of the race. Present Mick's voice echoing in the field had cut off Jiro in her trance. She panicked and almost fell down. Izuku saw her panic look then soften his gaze. "Can you walk?" he asked the blushing girl. She looked at her legs before looking back at Izuku and shook her head. She was still shaken by the fact that she had almost fell down a large pit. Izuku smiled then held her closer. The contact made him blush a little and the girl more as he used blacklight on his legs as he jumped from one pillar to another while carrying Jiro. As they jumped from pillar to pillar, Jiro couldn't help but feel relaxed and safe while in the arms of the boy. She looked at the boy's face and saw the determined face of the greenette as he carries the girl. She noticed that his freckles were formed in a shape of a diamond on his slightly red face, which she finds it cute. Jiro just looked at the boy's face as they flew through the air, not noticing her leaning her head on his chest. And now the leader of the pack is easily getting through first. Present Mike announced, as the media shows Shoto Todoroki, who just passed the fall. Todoroki continued on running before he hears a sound of crackling a couple of feet away from him. He looked behind and saw Bakugo, who easily passed the second stage because he was using his quirk to go over the large pit. Looks like he's getting fired up. A slow starter, he thought as he turned his head forward, dashing through to get to the next stage. Damn it. Bakugo cursed as he chased after Todoroki. Ida was standing at the beginning of the fall, was catching his breath as he saw everyone jumping and crawling on tight ropes to get to the next stone pillar. Panting, he said to himself. Ni-san is probably watching me. I can't let him see me act uncool. Doing a T-pose, he jumped on the rope and used his engine quirk to slide across. That's so uncool, Mike said as he and the crowd watch. Ida did the opposite of what he said. Suddenly, the screen switched to Todoroki. That guy in the first place is way ahead, said a random citizen. His quirk is really strong, but his natural athletic ability and judgment are also a cut above everyone else, said a businessman with 3 eyes. Of course it is. You're looking at the flame hero, Endeavor's son, said the person beside him, revealing Todoroki's identity with excitement. No wonder. The blood of the guy second to All Might, right? Asked another civilian who was shocked, but also excited. Izuku had just passed the second stage of the obstacle course. He was still carrying Jiro and looked at the girl. The girl thanked him and asked to be put down. He obliged and slowly placed Jiro down. He had smiled at the girl before running once more with Jiro slightly behind him. As they ran, Mick's voice was heard once more. The reality here is, it's a minefield. Don't worry, these mines can't end you. It'll just make you blast out to space. Izuku's sweat drop at the hero's hyperbole. It's so set up that you can tell where the mines are if you look carefully. So you have to exploit with your eyes and legs. I see, said Todoroki, who had stopped when he saw the minefield. This stage is where the leaders are put into a disadvantage. With that being said, he looked down and placed his feet on the ground where there are no mines. A minute had passed and most of the students were on the last stage, trying their best to avoid getting blasted and getting blasted. Todoroki was moving quicker than the others. All of a sudden, Bakugo entered the field and managed to catch onto the bicolored boy's tail. This doesn't affect me. Exploding his way through the field, he yelled at Todoroki with fury in his eyes. You bastard! You declared war on the wrong person. Close enough, the ash blonde attempted to attack Todoroki, who avoided the attack by taking a step back, caused him to lose the first place. And now, we've got someone new in the lead. Present, Mike declared. Everyone cheered as the race was about to reach its climax. Rejoice, mass media. It's the development you love. They all watched as the students who were failing behind are catching up to the leading students. Some were recklessly running in the minefield, some are looking where to step, and others are moving forward carefully. Todoroki and Bakugo were dodging each other's attempts to attack. The former tried to grab the latter's arm with his right hand, freezing it in the process. But Bakugo didn't even flinch and tried to blast the number 2 hero's son. They continued fighting each other until a large explosion was heard from behind. Everyone had to stop and even cover their eyes from the wind while others narrow their sense of sight. There's a huge explosion at the back. What the heck was that force? Mike got out of his seat as he was stunned. Heck, everyone was shocked. As soon as the explosion died, they all looked as something or someone came out of the large smoke. Izuku Midoriya, who had retracted his shield and used glide. What? All Might in his Tashinori form, stood up from his seat and placed his hands quickly on his head as blood came out of his mouth. At the heroes' viewing room, the reactions of the heroes in the room are one with the crowd. Mirko, the rabbit hero, had her eyes wide open from Izuku's show of skill. Using the landmines as a tool to win, she thought as she smirked. Not bad, kid. You got a big brain and knows how to use it. As for Kamui Woods and his team, their eyes were bulging out from what they see. Any lady's takoyaki had fallen out of the stick and landed on the ground. She took a look at the screen and narrowed her eyes when she saw Izuku flying forward. I think I saw that kid before. But where? A couple of minutes ago, as Izuku and Jiro entered the last stage. After analyzing the situation, Izuku immediately summoned his claws and began digging the mines. Quickly yet carefully. Jiro was confused on why Izuku was doing this, but she saw that he was too busy to ask. She shrugged and carefully made her way into the minefield. Izuku, who continued digging mines, stacked them up on a pile, and as soon as he saw that the mines he dug out were enough, he changed his claws to shield. He then braced himself closer to his shield-covered arm and jumped onto the pile of mines. Exploding on the contact, Izuku was blasted forward. The blast caused his to propel forward, passing over everyone on the field, even Bakugo and Todoroki. Was it an accident, or did he do it on purpose? Class 1's Midoriya is on fire with that blast. Bakugo and Todoroki stopped attacking each other and can only stare and or glare at Izuku, who was supposed to be behind them, but now Midoriya has taken the lead. Loud cheers burst in the stadium while others were amazed at the display of talent Izuku has shown them. Gritting his teeth, Bakugo chased after Izuku, using his quirk, blasting explosions from his palms as he flew after the greenette. Todoroki stomped on the ground and an ice path was formed. Sprinting in full speed, he chased after Izuku along with Bakugo. Izuku saw this and was smirking as the two grew closer to him. He planned to use the force of the explosion to get the lead. He was kinda regretting his decision when he didn't know what to do about landing. But seeing that the two in pursuit of him were on both sides of him, he shifted his balance while in mid-air and stepped on the duo's shoulders. He brought both his arms in the air as it shifted into hammer fists. With all his strength, he slammed his quirk-enhanced fists on the ground. And because they were still in the minefield, with that force, another large explosion blasted in the area. Again, using the force of the explosion, he shifted his balance and did a front flip, landing perfectly and sprinting towards the finish line. Present Mix's voice was echoing in the field, but Izuku didn't care to listen what the hero had said as his ears were still ringing at the explosion and he was too focused on running to the finish line. Izuku was running far ahead from the former leaders, who were using their quirks to catch up to him. 1 winner, 40+ losers. 3 students, 1 champion. They were halfway that leads to the finish line. And 1 student came out first, and that's when Present Mike announced the winner. The winner of the obstacle race is Izuku Midoriya, and the crowd goes wild. Cheers, confetti, and Present Mix's voice can be seen and heard within the stadium. Izuku raised his head up and saw everyone cheering for him. He looked around, his eyes saw the sight of the viewing room where the teachers of UA stood up, clapping and cheering with the crowd. He saw All Might in his skeletal form, looking at him while clapping while wearing a smile on his face. He then looked at the announcer's box and saw looking at him. The bandaged hero may had his face covered by bandages, but by looking at the small hole in his eyes, Izuku can see the hero's eyes looking at him with pride and happiness. Like a father to his son. Izuku smiled and bowed to the crowd and the heroes present in the stadium. Now long after that he heard a sound of explosion behind him. When he looked back, there he saw Todoroki and Bakugo enter the stadium. The former looking at him with narrowed eyes before leaving while the latter glared at him. Izuku just looked at Bakugo, before giving the blonde a raised eyebrow, further angering the explosive teen. Soon, all of the first-year students have entered and filled the stadium, finishing the first round. Izuku! The voice came from the gravity-defying girl as he looked at the owner of the voice. He hummed in response, looking at a panting Uraraka. Izuku, you were amazing, she said while catching her breath. Behind her is Tenya Ida, who was disheartened while muttering, to think I'd place so low with a quirk such as my own. The rest of the freshman students lined up as Midnight began to talk, and so the obstacle race ends here. Now everyone, here are the results. A hologram screen appeared and showed the results of the race. 1. Izuku Midoriya, Class 1A. 2. Shoto Todoroki, Class 1A. 3. Katsuki Bakugo, Class 1A. 4. Ibara Shizaki, Class 1B. 5. Juzo Hananuki, Class 1B. 6. Tenya Ida, Class 1A. 7. Fumikage Tokoyami, Class 1A. 8. Sero, Class 1A. 9. Ojiro Kirishima, Class 1A. 10. Tetsu, Class 1B. 11. Mashareo Ojiro, Class 1A. 12. Yosetsu Aways, Class 1B. 13. Tsuyu Ajui, Class 1A. 14. Mizo Shoji, Class 1A. 15. Rikido Sato, Class 1A. 16. Ochako Uraraka, Class 1A. 17. Momo Yaoyorozu, Class 1A. 18. Minoru Minetta, Class 1C. 19. Mina Ishido, Class 1A. 20. Koji Koda, Class 1A. 21. Kyoka Jiro, Class 1A. 22. Sen Kabaira, Class 1B. 23. Kozai Tsuburaba, Class 1B. 24. Denki Kaminari, Class 1A. 25. Kojiro Bondo, Class 1B. 26. Reiko Yanagi, Class 1B. 27. Hitoshi Shinso, Class 1C. 28. Itsuka Kendo, Class 1B. 29. Juroda Shishida, Class 1B. 30. Shirhai Kuro, Class 1B. 31. Yui Kodai, Class 1B. 32. Hiryu Rin, Class 1B. 33. Nairenjiki Shoda, Class 1B. 34. Kinoko Komori, Class 1B. 35. Taguru Kamakiri, Class 1B. 36. Nito Minoma, Class 1B. 37. Pony Tsunatori, Class 1B. 38. Toru Hagakure, Class 1A. 39. Setsuna Tokage, Class 1B. 40. Manga Fukudashi, Class 1B. 41. Mei Hatsume, Class 1H. 42. Yuga Aoyama, Class 1A. The top 42 students have earned the right to advance to the next round. Midnight said before putting her hands together and continued, I'm sorry to those kids who failed, but take heart. This festival's showstoppers is still being prepared. She then smiled to the students, and now for the real competition for the final selection. Now then, on to today's heart-pounding second event. What could it be? Well, I'll tell you, and the screen began flickering like a Russian roulette until it stopped on 3 words. Human cavalry battle. Some complained, specifically Kaminari, a cavalry battle? I'm not great at those types of battles. It's not an individual work, so how it'll work? Tsuyu curiously said with a finger on her chin. Alright, let me explain the rules. Midnight turned to the screen, now showing All Might with his feet on the combined hands of 13 in front and present Mike at the back. The students can form a team of 2 to 4 as they wish, then she looks over her shoulder, staring at the first-year students as she added, it's basically like the regular cavalry race, but with a twist. She turned her body towards the students, with a pause for dramatic effect. Based on the results of the first round, each student will be assigned a point value. A point-based system like the entrance exam you kids enrolled in. In other words, each team is worth different points depending on whose team they are in. And the number of points you're worth will be 5 points if you are in 42nd place, 10 points if you placed 41st, 15 for 40th place, and so on. With the exception of first place, whose head is worth, she paused then looking directly at Izuku with a smirk that sent shivers through his spine before continuing. 10 million points? The crowd can be heard going ooh while the students gasped and had their eyes wide open as they heard the words 10 million points. 10 million points? Izuku muttered, repeating the amount of points he currently hold, somehow had an expression of a mixture of surprise and a deadpan look. 10 million, huh? Shinso said while having a small smirk in his face, looking at the Blacklight user. Soon everyone changed their line of sight from the screen to the green-haired teen. In other words, if you take out the first placer's team, you can stand at the top no matter what place you are in. Every qualified participant said simultaneously as Izuku's surroundings turned dark, he can only see and feel the leers and stares coming from his peers. Yet he still looked unbothered, though he had a thought as this happened. Hee hee. I'm in danger. That's right. It's the survival of the fittest. With the chance for those at the bottom to take the crown jewels. Midnight smirked, still looking at Izuku who had closed his eyes shut as the heroine talked. As the second passed, the leers and stares intensified. Izuku felt the familiar feeling as a memory from his middle school came into his mind. He can imagine everyone around him like shadows standing taller than him, glaring at him. Like the story of David and Goliath, only this time, there are more than one giant to conquer. Izuku looked calm with his eyes closed, but if you looked at him carefully, you can see that he is slightly shaking as he saw those memories. He had to mentally slap himself to calm himself down. He clenched his fist, breathed in and out, before opening his eyes to meet the leers of his peers. Intentionally channeling blacklight on his eyes for intimidation, which worked like a charm, seeing most of the students backing away from him. It's now or never, he said as he gave them a look of determination and confidence. He smirked, bring it on. This had taken everyone including the rated R heroine by surprise. However, the look of surprise coming from Midnight quickly turned into a seductive look, licking her lips before she spoke, now that's what you call plus ultra. Looks like the first placer won't go down without a fight. Think through who you want in your team. Time to explain the rules of the cavalry battle. The time limit is 15 minutes. Each team is worth the total of every member's points. The rider will wear a headband with that number on their foreheads. Teams will try and grab their opponent's headbands before the time runs out and try to keep as many points as possible. She took a breath first before she continued. Stolen headbands must be worn the neck up. So, the harder you steal, the harder you'll manage to keep them away from everyone's hands. And the most vital point is that even if your headbands get stolen, or if your team fails, you're not out. After the pro heroine said the rules, Momo raised and rested her chin on her fingers, then said, since there are 42 people, there will be 10 to 12 teams on the field the whole time. That's rough. Sato commented. Well, one strategy is to let someone take you points so that you can be free, right? Mina asked while facing Tsuyu. It's hard to say without seeing how all the points end up getting stolen, Mina, the frog girl answered. As they were about to continue their talk, they heard Midnight's whip slash in the air and said, in this game, it's a cruel fight where you can use your quirks, but it's still a cavalry battle. You'll get a red card for attacks that are trying to make people fall on purpose. If you did, you're out immediately. And if you go out of the arena boundary, you're out as well. A timer then appeared with 1500 hours on it. You have 15 minutes to build your teams. Now start asking who you wanted to be on your team and figure the formation on your own. Good luck, she said as the timer started to count down. Everyone, except Izuku, who just stood there and watched everyone ask each other to form a team. He looked around and saw his first target and walked close to that person. He touched the person's shoulder, then asked, "Want to team up?" Break room. Inside the added staff-only room, there were every invited pro hero. Death Arms is smoking while looking at the monitor where the points for every position. The UA Sports Festival is about simulating the competition they'll face as heroes, then seeing how prepared they are as heroes, said Hero Spoke. Smoke puffed out of his mouth as he continued, in a world crowded with hero agencies, to put food on the table, there are times where you have to kick down others to show your skills. That was the obstacle race qualifier was, right? As he and Kamui would talk, Yu Takayama, a lady, was eyeing the screen, looking at a specific person. Izuku Midoriya, 10 million points. She knew the green-haired boy looked familiar, as if she met him before but couldn't say where. As she looked at the boy's picture showed in the screen, she couldn't help but blush as she noticed how his freckles are arranged in a diamond shape. Whoever you are, Izuku Midoriya, I can only tell that you are one cute boy, she thought, suppressing a giggle as she lightly stroked the screen, tracing the freckles on the boy's cheek. In the same room, certain rabbit heroine was leaning against the wall, her eyes shadowed by her hair as it darkened as she whispered, "Having a team sucks." Rumi Usajiyama, Mirko, the number 6 hero, hates agencies where heroes work as a team. She rather likes to work alone, so why is she still here? If watching an event that considers team battle like the Cavalry Battle, she would leave without hesitation. But she chose not to. Why? Because like MD Lady, she was eyeing a certain first placer. She really hates teaming up, but looking at the kid's performance and awareness in his surroundings, the greenette seemed to pique the interest of the rabbit hero. It takes a lot of hard work and skill for you to win an obstacle race to get first place. And it's a very impressive of you to do all those stunts, save a classmate in the middle of the race and use the terrain in your advantage. So let's see where the limits of your skills and wits are, Izuku Midoriya, she said while wearing a smirk in her face. Back at the arena. While everyone is talking and discussing their teams, Katsuki Bakugo is currently being surrounded by his classmates wanting to team up with him, which confused him. His face still has that angry look, making it hard for them to know if he was listening or ignoring them. Maybe even both. As this happened, a voice had caught the angry teen's attention. "Hey," said by none other than Ojiro Kirishima, who approached him while waving his hand. Todoroki already chose his teammates. He then pointed at himself. "Bakugo, team up with me." "Shitty hair." Bakugo growled out. "It's Kirishima. At least try to remember that. And FYI, my hair's not that different from yours," the red-haired boy said, correcting the ash blonde statement before pointing at the latter's hair, indicating the same hairstyle. "You're the rider, right?" Kirishima asked. "So, who'll be a front horse that can take your blast?" He raised his left arm and used his quirk, showing the teen he got something in his sleeve. Katsuki was silent for a minute before answering. "Someone with some guts?" "Not the answer I was looking for, but yeah. Me, with my hardening," the redhead boy points himself while smiling. "I'll be a wall that'll never shatter." Grinning, he walked in front of Katsuki. "You're gonna get it, right? The 10 million points?" Just hearing those words made Katsuki smirk. A smirk that is somehow filled with evil intentions. Back to Izuku, he has come face to face with the first person he thought to be his teammate. Izuku had a smile on his face as the person he had asked slowly looked at him. "Wanna be teammates, Ochako?" he asked the gravity-defying girl. Said girl looked at him apologetic as she put her hands in a praying position before bowing. "Sorry, Izuku. I already promised Sue that I'd team up with her," she said. Ochako raised her head and looked at Izuku in the eye with determination. "Also, like you said in the waiting room, everyone want to reach the top, and to do that we have to face the one who is the first place. Which is you, Izuku." The boy was taken aback at the confident statement of the bob-haired girl. He smiled at the girl who blushed as she realized what she had just said and tried to cover her face in embarrassment. Izuku chuckled. "I understand. I'm guessing that Ida was also thinking that way?" he asked the girl before sighing. He looked at Ida's direction, who was talking with Todoroki, Momo and Kaminari. "That sucks. I want to team up with you too." He scratched his head and looked at ground, thinking to himself, "Well, that can't be helped. Good luck in the cavalry battle, Chaco," he said before leaving the girl alone, blushing a storm by the nickname. "Welp, that didn't work. Plan B it is," Izuku whispered to himself as he approached his second choice as a teammate. "Hey, wanna team up?" Izuku asked as the tall kid looked at him with raised eyebrows. "You want me to team up with you?" the person asked, rubbed the back of his neck. "Not that I'm complaining, but why me?" the tall boy that made a declaration of war asked as he crossed his arms. "Well, for one, I admired your courage when you declared war to our class. 2. I saw it back that day that you really want to be in the hero course," Izuku said as he saw the boy's eyes widen a bit before continuing. 3rd, I saw you used your quirk in the race earlier. Brainwashing, right?" He saw the tall boy's eyes widen before noting. Looking at the boy, Izuku can tell that he was not really comfortable talking about his quirk. With an understanding smile he said, "Don't worry, I think your quirk is cool." That caused a small smile to the tall boy's tired face. "And I'd rather have you in our class than that perverted midget," that caused a smirk on the tall boy's face. He really hated how the grape-headed midget had been giving the girls in Class 1C perverted glances and at some point tried to invade the girls' changing room. He hesitated for a bit but shrugged and gave Izuku a nod and said, "Well then I'll be glad to team up with you." Izuku Midoriya, he said, reaching out a hand to the tall boy who took the hand and shook it. "Hitoshi Shinso," said the tall boy, now known as Shinso. He was somewhat surprised and confused that the first placer wanted to team up with him. As the two were still shaking hands, a pink blur dashed in front of them. "Izuku, let's team up," Mei said, latching onto the green-haired boy's neck, which caused shock from Shinso and jealousy from the other girls, namely Uraraka, Mina, Toru, and surprisingly Jiro, and a look of hate from a certain grapist. "Geez, Mei, stop shaking me," Izuku said as said girl kept on shaking him. Okay. I'll team up with you, just let me go," he childishly said, making the eccentric girl giggled as she lets him go. Mei noticed Shinso and grinned like a madman as she approached the tired-looking boy. "Hey, wanna see my babies?" she said with her eyes sparkling, looking at Shinso. Shinso backed away slightly before saying, "No. Come on. You like them?" Mei said, moving closer to the boy, who just looked at her with an annoyed expression. Izuku looked at them and chuckled a bit. They look like if Ms. Joke and Aizawa-sensei interacted. At that moment Eraserhead felt a shiver in his spine and an urge to smack Izuku for some reason, while somewhere in Ketsubutsu a woman with sea-green hair laughed loudly as she raised her fists in the air, causing confusion amongst her students. The greenette then looked at the time limit and saw 5 more minutes left and looked around. "Now who'll be our last member?" he said as the two looked at him and waited. As he looked around, he saw one person who no one had approached yet. Izuku took a step close to that person. Mei and Shinso saw this and just looked at each other. The latter had to look away to avoid getting in a conversation with the former, which didn't stop the girl from annoying him. Izuku came close to that person and placed a hand on his shoulder. The person looked at him and Izuku looked back with determination in his eyes. "Team up with me." As the time limit came to an end, Midnight's voice echoed in the arena. 10 minutes have passed, she said while stretching her arm. "We'll be starting any moment now." The crowd began to cheer. "Everyone here's just paying attention to Class 1A. "Why is that?" They're not the only ones that face the villains in USJ? We were also in USJ? Why would we in Class 1B be content with placing so low? Minoma said as he stared at the most of Class 1A. Let's show those snotty Class 1A kids who's better, everybody, he said smugly, but he missed the dirty look Izuku is giving him. I won't let you get away from what you did, you blonde-ass bastard. In the commentators area, Aizawa woke up when Present Mike called him. Though annoyed for interrupting his sleep, he eyed the lineups with interest. Looks like we have quite the interesting lineups this year, he said as Mike stood up and began talking. Now race up your Warcries. And fire the signal, he said, earning more cheers from the crowd. May the blood on the rocks be washed up by yet more blood. Now's the time for UA's Cavalry Battle. More cheers echoed in the area. Shinso, he said looking at the left wing. Ready? He said looking at the right wing. Ready Izuku. Tokoyami, he said to his final teammate. Yeah? As dark shadow came out of Tokoyami's chest. Izuku smiled at his teammates before turning it into a look of determination and seriousness. He then tied the headband on his forehead and tightened it. Glad to be with all of you. The screen shows the teams and the number of points. 1. Team Midoriya, 10,270. 2. Team Tetsu 705. 3. Team Bakugo 665. 4. Team Todoroki 615. 5. Team Azui 430. 6. Team Hagakure 390. 7. Team Minetta 340. 8. Team Minoma 305. 9. Team Kendo 225. 10. Team Kodai 165. 11. Team Rin 125. 12. Team Kamakiri 70. Let's see how ruthless the battle it is, folks. Counting down the brutal battle royal. In 3. Present Mike started. Katsuki began cracking his knuckles and said, We're aiming for 2. Present Mike shouted. One thing. Todoroki said as if he was finishing the sentence Bakugo was saying. 1. Whip. Start. On cue, all 11 cavalry teams dash towards the leading team. Team Midoriya. It's a battle to get the 10 million points. Tetsu screamed. Izuku. I'm coming for you. Toru said. Izuku noticed that she does have any clothes, hence the floating headband. Izuku quickly scanned the surroundings and waited for a bit. As the teams ran closer, he took out 2 smoke bombs. I'd like to see you try, he said as he removed the pins and threw the smoke bombs to the ground. On impact, smoke fully covered the leading team. Not stopping their charge, Tetsu stretched his arm forward in a reaching position. However, he only caught air. When the smoke cleared, Team Midoriya was nowhere to be found. Up there, a ways pointed above. Everyone looked up to see Team Midoriya flying using a jetpack. A jetpack? Damn support course. After them, the steel Quirk user said. Jiro. Toru said to their front horse. On it, she said as her earphone jacks extended towards the flying team. The jacks were inches away on touching their headbands when Dark Shadow appeared swatting the jacks away, shocking Jiro. Good work, Dark Shadow. Always watch our blind spots. Tokoyami said to his Quirk. Aye, the sentient Quirk said as it looked around for those trying to take their headbands. Holy crap, man. Your Quirk is more than enough to defend us from all directions, and at a distance at that. I can't praise you enough, Tokoyami, Izuku said as he held onto the raven-headed boy. Tokoyami just smiled. You're the one who picked me for this when no one picked me. So I'm more than happy to be in your team. Right, anyway we need to land, Izuku said as the rocket boots slowly turned off. He used tendrils towards the ground to soften their landing. How do you like my precious babies, Izuku? Tell me they're cute. I can make them as man dash. Mei was cut off when Shinso spoke up. Not the time, Crosshair. We got enemies coming, the sleep-deprived teen said as an earphone jack almost got Izuku, almost, as he tilted his head slightly. Team Midoriya booked it, narrowly avoiding the other teams and snatching some points from others. Let's give chase too. It's payback time, you with me Jiro, the invisible girl said, not realizing her lack of headband. Where did our headband go? Sato asked, seeing the headband gone on Toru's head. No way. Where did it go? Toru exclaimed. She looked around and saw Monoma's team running away with their headband at hand. When the hell? Too easy when they're fighting amongst each other, said the blonde teen, twirling the headband in his index finger. After a couple of minutes, Team Midoriya had gotten a total of 10,660 points and are currently running around with an explosive Pomeranian in pursuit. Get back here, dipshit. That 10 million points mine. The ash blonde said as he was using his expulsion quirk to flew on the air. Izuku found it unfair that Bakugo gets to fly around stealing headbands, but unless the rider touches the ground, the blonde is still in. As the blonde was gonna explode on Izuku's face, Dark Shadow appeared and covered the team. After clicking his tongue in frustration, Sero pulled him back. The blonde was ordering his team to chase after Izuku when suddenly their headband was snatched from behind. Like taking candy from a baby, Class 1A, said a smug Monoma as they run away once more. Katsuki was livid that their headband was taken away from them. Before he could order his team to chase after the blonde, he saw in the corner of his eye Izuku jump from his team and using the jetpack to propel towards Monoma's team. The ash blondes saw this as an opportunity to take back their points and steal the 10M. Monoma was still monologuing about how superior Class 1B is to Class 1A when Izuku came flying in front of them, glaring daggers at him. He smugly grinned before talking. Oh? You're approaching me? Izuku's raised his eyebrows but smirks. I can't take your headband without getting closer. They heard Present Mike yell, is that a JoJo reference or something? But they just ignore it and lock eyes. Before he could move, a transparent box encased him, shocking Izuku. Gotcha, Tsuburaba said, smiling at his success. Monoma, take all his headbands? Monoma's grin grew wider as he reached up to the encased greenette, only to look away when the transparent box shattered with Izuku lunging towards them and snatching the 305 points on his neck. He then summoned tendrils and tied up Monoma from his arms down. The blonde tried to break free, but the tendrils gripped tighter to him, making him unable to move. He looked at Izuku, who was glaring at him. He was about to talk when Izuku punched him in the face. That's for Jiro, Izuku exclaimed. Said girl looked at his direction and blushed when she heard her name. For me? Why? She thought while earning a blush. Dark Shadow appeared behind him and grabbed Izuku's back. He's all yours, Bakugo, Izuku said as Dark Shadow pulled him back to his team. Bakugo's team suddenly appeared behind them. Using Mina's acid and Sero's tape, they slid towards the Class 1B's team and snatched all the points on the other blonde's neck. As Midoriya went back to his team, other teams began charging towards them. Team Midoriya was about to run away when a team blocked their path. Looking up, they saw Team Todoroki. And there is less than 5 minutes on the clock. Present Mick's voice rang in the arena. Hearing that, Izuku sighed and looked at Todoroki. Guess we won't be getting such an easy ride after all, Izuku stated as he looked at Team Todoroki. The time has come, I'm taking it, the dual-haired boy declared. I'd like to see you try, Todoroki, Izuku talked back. They suddenly heard loud footsteps coming from all directions. Every other team was charging forward to Midoriya's team. Let's fall back, Izuku yelled as they retreat from the mob. Man, we're in a pickle? Shinso grumbled as he ran. Ida forward, right? Activating his engine quirk, Team Todoroki charged forward. Izuku noticed that Momo and Kaminari were wearing rollerblades, making it easy for them to move faster because of Ida's movement and engine. Yaoyorozu, prepare to guard us and conduct electricity. Got it, she said as she used her quirk, Creation, to produce an insulated sheet that deflects electricity. Kaminari? I know what to do. Izuku heard this and looked back at the team chasing them. Todoroki, Momo and Ida were covered with the sheet. Seeing Kaminari sparking, he knew that they were going to use his quirk to immobilize everyone in the arena. Shit. We can't use Dark Shadow for this one. I have to use it, he said as he looked straight at Kaminari, and began channeling blacklight in his eyes. I hope this works. Kaminari was covered with electricity as he smirks. Make sure you cover up well, he said as he charged himself. Here it goes, indiscriminate shock. Wait, what? He said as the electricity covering his body disappeared. What's wrong? Momo asked, confused why the electrification quirk user stopped his attack. I can't use my quirk, Kaminari said, earning wide eyes from his teammates. What? His teammates asked. Really? That's too bad, they heard Izuku said. When they look up they were shocked on what they see. There they see Izuku Midoriya, red-eyed and his hair standing up. Behind him a vestige of Aizawa staring them with the same look. Using erasure. What? How did Midoriya have your quirk? Eraser head. Present Mike yelled. Aizawa looked at his student with wide eyes, mentally asking himself the same question. All Might almost fell on his seat looking at young Midoriya. Though he was skeptical on how he got the quirk, he laughed at the boy's move. Mirko and MP Lady were also shocked to see Izuku use someone else's quirk. They grew even more curious, wanting to know the boy. How? Todoroki asked, still stunned at Izuku. I don't really know how I got this. I just discovered this yesterday, he smirked as he and his team escapes. He had an idea on how he got the erasure quirk, but he wasn't gonna tell it to his classmates just yet. Todoroki shook of his confusion and sent a wave of ice towards the escaping team and the other teams, trapping the latter. Izuku saw this and used the last shot of the jetpack and flew away, making the heterochromia-eyed boy grit his teeth as he ordered Ida to give chase. 1 minute left. The voice hero announced as Todoroki's team continues to give chase against the flying team. Seeing the green-haired teen's team about to land, he launched his ice towards the end of Izuku's landing spot, creating a barrier. Team Midoriya landed at the exact spot Todoroki had predicted. Izuku saw the barrier and quickly said, "Guys, run towards Todoroki's left side." He never uses his left side. That statement caused Todoroki's eyes to widen. In the crowd, the flame hero, Endeavor, smirked at the greenette and looked at the younger Todoroki. He's figured you out, hasn't he? You fool. Guys, we have less than a minute. I'm afraid I'll be useless after this. So I'm counting on you. Ida suddenly said, earning confused looks on the blue-haired boy. Ida? Take it, Todoroki, he exclaimed as he bent over an angle that made Izuku narrow his eyes. Torque over. The smoke that came from Ida's engines turned blue. In a blink of an eye, Team Todoroki sped past Izuku's team. Did you get it? Ida asked with shaking legs. No, he didn't, Izuku said, looking at the other team. Props on the self-sacrifice, Ida. I'll give you that. Wah. Ida, Kaminari and Momo said while Todoroki just began smoking for a moment. Let's run, team. Izuku yelled as his teammates ran away from the stun group. He had predicted that Ida was going to use a move like that. So he did the most logical thing to do in a situation like that. He tilted his head to the right like a boss. They were a couple of meters away from the ice user's team when someone flew in front of Izuku's face. Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo, who had just took the points back from Minoma, who was still tied up and screaming or demanding at Izuku to remove the binds, saw Izuku's team flying. He then ordered his team to follow the escaping team. That 10 million's mine, he said as he propelled himself through the air. When he came in front of Izuku, he used his quirk to temporarily blinding the greenette and his teammates. He then snatched the headband on his forehead. Tape face, I got the headband, he yelled victoriously before getting pulled by Sero's tape. Take that, Deku, he said as he flipped off the still blinded teen. Seeing the ash blonde getting the 10 million points, the other teams changed targets and chased after Bakugo's team. It's nearly over. Now for the countdown. Everybody say hi. 10. Present Mike counted as the crowd joined in. Izuku's team still didn't move. 9. Still no movement from the team. Quirks began flying across the arena trying to get the upper hand and the headband. 7. Todoroki began using his ice to overwhelm the ash blonde to no avail. 6. Izuku's body began shaking. His teammates were still rubbing there because of Bakugo's attack. 5. Bakugo looked back at the nerd's team with a smirk in his face. 4. The ash blonde laughed, seeing the greenette's shaking form. You see, Deku? You'll never be better than me. You're just a pebble on my way. 3. Izuku slowly raised his head and showed a smirk on his face. This confused and agitated the ash blonde. Are you sure, Kaken? He said mocked as black tendrils began appearing on Izuku's forehead. Katsuki and the other teams looked at Izuku intently. 2. The tendrils then disappeared and that caused the other students to widen their eyes. But because on Izuku's forehead was the 10,270 points. But I win. Izuku said as the headband Bakugo took from him turned into mass of flesh before turning into blood. His teammates had fully recovered and were grinning at their success. Time's up. The pro heroes looking from the crowd were shocked on the green-haired boy. They didn't not expect him to outsmart the other students, but also defended the 10 million points. No one had ever achieved that, not even All Might. Aizawa was grinning like a madman. He was amused by his students' performance and was proud to see that he had grew from the kid training in an abandoned warehouse to a UA powerhouse. He still have to question him on how he got his erasure quirk, but for now it's his win. All Might coughed out blood with the unexpected turn of events that had happened. He had just saw how cunning and intelligent Izuku really is. He had felt bad that the boy had rejected his offer on inheriting One for All. He was sure enough that with OFA, the boy would be unstoppable, if not overpowered. Just thinking about it sent chills in his spine. He will try one more attempt on asking later, but for now, he'll just be glad that Izuku is doing great. Mirko was cackling like a madman in the viewing room. She just saw how Izuku just outsmarted not only one but everyone in the arena. The boy was very entertaining to watch and had a lot of potential. She would think about sending an internship request to the boy. No teaming up rule, be damned. Lady was suppressing a squeal when she saw that Izuku had won. She was secretly rooting for the freckled boy and was worried when the explosive blonde took the headband from the greenette, but was relieved when Izuku revealed his real headband. Maybe I could send him an internship request? The other contestants were in the same way of thinking. All this time they were chasing after a piece of flesh. Some of them send glares at Izuku, while others stare at the greenette thinking how he had pulled it off. The crowd cheer as Izuku's team was announced as the winner of the second round of the sports festival. Izuku was about to go to get lunch when a hand landed on his shoulder. He looked back and saw heterochromia eyes looking at him. We need to talk, said Shoto Todoroki. While Izuku was still at days after his team's win, Present Mix's voice echoed throughout the stadium. With the amazing stunts and tactics by Midoriya, Team Midoriya advances to the final round, the loud hero declared as the cheers of the crowd started to fade away. The crowd eyed the board where the teams are listed as Present Mic announces the other qualified teams. First place, Team Midoriya leader, Izuku Midoriya. Members, Mei Hatsume, Hitoshi Shinso, Fumikage Tokoyami. Second place, Team Todoroki. Leader, Shoto Todoroki. Members, Tenya Ida, Momo Yaoyorozu, Denki Kaminari. Third place, Team Bakugo. Leader, Katsuki Bakugo. Members, Ojiro Kirishima, Mina Ishido, Sero. Fourth place, Team Minetta. Leader, Minoru Minetta. Members, Yuga Oyama, Masahiro Ojiro, Nirenjiki Shota. In second place is Team Todoroki, who gave their best, but came up short. The next team is Team Bakugo, which Team Midoriya assisted in retrieving their stolen headband from Team Minoma. Minoma growled while looking around for Izuku while still tied with the tendrils. Next is Present Mic paused for a moment and looked back at the list while scratching his head. Somehow, Team Minetta made it in fourth place. That's surprising. Said teams stood away from each other. On the ground around them were purple spheres. The team leader was smirking as he walked away from his teammates while tossing a purple ball up and down on his hand. His teammates are Masahiro Ojiro, Yuga Aoyama and Nirenjiki Shota from Class 1B. Two of them were scowling while glaring daggers at the retreating midget, while Aoyama didn't even care as he looked at the direction of the readers. Now, we'll take an hour break for lunch before we start the afternoon activities. See ya. Hey, Eraser, let's grab some food. Shut up. I ate already, so I'm going to sleep, said the tired homeroom teacher as he slid into his sleeping bag, while grumbling about life full of noisiness. As the crowd began to walk away and go wherever they want within the UA campus, others stay and chat about the previous round. The student left the arena to relieve themselves from the morning activities in the UA Sports Festival. Well, most of the students at least. That bastard! Where is he? Nito Monoma yelled as he looked around, searching for Izuku. He was still tied up by the tendrils that Izuku used to immobilize him. The blonde is seething in rage and embarrassment from what the greenette done to him. Damn it! I can't believe that midget took our points. Tetsu said in a resentful tone and can't believe that his team didn't advance to the final round of the sports festival. Could it be the punishment for taking the frog girl's points indecently? Ibara Shiozaki questioned, remembering what she did to Team Azui a while ago as she took the points without the girl knowing their points were gone. Said midget looked back at the steel user and smirked, remembering how he plucked the headband from the silver-haired boy before walking away. I can't accept this. Tetsu and Monoma shouted. The former had his hands on his head, while the latter still tied up. Monoma suddenly falls down unconsciously as he was struck on the neck by a chop from their class representative, Itsuka Kendo. Kendo face-bombed, hearing how Midoriya did it for his classmate. I can assume that you did something stupid, she sighed as he dragged the unconscious blonde outside the arena. She was still thinking about her encounter with Team Midoriya. It was foggy, but she can still remember what the green-haired boy said to his teammates. Mini flashback. They're brainwashed. Let's take all of their points? Shinso said to their rider. No. Izuku said, earning looks of confusion from his teammates, and continued, I mean, it's kinda unfair taking all their points without them knowing. Let's just take their highest point and leave some points for them to work with, he said to his team. Mei grinned teasingly. Oh, is little Aizawa being a gentleman toward as beautiful girl in the middle of a battlefield? How chivalrous, she teased the green-haired boy. Izuku blushed a little and looked away. Shut up, Mei. Be lucky that you're in my team, if not I would have took your team's headband without hesitation, he said, not confirming nor denying the tease. He and his team ran away with Mei still laughing at a blushing Izuku as Team Kendo started to gain consciousness. End of mini flashback. Itsuka looked back at the direction she saw Izuku walked off to and couldn't help but smile. The boy had piqued her interest, seeing he was a smart, kind, strong and handsome. She blushed, realizing she had developed a crush on the class rep of Class 1A. She shook those thoughts away as she walked towards the exit. As for Team Azui, Tsuyu Azui can be seen rubbing Ochako Uraraka's back as the bob-hair girl throws up rainbows. I'm sorry for not getting us to the finals. Ochako said as she rubbed her mouth with a handkerchief Tsuyu had handed her. It's okay, Ochako. What's important is we did our best to keep up with Izuku, without relying on him, Tsuyu said while Shoji nodded in agreement. After a few more seconds, Tsuyu and Ochako approached Mina Ishido and Tenya Ida, respectively. Mina, congratulations, the frog girl spoke to the pink-skinned girl. Mina was part of Team Bakugo, meaning she advanced, but the look on her face contradicts what people usually feel when they won a match or earn second or third place. She scratches the back of her head before she talks. I don't know, Bakugo just let me join to use against Todoroki's ice. I don't think if it reflects my abilities. Nonsense. You did amazing back there, Tsuyu said, trying to remove the doubt that's weighing the acid user down. Ida, I didn't know you had a special move like that. Even though Izuku dodged that it was fair, the zero-gravity user said as she imitated the running motion of the tall boy until she stopped when she mentioned Izuku's name. Seeing that Midoriya outsmarted us all, you're right. He was a force to be reckoned with. But it has nothing with fairness, I just wasn't using it as I intended it to be, Tenya said as he fixed his eyeglass and shrugged his right hand. That was fun. Denki Wihi. Kaminari said with a hilarious expression on his face as he gives thumbs up. Momo walked past them, not minding the conversation and the short-circuited boy, and went towards Kyokujiro, who was waiting for her. I wanted to do something that could compete with Midoriya, the engine Quirk user said as he clenched his fist. Ochako was about to reply when she remembered something or someone in this situation. Wait a minute, she said, turning around and looking for someone. Where is Izuku? Her question caught the attention of the Ida, Mina, Tsu, Momo and Jiro. Now that you mention it, where is he? Tsu said as she also looked around with her index finger on her chin. As everyone exited the stadium, 2 students were left at the entrance with a sign that says faculty and student entrance. Those 2 were none other than Shoto and Izuku, facing each other. The dual-haired Quirk boy had a stare that expresses anger, while the green-haired boy just looked at him blankly, not even intimidated by the boy's glare. So, Izuku started. What do you want to talk about? Getting no response from the taller boy, Izuku spoke again. Look, if you're just gonna stare at me instead of talking, I'm just gonna leave. I wasted so much biomass in the cavalry battle and I need to go fill up before the cafeteria gets crowded, he said as he tried to walk away, not caring if he said that he was low on biomass. He was hungry, no. He was starving. He took a few steps before stopping as Todoroki spoke up again. You almost made me broke my promise? Huh. Izuku said, confused, looking back at him. Never in my life I need to use to get something I truly wanted, and it made me lose my cool, and almost broke my pledge. Izuku just looked at the talking boy with raised eyebrows. Todoroki lifted his left hand and took a glance at it. Shoto raised his left hand and stared at it, glaring at it. Ida, Kaminari, Yaoyorozu, Tokoyami and your other teammates, they never felt it. Getting confused even more, Izuku narrowed his eyes and looked at the boy with a gay look. What do you mean? He asked when the dual-haired boy didn't get his message. It means I felt something similar coming from you, moving his glance from his hand to the blacklight user's eyes. Making eye contact, Shoto continued. Midoriya? Are you? He paused, making Izuku lean forward. Mr. Aizawa's secret love child? Shoto bluntly asked the brunette. What? Was the only word that came out of his mouth. He was legitimately caught off guard by the ridiculous question that the supposedly recommended student. He didn't expect it being the one to be asked. It took Izuku a few seconds to process the question before scoffing. As much as I want to be Mr. Aizawa's son, I am unfortunately not his secret love child. I know who my father is, but he died before I was even born, so yeah, he said, looking away. And like I said earlier, I still don't know how I got Mr. Aizawa's quirk. So it's probably just a coincidence. Suddenly Shinso and Mei's faces suddenly came into his mind and he inwardly smirked. But Shinso is probably Mr. Aizawa's secret love child. Same goes for Mei and Ms. Joke, he thought as he faced the half-hot half-cold user. Then you're probably All Might's secret love child? Shoto said as he placed his fingers on his chin, in a thinking pose. He obviously has a connection with you and he has his eyes on you. Izuku's left eye twitched. Did he seriously didn't hear what I said earlier? He thought as the white/red-haired boy closed his eyes before speaking. You obviously know that endeavor, my old man. He's been stuck as the number 2 hero forever now. He opened his eyes and looked at the first placer's eyes. If you were the son of the number 1 hero, then... Todoroki then paused and narrowed his eyes while still maintaining eye contact with Izuku. Izuku didn't even flinch by it and just stared back with one eyebrow raised as he said the next thing. I have even more reasons to beat you. My old man will do anything to advance his position. He looked away from Izuku. He made a name for himself during his hero career, firing on all cylinders. But it was never enough to outpace a legend like All Might, who was an eyesore to him. Looking back at Izuku, the boy continued to talk. Since he can't surpass All Might, he moved on to his next plan. Not saying a word, Izuku just listened. Have you heard of Quirk marriage? The last 2 words alone made Izuku's eyes widened as soon as he discovers them. He had heard of the term in the internet and sometimes in news. News about Quirk marriage were a sensitive talk in the news, and he is looking directly at one of the results of said topic. The law became a problem for the 3rd generation until now. Choosing a wife only based on enhancing the quirk and passing it on their children, forcing people into marriage, the ice/fire user inhaled, pausing in the process and continued short after. The old-fashioned way of thinking brought about by a lack of ethics. Endeavor with both accomplishments and money, won my mother's relatives and got a hold of her quirk. He's been trying to fulfill his own desires by raising me, to become a hero that can surpass All Might. Izuku just looked at the ground, taking the information. He still couldn't believe that Endeavor would do such a thing. He knew the fiery hero was an a-hole, but he didn't know he was this bad. While Izuku is still looking at the ground, Todoroki continued to tell the green-haired boy his past. The reason I'm aiming to beat you is as a personal triumph. I won't use my shitty old man's quirk. Or rather, I'll become number one without his quirk. Izuku had clenched his fists when he heard that. He can understand the resentment that the dual-haired boy had for Endeavor, but limiting himself just out of spite is flat-out stupid. He and all of the students participating in the sports festival with everything they got, and Todoroki is using half of his power. You two are both stupid, he said blankly as he raised his head, making eye contact with the other boy. Todoroki glared him, but before the boy could talk back, Izuku continued. You and Endeavor are both stupid. Him for using his own son as a tool for his ambitions and goals. He paused before glaring at the young Todoroki. And you, for wasting a gift out of spite? This made the taller boy angry and yelled at him. Don't even call my power AG dashed. He was cut off when Izuku yelled. Shut the F up when I'm talking. Todoroki slightly flinched by the sudden outburst and took a step back slightly. Ever since I was young, I always admired heroes and quirks, and I always dreamed to becoming a hero when I got my quirk. The day I got my quirk, I was ecstatic and know that I can become a hero with the power I have. He saw the visible confusion from the taller boy and continued. And that happened a year ago. My whole life up until last year, I was quirkless. That made Shoto's eyes widen. He didn't expect to hear this from the strongest person in their class. He was quirkless and had his quirk just for a year. Wait, if he's quirkless his whole life, does that mean? Izuku, seemingly reading his mind, answered his question. For 10 years of my life, I have been bullied, beaten and made fun of for being useless, worthless and quirkless. Deku, he said the nickname with pure hatred. He clenched his fist so hard that blood was drawn. I even told if I want a quirk, I should end myself and pray to get myself a quirk in the next life. He paused to look at the boy and continued. So I did and got a quirk in the process. This made Todoroki and an eavesdropping Bakugo's eyes wide. The latter flinched hearing that Izuku had somehow did what he told him. Izuku looked at the still shocked boy and walked away. I'm not saying this for you to pity me. I'm saying this so that you realize that your goal is stupid, he said as he stopped and turned his head to the boy. You have the power that any hero would want and I wish to have 10 years ago. The power and quirk then can save people and you're using only 50% of it just because you have daddy issues? He saw as he glared at the Todoroki. Will you use that sheet of an excuse when you failed to save someone when your fire is needed? Shoto flinched at what the retreating boy said to him. He looked down and clenched his fist, contemplating about his goals, and asking himself if he was doing the right thing. Izuku turned back to leave but spoke louder this time. As for you Bakugo, mind your goddamn business. Eavesdropping on someone else's conversation is effing disrespectful, he said and left. He noticed the ash blonde the moment Todoroki lead him there, and ignored him at the moment. He shrugged and walked out of the arena and went to the cafeteria to fill up his. The ash blonde almost fell forward when his name was mentioned. He knew I was listening? Since when? He thought before coming out of his hiding spot and saw that the two already left. He thought back to what Izuku had said and had to grit his teeth in frustration. Bakugo wasn't mad at Izuku for outing him, kinda. He was mad because the nerd had a quirk because of him and kept all of this from him. Not that he cared, but Deku should have told him. He's his friend, right? Right? But remembering all he did to the nerd, how could he still be considered a friend? Heck, are they even friends? Friends don't beat up, bully, and tell him to end himself. So no, they're not friends. More like bully and victim. Predator and prey. Yin and yang. It was my fault, he said, clenching his fists and walked out. He was feeling guilty, but his pride won't let that Deku one-up on him again. Time skip. With 20 minutes left, after lunch, Izuku had just finished his lunch and quickly went over to arena. He was still upset of Todoroki and Bakugo, the ice boy for being selfish and the Pomeranian for eavesdropping someone else's private conversation. His emotions reflected on the way he ate, and how he ate was, let's say he ate 10 bowls of katsudon in one sitting. His friends were mixed between confused, amazed and concerned for the Blacklight wielder. Izuku just ignored them and devoured the katsudon. Izuku noticed the crowd started to fill up the seats, and in the crowds he saw Mirko and MT Lady. He was confused to why the two heroines were in the crowd instead of being in the viewing room, where the pro-heroes stayed. The two heroines saw him and waved at the boy, making him blush. Who wouldn't when the two beautiful, sexy and famous heroines waved at him? He could feel the glares from every man in the arena. Even though he was a little flustered, he smiled and waved at the two heroines, which gave two different reactions. Mirko, smirking at him while giving a thumbs up, while Lady blushed slightly and winked at him. His grin grew wider. He can tell that the two pros are rooting for him, and it caused him to feel even more determined. He was taken out of his trance when he felt a hand landed on his shoulder. Izuku turned and saw Class 1B's class rep, Itsuka Kendo. Hey Kendo. What can I do for you? He asked, slightly confused why she would come to him. Well, Midoriya. About what happened in the second round, she said, while rubbing her arms together. He can tell she was slightly nervous. You see, I just want to thank you for not taking all of our points earlier. Izuku blinked at the orange-haired girl. He thought back at what happened in the second round. He smiled and looked at the girl. No need to thank me for that. I just can't find myself to take full advantage of someone who clearly can fight back. That's not my thing. It's Bakugo's, he thought after talking. Besides, I need to apologize for what I did to Minoma earlier. The girl was confused at first, but understood what he meant and chuckled. No, it's okay. It was a battle after all, so it's fair. And that reminds me. Why did you do that to Minoma anyway? Izuku hummed and answered, you see, in the second part of the obstacle race in the fall. Jiro, my classmate, was literally hanging for her life on the rope. She was holding on the rope for dear life and no one seems to be close enough to help her. Itsuka tilted her head. What does that have to do with Minoma? The Blacklight user's expression turned serious. He looked at the sister of Class 1B, straight in the eye, which slightly intimidated Kendo. No one was close enough to Jiro, but one person. Minoma, he said the blonde's name with venom. The orange-haired girl's eyes widened at what Izuku said. And looking at the smirk plastered all over his face, I can say that he was the one who pushed the rope to put Jiro off balance. Itsuka gasped in shock by the information Izuku just had said. He didn't let her talk and continued. Look, I don't know what his problem with his class, nor I don't care if he insults me or my class. But if he ever do the same mistake on harming one of my classmates, I won't hesitate to take action, he finished. Izuku then took deep breaths and looked at the girl apologetically. Sorry about that. I just can't stand bullies, and seeing Minoma just walk away from the rope with a smirk all over his face, I just can't let that slide. After apologizing, he bowed to the girl. Kendo took a while to respond. She then smiled and looked at the green-haired boy. I understand. Don't need to apologize about what you did. Clearly it was that dumbass fault, she said and scratched the back of her head. I was just curious why you tied Minoma up and punched him square in the face. Izuku looked at the girl with visible confusion about what she meant. But he quickly realized what she meant and chuckled. Oh yeah, I forgot that I tied him up. Man, he probably was pissed about that. She laughed, and Izuku had to stop himself from blushing for how cute her laugh was. You have no idea. Ibra had to use her vines to feed him, she said while wiping a tear from her eyes. But thinking about what he did, I think he deserved it. What did he deserve? Getting tied up or getting a punch in the face? Izuku asked her. Yes, she answered quickly, making Izuku blink. Fair enough, Izuku said as they looked at each other and laughed. Their laughter was stopped when Izuku looked at the entrance of the arena. His eyes widened at the scene and had blushed a storm. Itsuka noticed this and was confused of his reaction. She looked at the direction where Izuku was looking at. As her eyes landed at the spot, she also had her eye widen and asked the question that is in the greenette's mind. Why are the girls from Class 1A wearing cheerleader outfits? Why are the girls in Class 1A wearing cheerleader outfits? A question that Izuku was also asking himself. He was in a mix of shock, surprise, confusion, and happy. The latter feeling causing confusion to him. Well, Who wouldn't when 6 beautiful girls are wearing cute/sexy cheerleader outfits? Though Toru was invisible, Izuku can confidently see that the girl was pretty. He had to mentally slap himself when his eyes started to look down their exposed abdomens. The girls had a mixture of depressed/gloomy and annoyed expressions on their faces, except for Toru anyway. They were tricked into wearing these outfits, and were glaring daggers at the culprit. "Kaminari, you tricked us, didn't you?" Momo shouted with anger. During the lunch break, Kaminari had approached them and informed them that Mr. Aizawa to tell the girls to wear cheerleader outfits for a cheerleading competition that will happen before the start of the 3rd round of the sports festival. Being oblivious to the blonde's plan, Momo made the outfits for the girls and wore them, though dejectedly on Jiro's case. Momo plopped to the ground dejectedly, disappointed at herself for falling into Kaminari's perverted scheme. Uraraka knelt to her level and comforted the vice president of 1A. "That dumbass." Jiro was blushing and embarrassed as she threw the pom-poms to the ground before crossing her arms. Izuku noticed that they were glaring at Kaminari, who was blushing and giggling perversely while giving a thumbs up. It wasn't hard to guess that he was the one who planned this. Before he could scold the blonde, he heard another perverted giggle. He looked at the direction of the voice and saw the same midget he stepped on the head at the obstacle race. Izuku can see that the grape-headed midget was drooling at the outfits of the girls, and a small nosebleed can be seen in the midget's face, which made the greenette's eye twitch in irritation. He then looked at the direction of the girls and had to look away to stop himself from looking at their midriffs, failing miserably. He noticed their looks of depression and embarrassment. Sighing to himself, he approached the electrification user from behind as a thought came in his mind. "Mr. Aizawa's definitely hearing about this. It was worth it," Kaminari said as the girls continued to glare at him. "That is when." "Denki Kaminari?" An ominously voice came from behind him, making him visibly flinch and started shaking. It was at this moment that he knew he effed up. Slowly he turned around to see the owner of the voice. There he saw Izuku with his arm crossed and green eyes turned crimson as his left eye twitched in annoyance, clearly not amused by his actions. "What do you think you're doing?" Izuku asked with it in a low tone, making the blonde flinch and tremble even more. Before he could answer, he was interrupted by the greenette. "I'll give exactly 10 seconds to apologize before I cut off the only thing that makes you a man." After saying that, Izuku transformed his left arm into his blade, proving his point. That made the blonde idiot flinch and unconsciously placed his hands on his crouch area. The blonde quickly got on his knees and began bowing to Izuku. "I am so sorry, Midoriya," Denki said as he bowed at Izuku. Izuku, however, pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed in annoyance. "Not to me, you dim." "To them," Izuku said and pointed to the girls, who were trying their best not to laugh at the scared look on Kaminari's face. Kaminari then turned to girls and bowed repeatedly while apologizing and promising that he will never do it again. The girls found it amusing to see this and accepted the apology, albeit reluctantly. The blonde thanked them for their kindness before running towards Kirishima and Sero, who was rolling on the ground laughing at their friend's predicament, while Bakugo just rolled his eyes at the dunce face's stupidity and perversion. Izuku huffed and turning to the girls' direction, trying his best not to stare too much at their exposed midriffs or fit outfits or their long, slender legs, and failing miserably. "You can all go and change, there is still time before the start of the 3rd round," Izuku said to the girls, while looking away, a blush staining his freckled cheeks. Toru and Mina noticed the greenette's reaction and smirked at this. They walked towards Izuku and hugged his arms close to their chests, making the poor boy yelp and blush even more. "Thank you, Midori/Izuku," they said as they hugged the boy. Said boy tried his best not to faint in the show of attention. That is when a pair of arms wrapped around his neck, hugging him from behind. When he turned to look back, there he saw Ochako, blushing but smiling at him. She then let go and made her way in front of Izuku and smiled. "Yeah, thank you, Izuku," she said, meeting the glares of jealousy from Tiu, Mina and Toru, the latter not explainable but was made possible. Mina then looked at Izuku and a mischievous thought came into her mind. "So, Midori, Among us girls, who do you think looks the best in cheerleader outfits? That question caught the attention of the other 5 and stared at Izuku, who was blushing profusely. As the question registered in his mind, Izuku blinked. He then looked at the girls one by one. Said girls blushed as Izuku looked at them, as if he was scanning them. After a deep breath, Izuku looked at them and smiled. I think all of you looked great in the cheerleader outfits. If looked great on all of you. He then turned his head to Toru, who was clinging on his left arm. Even though I can't see Toru, I can tell that the outfit would suit you well. After saying all that and registering on the girl's mind, they all blushed profusely, that steam can be seen coming out of their heads. Thank you, Izuku. Ochako said, hiding her blushing face on her hands, with her pinkies out to avoid activating her quirk. Why? Thanks, Izuku/Midori. Tsu, Toru and Mina said in a shy voice. Thank you for the compliment, Midoriya. Momo said, a hint of pink on her cheeks. Thanks, I guess. Jiro said shyly, as she twirled her earphone jack on her finger while trying to avoid eye contact. A red tint can be seen on her face. After a few minutes, the girls made their way back to the changing room, internally squealing at the compliment that Izuku had gave them. As the girls went back to the changing room, Izuku saw Mei looking at him with teasing eyes. He glared at her and mouthed, say one word and no chocolate bars for you, which shut the girl up real quick, while still smirking inwardly. As that was happening, the midget glared daggers at Izuku's back while comically shedding tears of blood. Lucky bastard. He growled at the greenette, still annoyed at the boy's luck in women. After a couple of minutes, all the students gathered around the arena. Echoing in the arena, the voice of the loudest hero, present mic as he announces the participants of the recreational activities. And after the recreational activities, it's time for the third round of the sports festival. From 4 teams, 16 individuals have made it through. He paused for anticipation before yelling, it's a tournament. Present mic yelled as cheers from the crowd erupted. We're pitting them against each other in one-on-one combat. He yelled, getting the crowd even more excited. Izuku zoned out for a bit as he stared at Todoroki's back. He was still upset by how the dual-haired teen said about not using his quirk in winning the sports festival. Izuku saw how every single person in his class and other classes were giving it their all in order to prove themselves to the world, and Todoroki was using 50% of his power out of spite. Izuku just can let that slide. He was cut off from his thoughts when a voice was heard beside him, making him and everyone around him look at the direction of the voice. Excuse me, beside Izuku was Masahiro Ojiro, Quirk, tail. He has an annoyed expression on his face that made Izuku raise his eyebrows. What got him pissed? I want to withdraw. Gasps of shock and confusion was heard throughout the arena. This made Izuku confused as well. What would make the boy give up his position in the tournament? Ojiro, why? This is a rare chance for the pros to see you, said Ida, who faced the boy in question, who looked away from the tall boy's gaze. Sighing in defeat, Ojiro looked at his hand and clenched it. I know it is a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity for me to be in this tournament. He then looked down. But I was forced into this tournament without my own volition. This caused another wave of gasps of shock around the arena. Izuku had a guess and side-glanced at a figure who wasn't even listening in the conversation and just opted to stare and drool on Midnight's hero costume that left room for your imagination. The midget. Izuku had to stop himself from punting the idiot right to the moon. The midget was really irritating and made the greenette wonder how the F did that poor excuse of a great cosplayer was allowed to enter UA. How was the idiot allowed to roam in Japan at all? He looked back at Ojiro, who continued to talk. Some of you will say that I'm stupid for wasting an opportunity for withdrawing, but my pride can't handle it, thinking that I wasn't given a choice to be in part of a team that was only built for one's own greedy goal, not for the team, he said, and clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. As the other students of Class 1A tried to comfort and convince the tail user, Izuku thought for a bit before putting a hand on Ojiro's shoulder. It's okay, Ojiro, said boy looked at him, who gave him a look of sympathy and understanding. If that's what you feel, I understand. You don't have to force yourself into this, Izuku said, locking eyes with the blonde martial artist. A small smile formed in the greenette's face, making Ojiro return one of his own. "Thank you, Midoriya," he said, feeling relieved that someone understands his situation. "You're welcome. I don't know what happened to you, but remember that this situation you had experienced will not stop you from becoming a hero. Making a decision is never easy, especially in the road of heroics. But whatever the odds are, always remember to choose the path that you think is the right choice. Nothing will stop you from choosing your own path, Mashireo." Izuku finished with a bright smile on his face. Who would have thought that a person who was a reincarnation of a person that caused a pandemic be this wholesome? The speech from Class 1A's class president made Ojiro smile widely as he responded, "You have no idea of how grateful I am to meet you, Midoriya." "Thank you." "Likewise," Izuku said as he removed his hand from the blonde's shoulder. Everyone in the arena, even Bakugo and Todoroki, looked at Izuku with surprise. Kirishima and Tetsu were crying manly tears because of how manly Izuku's speech was. Ida was shaking, clearly moved by the Greenette's speech. Shinso and Mei smiled fondly at the boy's speech. They were happy and grateful to be in the boys' team. The girls from of Class 1A, even Class 1B, all stared at Izuku with slightly opened mouths and gave him a look of admiration. Even the stoic Yui Kodai and indifferent Reiko Yanagi was blushing at the boy's motivational speech. Momo, however, still tied up, only glared at Izuku and clicked his tongue and looked away. Still pissed that the green-haired boy haven't untied him yet. Midnight was smiling at Izuku warmly, looking very proud at the boy as a small blush can be seen on her face. However, the silence was interrupted when Nirenjiki Shoda from Class 1B also raised his hand. "I also withdraw with the same reason as his," he said as he looked down. "It doesn't feel right to me to take the opportunity that I was forced to give in. It's not really heroic." His classmates looked at him incredulously but understand their classmate's situation. Izuku looked at Aoyama's direction, expecting him to also forfeit, only to stare at the boy with a deadpan as the boy just stare a certain direction and wink at it. Clearly not caring if his other teammates are withdrawing from the next round. Should have expected that. Izuku shook his head as he turned back to look at the front. "Well, this is highly unusual," Present Mike stated through the microphone. "It all hangs in the referee's judgment. What will Midnight decide?" Aizawa responded. Midnight stared at the whole batch of first-year students before she announced the decision. A smile of pride, not seduction or lust, but pride for how mature the youth are. And a small blush for the speech of our certain Greenette. For such youthful kids to say something like that? She paused for anticipation and whipped the air. "Ojiro Shoda, I accept your withdrawal. If that is the case, then we need 2 students to move up from the 5th place cavalry team." Midnight pondered as her eyes landed on the team that got 5th place. Itsuka Kendo, Setsuna Tokage, Reiko Yanagi, and Kinoko Komori. If that's the case, instead of us who hardly did anything in the cavalry battle, why not Team Tetsu? Itsuka said as she looked at her teammates while her hands are on her hips. Her teammates agreeing to what she said. "Kendo," Tetsu said, speechless much like his teammates, Ibara Shiozaki, Juzo Hananuki and Yosetsu Aways. Itsuka only smiled and said, "You guys fought it fearlessly up until the end, you guys deserve it more than us." "Why you guys?" Tetsu's eyes and mouth began to quiver, clearly moved by their class president's speech. It took 5 minutes for Team Tetsu to choose who was going to advance and chose Tetsu and Ibara Shiozaki to be able to participate in the 3rd round. And with that, Tetsu and Shiozaki have moved up to the top 16. Midnight announced loudly for the crowd to hear. And now, she slashed the air with her whip. The matchups are as follows. The screen showed the brackets of whoever students will face against, so as the match number. Eliminations. Match 1. Izuku Midoriya vs Minoru Minetta. Match 2. Ojiro Kirishima vs Ibara Shiozaki. Match 3. Tenya Ida vs Mei Hatsume. Match 4. Shoto Todoroki vs Hanta Sero. Match 5. Mina Ishido vs Yuga Oyama. Match 6. Hitoshi Shinso vs Denki Kaminari. Match 7. Fumikage Tokoyami vs Momo Yaoyorozu. Match 8. Katsuki Bakugo vs Tetsu. Quarterfinals. Match 9. Match 1 winner versus Match 2 winner. Match 10. Match 3 winner versus Match 4 winner. Match 11. Match 5 winner versus Match 6 winner. Match 12. Match 7 winner versus Match 8 winner. Semifinals. Match 13. Match 9 winner versus Match 10 winner. Match 14. Match 11 winner versus Match 12 winner. Finals. Match 15. Match 13 winner versus Match 14 winner. As soon as the screen popped up, Izuku immediately found his name and saw who he's up against. Minoru Minetta? If I'm not mistaken that... He whispered to himself and slowly turned towards the direction of the midget who was still looking at Midnight's costume, clearly oblivious of what is happening in his surroundings. Izuku smirked. "Oh, this'll be fun," he said and chuckled darkly. That is when a hand landed on his shoulder. Izuku looked at the owner of the hand. It was Ojiro. "Midoriya, I would warn you to stay away from his balls." He paused and looked at the midget and back to Izuku. "But I can see that you got this covered. Just a little favor." Izuku didn't respond, opting the tailed boy to continue with a smirk. "Am up, will ya? Physically and mentally." The greenette smirked at the blonde boy's favor and nodded. Consider it done. He raised his fist for a fist bump, which Ojiro took as he walked away, leaving a smirking Izuku, slightly scaring the other participants. They looked at the screen and saw the person Izuku is up against and prayed for the poor guy. Kaminari looked at Minetta and turned around. "Better him than me?" as he walked away. Time skip after the recreational activities that nobody cares about. With torches lit up in flames, the crowd roaring in excitement and fireworks erupting up the sky, everyone. The finals you've all been waiting for is about to start. And here is match number 1. Present Mike yelled, adding the excitement to the roaring crowd. The screen showed the names of the first combatants. Racing and winning the obstacle race with great mastery of his quirk, while still being heroic. From obstacle race up until the end of the cavalry battle, he came up in first. Please expect the unexpected from the him. From the hero course, Class 1A, Izuku Midoriya. On cue, Izuku walked out of the entrance and walked towards the platform. A smile can be seen on his face. His opponent. "Wait, isn't this the one you expelled from the hero course?" Present Mike asked Aizawa, who nodded. "Anyway, from the general studies course, Minoru Minetta," said student walked out with a smirk as he looked at Izuku, confident enough to think this was an easy win. Everyone, including Mirko, All Might, and Milady are back on their respective seats and stared at the two students who are standing in front of each other. Here are the simple rules. Force your opponent out of bounds or immobilize them. You can also win by making your opponent say, "I give up." Feel free to wound your opponent. We have Recovery Girl waiting in the wings. I hope you've left your sense of morals and decency at the door. I'll stop the match if it goes too far. Cementos announced after creating a solid chair at the far side of the arena. Izuku began relaxing his muscles and nerves by taking a deep breath. He looked at his opponent who just looked at him with a smirk. "Immobilize? Huh? Let's see if you can escape this," the midget said as he picked a purple ball off of his head. Izuku didn't react and just waited for the go signal as he channeled Blacklight on his arms. "Start." Izuku dashed forward and used tendrils to try to capture the midget, but the grape-haired boy pulled another purple ball and threw it towards him, sticking on his arms. He immediately detached the tendrils from his limbs, letting it fall to the ground and jumped to the side, now on the left side of the midget who kept throwing his balls at him. Like before, Izuku used his tendrils and tried to deflect the balls, only for it to stick onto the outstretched tendril. Izuku discarded the tendril once again and jumped up using glide to propel himself into the air. He was shocked when a barrage of purple balls came towards his direction and hit him on his feet, making him fall to the ground and get stuck on the ground. He was immobilized by the midget. Ojiro and the girls from Class 1A were shocked to see Izuku got trapped with the balls. Bakugo smirked at the stupidity of the greenette. Got too overconfident. Serves him right. He yelled, earning a glare from all the girls and Ojiro. "This is the person who got first place? Pathetic," Minoma said as he laughed maniacally, only to get chopped on the back of the neck by Itsuka. Izuku tried to move his feet, to no avail. Across from, Minetta was standing triumphantly, a smirk plastered on his face. Midoriya, can you move? Midnight asked the green-haired boy, who tried to move his legs one more time. The boy looked at her with a smirk. No, but I can still fight, Izuku said to the heroine with a smile on his face. Are you sure? Midnight asked with worry. She was secretly rooting for the boy to win against the midget, because she'd like to see Izuku win the whole sports festival and she wanted to see the grape head get smashed like grape juice for perving on her in public. Trust me, is only what Izuku said, and she nodded. She continued the match as Izuku looked at Minetta with a smile. You might want to forfeit now, Minetta, the greenette said, confusing the Gen Ed student. Huh? Forfeit? Are you stupid? You can't even move your legs. Why would I want to surrender when I'm clearly winning? The midget scowled at Izuku, who reached in his pocket and pulled out a green reverse Uno card, further confusing the midget. Yup, he's dead. Kaminari yelled out of the blue, confusing the people around him. Todoroki stared at the arena, carefully observing Izuku, waiting for the boy to make a move. It's because I'm a pack leader, saying that Izuku's eyes turned red and suddenly the two piles of biomass on the concrete floor began to shift and move, making the crowd gasp in shock. It suddenly moved upward and separated from each other, making the two piles turn into 4 piles. The piles began growing taller and taller up until it was 6 to 7 feet tall, towering over the oblivious midget. The biomass then morphed into 4 hulking beasts crouched on all fours. It was the creatures that Midoriya summoned in USJ, but this is different? Thought Midnight, who examined the creatures. Said creatures are bulkier than the last ones and this are obviously larger. Minetta was getting impatient for not getting the answer he wanted and was about to yell at Izuku when he heard a growl from behind him, making him flinch. He slowly turned around and paled on what he saw. 4 hulking monsters growling at him. He was visibly shaking on the terrifying sight and was about to pull another ball, when his balls, won't detach from his head. He was cut off when Izuku began talking. No use trying to use your quirk, I erased it, Izuku said as his hair began floating and eyes glowed crimson. Brawler hunters, let's make grape juice? The brawler hunters smirked and began dashing towards the scared midget who tried to run away only to be grabbed by a tendril Izuku launched at him. The brawlers began thrashing the midget around the arena and every single one of the qualifiers cringed as they witnessed the clearly one-sided, or should I say, 5-sided battle. An uncharacteristic high-pitched squeal can be heard echoing around the arena. Even with the violence shown in the arena, the crowd roared in excitement and even chanted, "Let's go, brawlers," as if it was a basketball game. Izuku began to question if all the people in the crowd are sane or what. After the thrashing, the brawlers left the barely conscious Minetta, who was bloodied, bruised, beaten up and whimpering like a baby, and went towards Izuku, who pet them like a dog. One by one they turned back into biomass and entered Izuku's body, like the hunters from before, until there were no more brawlers in the field. Midnight was shocked at the match, if you could even call it that. She almost felt bad for the midget, almost. She then approached the whimpering Minetta to see if he was even conscious. Seeing the boy unconscious, she raised her hand. And Minetta is unconscious. Midoriya advances to the next round. She stuttered out a yell, earning a roar of excitement and applaud from the same crowd. She then approached Izuku, who was still stuck in the purple balls. "Congratulations, Midoriya," she said to the boy. Izuku gave her a smile and bowed. "Thank you, Miss Midnight." Midnight smiled at the boy. She was about to ask the boy on how he was going to get out of the purple balls, when black and red tendrils began to cover his trapped legs, and after a couple of minutes his legs are free and purple balls nowhere to be seen. She shook off her shock and looked at the boy incredulously. "If you can do that, why didn't you escape the pupil balls earlier?" she asked the boy, who just looked at her with a smirk on his face. "Where's the fun in that?" he asked the heroine, who laughed slightly at him. Oh, she was going to like hanging out with this boy? Her laughter was cut off when Izuku's eyes widened and a blush was visible on his face. He turned his face towards Minetta and looked at the unconscious teen with disgust in his eyes. "That pervert. Excuse me, Miss Midnight. I need to take this idiot to Nizu." Izuku walked towards Minetta's body and grabbed his leg and began dragging him. Midnight was confused by this and voiced out his confusion. What? Why would you need to bring him to Nizu? Somehow, part of my quirk allows me to absorb other people's DNA and see through their memories? He paused and looked at Midnight, who was waiting for him to continue. And looking over his memories, he blushed even harder and looked away. Let's just say he did some things that are worth it of a proper expulsion, he said and left after seeing the heroine nod. Midnight was still confused but just shrugged it off. She'll just ask Nizu what it was about. We'll be having a 5-minute break in order to clean the arena, she announced. It took Izuku 25 minutes to get back with the class. He had just came back from getting Minetta expelled and right now he wants to be struck by a memory-erasing quirk. For obvious reasons. Remembering what he saw in that grape scum's memories is outright despicable. Izuku! Over here! He was snapped out of his trance and looked at the direction of the voice. There he saw Ochako waving at him. Izuku had to stop a blush that was beginning to spread on his face. Those memories really messing with his mind right now. After calming himself down, Izuku walked over to Ochako and sat down next to her and Ida. Where have you been, Midoriya? Ida asked him while wiping his glasses before putting them on again and looked at Izuku. I had to talk to Nizu about something I learned about my opponent, Izuku said as shook his head trying to remove the 18+ memories in his head. What did you learn? Ochako asked him while scooting closer to him. This made Izuku blush slightly as the memories began to come back. He desperately tried to remove the memories away from his mind. Hey, what did I miss? He asked her, ignoring the question, as he looked at the arena and saw Todoroki and Sero standing face to face. It's the 4th match now, he pondered. After your match, the vine girl from Class 1B fought Kirishima and won by wrapping him with her vines and throwing him out of the platform. Then Ida fought your teammate in the Cavalry Battle, the girl from Support Course. Ida won by a... Ochako was skeptical about how to tell Izuku how Mei won and looked at Ida, who was slightly shaking. But before she could talk, Izuku cut her off. Let me guess. Mei gave Ida support items and all hell broke loose. Izuku said, looking at her. Ida flinched and dropped his head in shame. Ochako could only nod. The green-haired sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Damn it, Mei. I told you to take the sports festival seriously, he grumbled. Ochako curiously looked at Izuku. Are you too close? She asked Izuku, making him look at her and smiled a bit. Yeah. Mei was my first friend. Izuku said as he looked at the arena. There he saw Sero wrapping Todoroki with his tape and hurled him away. Ochako was about to talk when suddenly a large pillar of ice began growing onto their direction, its sharp edge almost going through her. Before it could pierce them, Izuku used his shield to block the incoming ice. That was close. Are you okay, Chieko? If Izuku hadn't done that, they would have ended up becoming a popsicle. Said girl was shaking in fear and shock. Who wouldn't when you were 3 seconds away from becoming a skewered machi? Ochako did her best to nod her head and leaned on Izuku's shoulder, not really registering the closeness or the intimate nickname he just gave her. Izuku didn't react and just glared at Todoroki, who was melting the ice, and walked away like nothing. He and I will have a little chat in our match. Just wait, you poor excuse of a candy cane, he thought as he unconsciously wrapped his arm around Ochako in a protective way and gently rubbed his hands on her hair. This action made a couple of eyes twitch, in jealousy. You win this round, Ochako Uraraka/Gravity Girl. Similar thought by the other girls in the hero course as they look at the girl leaning on Izuku's shoulder, secretly wishing that it was them in her position. They will have their chance in some way or another. Only time will tell. Man, I lost without me knowing it. Denki Kaminari exclaimed in indignation as he slumped his shoulders as he sat down on his chair. He had fought against Hitoshi Shinso and thought that it would be an easy win for him. How did I even lost? He asked himself as Kirishima pats his shoulder, trying to comfort the electrification user. Izuku looked at Shinso, who just looked away, feeling bad for the blonde boy. Both of them couldn't help but snicker at how easy it had been to make Kaminari respond to the sleep-deprived teen. Flashback. As midnight starts the match, Kaminari began covering his body with electricity. As he was about to release the attack, the sleep-deprived boy said something. Idiot say swat, he quickly said. making the boy look at him in confusion. Wadash, and everything went blank. Shinso smirked. Walk off the ring. Saying that, making Denki turn around and walking off the platform. As he exits the ring, Midnight's voice echoed in the arena, knocking the brainwashed boy out of his daze. Kaminari is out of bounds. Shinso wins. The crowd was confused of what happened but cheered eventually. Kaminari was in a mix of shock and confusion. Flashback ends. Yaoyorozu is out of bounds. Tokoyami advances to the next round. Midnight's voice echoed in the arena, making Izuku snap out of his trance and turn to look at the arena. Momo just stood there looking shocked and disappointment. She faced off against Fumikage Tokoyami and lost to the avian boy. He had used Dark Shadow to force Momo to go out of bounds, before she could even counter his attacks. Without a word, she looked down and slowly walked towards the exit of the arena. Izuku couldn't help but look at the Ravenette's back. There were a number of feelings that was very familiar with him. Defeat, sadness, frustration, and hopelessness just for starters. All of this which he became well acquainted with at the young age of 4. Growing up quirkless in this world made that inevitable and inescapable. Though after meeting Alex Mercer, those feelings were nothing but fragments of his past self. After inheriting the Blacklight Virus now turned Quirk, the feeling of defeat and disappointment was washed up by the fact that he had grew in just a short period of time. He looked back at the exit of the arena and saw that the next contestants are up next. The Steelix ripoff, Tetsu from Class 1B and the Typlosion/Primape Reject, Katsuki Bakugo. Jokingly thinking that Bakugo will win, because he had a type advantage. Izuku then looked around the seats and saw that Tokoyami had returned, but no sign of Momo. And for some reason it worried him. The green-haired boy knew well that they rarely talk and only talked when it comes to academics and hero studies. But his heroic nature couldn't bear to see the look on her face. He couldn't just sit there and do nothing. He stood up, making Ochako and Ida, who was sitting next to him, look at him in confusion. "You okay, Izuku?" The gravity girl asked as she looked at Izuku as he walks away, but took a look back to her direction. "My match is after this, I need to prepare." Izuku lied as he smiled sheepishly before continuing, "I'll watch it in the prep room." Izuku already knew who the winner of the match is. So it didn't really matter if he watches or not. Ochako and Ida just nod at the Blacklight user. "That makes sense. Good luck on your match later, Midoriya," Ida said as he fixed his glasses. "Yeah. Good luck, Izuku," she said as she waved her hand at him. Izuku nodded before running off the bleachers. Seeing Izuku nowhere to be seen, the girls, Mina, Toru and Tsu began to surround Ochako, making her back off a bit and Ida getting pushed off his seat. "Tsu, how did it feel?" Mina asked her while looking at her with a teasing look, but a jealous tone can be verified in the Pinkette's voice. The question confused Ochako, making her furrow her eyebrows. "What do you mean, how did it feel?" she asked the Pinkette. "What else?" "Izuku's shoulder," Toru exclaimed, not hiding her jealousy as she flailed her arms in an energetic gesture. Ochako was still confused. What does Izuku's shoulder have to do with the dash? That thought was overtaken as the memory of her leaning onto Izuku as he hugs him protectively enter her mind, making the gravity girl blush a storm as she recalled how close Izuku was and how she felt safe and comfortable in the Greenette's arms. And how she almost unconsciously purred when Izuku began stroking her brown bob-cut hair. The girl's left eye twitched in annoyance at Ochako's reaction but didn't say a word as they looked at the zero-gravity user in a scrutinizing way. Ochako began unconsciously touching her index fingers together as she stuttered a response. It felt warm and soft. It felt like I was leaning over a large, soft pillow. I almost fell asleep on his shoulder. She paused before smiling a bit. When he wrapped his arm over me and hugged me, I felt safe and protected. Izuku made me feel that he was there for me and he was afraid to lose me, she said as she remembered the large iceberg that almost stabbed her in the head and how Izuku pulled her close as he shielded her from the ice pillar. Ochako suddenly covered her face with her hands, with her pinkies up to avoid an accidental activation of her quirk and making herself float out of the atmosphere of the earth, as she began to squeal in excitement and glee. Her squeal made the trio and Ojiro, who was absolutely not eavesdropping at the conversation, look at her with raised eyebrows. Well, if you describe it that way. I now want to lean over Izuku's shoulder. Karo, she said bluntly as a tint of a pink blush can be visible on her cheeks. Mina, Toru and Jiro, who still wasn't eavesdropping, nodded in agreement as they all imagined themselves leaning against our protagonist's shoulder and squealing internally. As Class 1A girls look like weirdos in front of their other classmates in the stands, Izuku had made it to the entrance point to the arena. But Momo was nowhere to be found. He started to wander the halls, hoping she didn't leave the stadium grounds altogether. Where is she? I can't find her, Izuku said as he looked around, searching for the Ravenet. Not my art. Credits to the owner. Looking to his left, around the corner was the rich girl herself. Sitting against the wall of a deserted hallway, a hand over her mouth to stifle her sobs, tears flowing down her face, was Yayoro Momo. This was where the Blacklight user stopped dead in his tracks. I'm so useless, he heard her say between sobs. I shouldn't have chosen this course in the first place. Being a hero is not for me. It broke his heart seeing her like this. He couldn't even handle when his own mother cried, and he is now witnessing one of his female classmates crying in distress and in a verge of giving up. Izuku took a deep breath before taking a step closer to the creation user. Momo, he called out, easily making the girl jump in shock and looked at him. Her eyes widened in shock, believing that no one would come down this unused hallway. She was even shocked to see not Jiro, not Uraraka, or any of the girls of Class 1A to show up, but Izuku to come at her. The green-haired boy stopped next to her and sat down, further confusing the Ravenet. He just sat there in silence as Momo just stared at him. Just as she was about to ask him what he was doing her, Izuku talked first. It hurts, doesn't it? He said, making the girl next to him look at him in confusion. It hurts to lose, right? Momo looked away after Izuku said that, and tears began to gather on her eyes when he continued. I understand how you're feeling right now. Izuku was about to continue when Momo snapped at him. How? How would you get what I'm feeling right now? You won your match while I lost. You made your match look easy while I didn't even get a chance to think of a counterattack. How can you say that you understand how I feel when you don't have any idea of how I feel? She yelled at the boy who just looked down, deep in thought. She then saw him sigh and looked at his palm. He was quiet for a bit before he started talking. I don't know if I already told you or class this, but for 10 of my life I didn't have a quirk. That made Momo's eyes widen. She didn't get a chance to ask him what he meant when he continued. I always wanted to be a hero. I always wanted to help and save people with a smile on my face, like All Might. But being quirkless made it seem impossible. He paused and clenched his fist. Because of that dream, I was bullied, beaten, made fun at and called names. Heck, I was even told to end myself to get a quirk in my next life. Which I did. He whispered the last line, but the girl next to him heard it. Momo's face showed so many different emotions, but the most notably is shock. Izuku. You felt all that? That's when I unlocked my quirk. After that I did everything I can to be the best version of myself. He looked at Momo, who had stopped crying and was looking at him. He smiled softly, making the girl blush a little, which made him chuckle. I think what I'm saying is I didn't let my past or mistakes take the best of me. Instead, I worked hard to improve and become the hero I always wanted to be. He then stood up and looked down at the Ravenet. If I can do it, you can too. This is just the first sports festival, and your loss only implies that you still have room for improvement and potential to become the best hero you want to be. After all, you are the one who beat me in the quirk apprehension test. He paused and reached out his hand to the girl, which she took and let him pull her up. Seeing her stand up on her own, he smiled. And you're the person who can summon a literal cannon. You hear me? A freaking cannon, he said while making exaggerated movements which made the girl giggle at his silly display of goofiness. That made him smile wider. Not to mention you're smart and beautiful, he thought to himself, but quickly clasped his mouth when he saw her blush a storm. He was about to talk again when Momo hugged him. Izuku blushed as he felt a soft, warm mass touch and got squished on his chest while her arms were wrapped around his neck. Thank you, she said, slightly muffled as her face was placed on the crook of his neck. This made him blush even more and had to stop a shiver when he felt her warm breath touch his skin. Trying to calm himself as images from the grapest's memories entered his mind, he mentally slapped himself. "You're welcome, Momo," he said as he slowly hugged the taller girl back. Momo then let go of the hug, but her arms are still on his neck. She looked at Izuku, who was still blushing. Her eyes' black irises were caught by his greens and made her blush. As they looked at each other's eyes, their vision then looked down at the other's lips and back to the other's eyes. They failed to notice their faces getting closer to each other until they were only inches away from each other. Momo slowly closed her eyes and leaned forward, and Izuku mirrored her action. Their lips slowly began to move closer. And closer. And closer. And close. "Will Izuku Midoriya and Ibara Shiozaki come to the arena, please?" Present Mick's voice echoed, making the two teens pause and open their eyes. They noticed that they were only an inch away from each other, and they scrambled away from each other, blushes intensifying. "OMG! I almost kissed him, her," they thought simultaneously as they look away from each other. Izuku then remembered that his name was called and was about to walk towards the entrance when a hand grabbed the sleeve of his P uniform, for some reason made his heart skip a beat. He looked the direction of Momo, who was still blushing slightly, smiled at him. Izuku smiled back at her but was caught off guard when she pulled him close, and kissing him on the cheek. He touched his cheek and looked at the raven-haired girl, who looked at him and smiled while blushing. "That's for good luck. I'll be rooting for you. Win your fight, okay?" she said as she turned and walked to the rest of the class, slightly swaying her hips. "Yes, ma'am," he said quietly as a goofy grin crept on his face. He then shook his head and turned to the entrance of the arena. He still has a match to win. As Present Mike announced the next fighters, Izuku looked back at the crowd and saw that Momo was there sitting next to Jiro. Izuku noticed her look at him and gave him a thumbs up and smiled. He blushed and nodded at the girl's direction and looked back at her opponent, not seeing the jealous looks of the other girls in her class and his sister class 1B. Our green-haired protagonist stared at Shiozaki, who had her hands in a praying position with her eyes closed. Before midnight starts the match, Izuku spoke up. "I wish you good luck, Shiozaki. Let's give it out all," he said, giving a small smile at the Vine user. Said girl opened her eyes and looked at him and smiled back. "I also wish you good luck, Midoriya." Midnight looked at the competitors and asked if they are both ready, getting nods from the two. Well then, the first match of the quarterfinal. Start. With a sound of whiplash echoing in the arena, Izuku ran forward to Ibara, who had her vines quickly slither towards him. As the vines were about to touch Izuku, his right arm turned into his blade and swiftly cut the incoming vines. The action shocked Ibara, but she didn't let it show and sent another wave towards Izuku. Seeing another volley of vines coming at his way, Izuku began slicing and tearing with his blade as he moved closer to the vine girl, who was having trouble keeping calm as the boy kept on cutting the vines she launched at him. In a desperate move, Shiozaki tried to cover herself with her vines only to see Izuku, who was in front of her, vanish. She was about to look around when she felt her hair/vines fall off to the ground as a cold, sharp object touched her neck and a strong arm hugging her from behind. Ibara looked down and saw Izuku's blade and arm around her. "Yield," a low tone said on her ear. She quickly recognized it as Izuku, and hearing it made her shiver. I give up," she said. The blade on her neck transformed into a normal arm and it let go of her as Midnight announces. Shiozaki yielded. Midoriya advances to the semifinals. The heroine said, earning a roar of cheers from the crowd. The girls of 1A also cheered for loudly at the green-haired boy's victory. Izuku walked in front of her and reached out his right hand for a handshake. "That was a good match, Shiozaki," he said as he smiled at the girl. The girl looked at the hand and then at the boy. She smiled and took his hand to shake it. "Good match. You have come victorious over me. I must admit that you are the better competitor." She frowned a bit and looked down. Izuku took back his hand and looked at her. He then shook his head. "Don't sell yourself short, Shiozaki. You did great," he said to the religious girl, but seeing that she is still down, he thought of something and said it. If it makes you feel better. You look good with your hair cut short, he said. That made the vine user look up to him and slowly moved her hand to her hair. Her eyes went wide when she felt her vines were cut short. She blushed, the compliment just registered in her brain. Thank you, Midoriya, she said, touching her hair/vines. Izuku gave her a smile and began to turn away. Well, I need to go and rest for my next match. See you around, he said. Good luck with your other match, Shiozaki said to the boy, who gave her one last smile before he walked away, leaving her to turn away the other entrance. She smiled softly as she touched her now short hair/vines as she remembered his compliment. Suddenly, the memory of Izuku with his arm hugging him came into her mind, and how warm he felt while he was holding him. It made her blush as she exited the arena. She stopped to a corner as she placed her hands in a praying pose. Lord, forgive me for I have sinned, she said as she placed her hand on her chest, feeling her heartbeat rapidly pulsing as she remembered the greenette's touch and voice. But that was so hot. At the other end of the exit, Izuku was walking in the hallways of the stadium as he took a bite out of the protein bars he had in his pockets. He was proud of himself about winning against Shiozaki without hurting the vine user. Izuku didn't really like to hurt his classmates and schoolmates, with the exception of the grape-headed pervert, the blonde psychopath from 1B, and the angry Pomeranian they call Katsuki Bakugo. So he will try to fight and win without hurting them too hard, or try not to hurt anyone if possible. He was cut off his trance when a booming voice called out to him from behind. There you are. I have been looking everywhere for you, boy, the voice said, making Izuku stop on his tracks and look at the owner of the voice. He was shocked and surprised to see who the owner of the voice is. Endeavor. It's not bad to dream, All Might said in his skeletal form while walking towards the door. He stopped as he reached the door and looked back at Izuku, who had his head looking down. But you need to be realistic, he says as he walks out.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.